Today we're making a popular Japanese hot pot dish called sukiyaki. There are many types of sukiyaki across Asia. Today I'm going to show you how to make a Kanto-style Japanese sukiyaki. I know that's a lot of terms, so I'm going to break it all down and we're going to get to play with some delicious Wagyu beef in this recipe. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila and welcome to Ready Jet Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get into the dish, please take a moment and subscribe to the Food Network YouTube channel so you can keep up with more of my favorite recipes. This dish incorporates a lot of Japanese ingredients and flavors that I'm so excited to show you. Let's get started. I'm gonna need soy sauce and some MSG. So let's build the warishita, basically the sauce that's gonna flavor this broth. Japanese cooking is about fewer ingredients, but really highlighting all of their flavors. And the first one I'm gonna start with is mirin. All mirin is a sweetened cooking wine. It's very similar to sake, but it has sugar in it. I'm gonna back that sweetness up with a little bit of straight sugar as well. There are a few different styles of sukiyaki, some stronger and sweeter than others, and that's the kind I learned as a chef growing up, is this stronger style, or this Kanto-style sukiyaki sauce. So next I'm gonna add a premium soy sauce. This is basically what the Japanese would call dark soy sauce. It's basically a brewed soy sauce, and it's got a really nice aromatic deep flavor. A premium Japanese soy sauce is gonna have a really rich, delicious flavor out of the bottle. It's kind of like the top shelf spirit versus that well spirits. You're gonna taste the difference because the well stuff is gonna be kind of brackish and almost a little bit bitter. All right, trigger warning, friends. I'm gonna say the words MSG, and I, like so many chefs, don't believe that MSG is bad for you. There's been almost 70, 80 years of negative press. That's just simply not true from this chef's opinion. MSG, monosodium glutamate, is basically a flavor enhancer. All right, I'm just using a small amount to really enhance all the flavors. I think the reason why people love hot pot is because of the ritual and the ceremony of it, right? This is warishita, which is basically the seasoning of the broth for the hot pot. So our warishita, or seasoning sauce of the broth, is done. Let's do some veg prep. So here's my medley of vegetables for my sukiyaki. And what's fun is I'm gonna spend a little time and cut them decoratively, so when they sit in the pot and they simmer in the broth, they look really cool. So with the mushroom caps, I'm just going to cut little star patterns in them by angling the knife, cutting out little wedges. And you could either do kind of a 4 or 6 pattern, but that works for me, just like that. And when you order this in Japan, it's pretty common that a little platter of all these decorative vegetables are brought out to be added to the broth. But it's very simple. It's 3 cuts and you get these beautiful little star patterns in there. All right, moving on. More fun decorative cutting. Sukiyaki is usually eaten in cold months. Hearty vegetables. I'm just taking carrots that are pretty wide around. I'm not peeling them because I'm going to use this little star punch and punch out little stars. Again, my kids kind of love this situation, so I'm just gonna punch. I'm always kind of going for odd numbers. That lack of symmetry kind of doesn't draw your eye and feels just a lot more natural. So these stars right here, not fun? Just like that. And these are just little cookie cutters, so very, very easy to find. So that's gonna go here with the onion. I'm simply just gonna do slices with that kind of sweet soy sauce. As the onion simmers, it's gonna add a really nice kind of earthy flavor here. So I cut the onions in half, tip and tail them, and I'm just gonna slice them into thicker slices because I do want them to boil up and really add that sweetness into the broth. So just nice, even, thicker slices. And this is all gonna be arranged decoratively in that pot. I've got Napa cabbage here. I like to remove that base. I'll cut this whole Napa cabbage in half. I'm going to half the half, and then I'm gonna cut it into thin sections that again are going to live in the broth, sweeten up that broth. So next I've got some tofu in water. This is a medium to medium firm tofu. And as you can see, I'm just cutting everything into even pieces, so as they simmer in the broth, they're going to soften up contribute their flavor into the broth. And this is also kind of one of those fun things you can do ahead of time. And when it's time to kind of sukiyaki, you can bring the sukiyaki vegetables to the broth and everyone can kind of have fun putting the items in. Lastly, this is Japanese green onion, also known as Tokyo negi. Negi is the word for green onion, and this is uniquely Japanese. It kind of looks like the size of a leek, but it's got a very, very mild sweet flavor. Take the root away, and I'm just cutting it into kind of manageable sections. And what I'm gonna do is do a wide bias. When I put these in the broth, they will soften up, add the flavor, and be super delicious. Japanese green onions are gonna have the sweetness of a leek, but be more mild like a scallion. If you can't find Japanese green onions, just use the white parts of a regular scallion. So there you have it. I've got my vegetable medley. This dish is traditionally served in the winter time, so you can kind of pick your medley of vegetables, but this is the kind of standard set in Kanto-Style Sukiyaki. All right, so veggies and tofu prepped. I'm going to the fridge to grab my Wagyu beef and my shirataki noodles. So the beef that we're using is Wagyu, meaning a Japanese breed of beef that's super marbled, and this is sliced paper thin, so it cooks really, really quickly. So this is called shirataki noodle. It's a yam starch noodle, so it's kind of like a glass noodle. It's really kind of bouncy. I'm gonna drain these noodles. The shirataki noodles are actually held in liquid. Because they're so delicate, if they weren't, they'd be sticking together. So we're just going to very quickly strain those noodles out. So because these noodles are a starch noodle, there's no carbohydrates. It's a zero carb noodle. So it's time to start heating up our iwachi sukiyaki nabe. All that really means is it's the pot that's made for sukiyaki. Nabe means pot, sukiyaki, and the iwachi is the type of pot. If you don't have a sukiyaki pot, you can use a brazier, a shallow saucier, or even a small Dutch oven. So what I'm gonna do is kind of oil this pan, but instead of using oil, I'm gonna use the fat of the beef to really kind of get the beef flavor going. In Japan, I'd be using a brick of Wagyu fat, but this beef is so fatty that this is gonna do the same thing. So now I'm gonna open up each piece of beef, lay it flat against the pan, and allow it to sear up just a little bit. So I'm using Wagyu beef, which is a Japanese breed of beef. You can find pure Wagyu or sometimes hybrid Wagyu, or you could just use very, very marbled, thin sliced beef. So the beef is seared on one side. It's still very rare in the middle. I'm gonna push it up against one corner. So now that the beef is pushed up against the side, I'm gonna start building the broth. And I'm bringing in my warushita, stirring and making sure the sugar is completely dissolved. The mirin is gonna bubble up into all that delicious beef fat and create a super rich broth. Now I'm just gonna take every ingredient and just start arranging this hot pot so all the flavors can marry together. Put it in one corner here. I'm gonna take my tofu, and how you arrange this is totally up to you. Onions, I'm gonna put the mushrooms here, and I'm actually just really gonna use the surface area and push that beef around so it elevates a little bit. And then I have my Japanese scallions. And then I've got my shirataki noodles. You take your stars, you kind of lay them around to arrange a decorative pattern. This is such a fun way to be eating. And I've got my warushita, but now I need a little bit of water to build that broth up a little bit. I want to make a braise here and not dilute the warushita too much. And there it is. I'm going to cover this, let it simmer, and the vegetables are going to start to mellow out. All the flavors are going to start to come together, and it's almost time to eat. So the onions and all the veggies and the beef have simmered. I'm literally salivating as I'm standing here smelling all the smells. So the warushita has done its job. It's simmered. The onions till they're sweet, the beef until it's perfect, the tofu, all of the flavors have been traded. I'm gonna show you two ways to eat this, one traditional and one nouveau. So the traditional way is to take a pasteurized egg, break it into the bowl. And in Japan, Kanto style means I'm going to whisk this egg up This is gonna be very similar to cracking eggs into a custard. I'm gonna take the beef very hot out of the warashita. It's going to quickly be coated in egg. And because the beef is so hot, this egg is going to warm up and get very custardy very quickly. It's sweet, it's umami. All of those vegetable flavors have permeated this broth. That is Kanto style. If you're a little nervous about raw eggs, here's another way to serve it. You could actually poach the eggs right near the end inside the broth. So I'm gonna make just a little well here. And this is very similar to other Japanese noodle dishes like nabeyaki, udon. And I'm gonna close this just for about 2 minutes. Once the egg poaches, it's mostly cooked, but it's still kind of runny in the middle. You could ladle this out and you can share it with your family. All right, let's check back in on our egg. Oh yeah, look at that. So I've got my shirataki noodles that now have the broth on them. Of course, the beef that's cooked through, but still tender. A little bit of the cabbage, scallion, mushroom. You can't forget the stars. We fight for those in our house. Tofu, and then just the broth. So everyone would get a portion like this. All those vegetables have sweetened up to perfection. This is why sukiyaki is one of my favorite dishes to make with the family. So there you go, one of my favorite hot pots, Japanese style Kanto Sukiyaki. Today we're headed to China's Sichuan province to make one of its most famous dishes, Mapo-Tofu. Some people think that they hate tofu, which makes no sense to me, but this is the dish that will convert any non-believer. The dish is a love letter to Sichuan cuisine, and it's silken tofu, which is super soft and melds together with a lot of flavors. Combined with ground meat, it creates a spicy, comforting stew over a bowl of rice. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get cooking, take a second to subscribe so you'll never miss a recipe. Let's get started. It's important for me to show you how to cook these dishes in real time. Instead of kind of like presetting all these bowls and all these ingredients and then going for it, I'm gonna show you how I do it at home. So getting the pan preheated is the first thing, and I'm gonna go for my aromatics. Now, ginger and garlic are always going to be your classic Chinese aromatics. I'm not a believer in having to peel ginger. You're not gonna taste the little bit of ginger skin on here. So what I'm gonna do is just cut them into very thin strips. I'm gonna cut those perpendicular now into 1/8" pieces. And that to me is minced ginger. So very, very simple. All right, now with ginger out of the way, garlic. I found a new way to do garlic. Everyone's got one of these at home. Just a nice bowl, y'all, and just smash. Look at that. So this does 90% of the work. And then what I'm gonna do now is just take my knife and do a very clean 1/8" pass. And that's it. Do not mess with garlic more than that for the Asian kitchen. Let's focus on getting all this hot and sizzling. Our pan has been preheating. I'm always using a neutral high temperature oil, peanut canola. Let's get those aromatics in. All right, so I don't have my heat cranked to 11 because I still need some really important ingredients in the pantry. I'm grabbing black beans in 2 forms, and I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Szechuan peppercorn and magical, mystical doubanjiang. It's an ingredient you must learn if you're going to master Szechuan cuisine. We need to bloom these spices, and the first spice you need to learn is Szechuan peppercorn. In this form, it's not easy to cook with, so you can buy it either whole or buy it ground. We're using the ground here, all right? So I'm gonna put a little bit into the pan to start it blooming. Just like Indian or Thai or other cuisines, bloom your spices in the heat. It is numbing and it is hot. So taste it before you cook with it. Use the smaller amount in the recipe before you just go, yo, I love hot and I love numbing. Let's look inside the pan here. Ginger and garlic are brown. I'm getting a very kind of beautiful bloomed floral spice out of this. And now the next thing we're gonna do is add some ground beef. Beef is the classic interpretation. You've seen a lot of recipes out there using pork. It's totally up to you. I'm just trying to keep this one authentic. So my goal here is just to get that beef cooked through about 90%. let it brown. It's gonna add a lot of flavor. Okay, it's time to talk about black beans. These are Chinese fermented black beans. You take black beans, you add salt, and you ferment them down, and that fermentation releases a ton of umami. They're also processed to make a black bean sauce. Black beans are really the core of most Asian cuisine. I'm looking into the pan. The meat is mostly cooked through. All those spices and black beans, none of it's sticking to the pan. This is when I'm gonna start to build my base, my liquid base. It's gonna be like a stew that I'm gonna thicken down. It's smelling so good in here. Another ingredient you need to know, doubanjiang, Szechuan fermented broad bean chili sauce. So instead of fermenting black beans, they're fermenting a bean that looks very similar to a fava bean, and that bean creates another fermented funk. They add chili, they add garlic to that, and if you've had chili garlic sauce or gochujang, this is a whole nother level. So I'm gonna roll that in there, and I'm just gonna start building more flavors. I'm gonna add a thin soy sauce, also known as superior soy sauce. This is basically Chinese all-purpose soy sauce. This is a very important ingredient. This is sweet soy or dark soy. You know, chicken powder is a quintessential ingredient for umami. Next, I need to balance all that umami and salt with a little bit of sweetness. So now I'm gonna increase the volume of liquid without adding any more seasoning, and I'm just doing water. So the combination of chicken powder and water creates chicken stock. If you wanted to just sub that out with straight chicken stock, that would work too. So we've created this delicious kind of broth with the chilies and the spices and the ground beef. It's time to address our tofu. Fun fact, Mapo-Tofu origin story. Mapo is affectionately a pockmarked grandmother or auntie, and she makes this famous tofu dish. Look it up. I know I didn't make that up. Tofu and cheese are made exactly the same way. With cheese, you take milk and you create curds and you push those curds into cheese. Tofu is made exactly the same. You take soy milk and you create the curds. How much you smash that curd and how dense it is determines what kind of tofu. This is called silken tofu, so it means it's very, very soft. I've cut it into blocks, and I'm gonna take these blocks now, cut them into perfect cubes. As the tofu is taking a beautiful bath in that spicy, savory broth, I'm gonna cut some scallions. If you've cut with me before, I take away the roots, I take away a little bit of the tips there. The big question I get is, Jet, do I use the whites or the greens? Use it all. So I basically cut them in half. I put a little bias on it, and I'm just slicing through and creating a little bias cut. All right, to thicken our Mapo-Tofu, we're just gonna make a simple slurry, and all that is equal parts cornstarch, arrowroot or tapioca starch into water. You can't throw cornstarch straight into hot liquid because it'll immediately seize up and create little dumplings, and that will not achieve the desired effect. What we're doing is we're creating a slurry first, and then we're introducing the slurry into the sauce at 180 degrees. That cornstarch starts to activate, and check it out, it's already starting to pull together. And it does what we call gelatinizing, and that thin soup has now become a beautiful thick stew. That's it right there. This is your last chance to check your flavors. Just do a quick taste, because once this plate goes out, you're gonna be judged, and either it's gonna be a good judging or a bad judging. Savoriness, spiciness, just a little round of sweetness. Oh man, that numbing spice is such a unique feeling. Put some scallions on that. That is it right there. It's like lava. I mean, it is hot, so let me cool that off a little bit. The richness of the beef, the heat, the acid, the spice, and then that silky tofu really is that perfect combination. I'm serving this with white rice, but it really goes well with brown as well. You can also just throw this over a plate of beautifully cooked noodles. It is amazing. I hope you've learned a lot about Szechuan food. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today we're making a curry that's really close to my family's heart. It's called hung lei, and you probably haven't seen it on too many Thai menus, but it's the most popular Thai curry in northern Thailand. It's also my personal favorite. My mom actually comes from the northern Thai region, and it's something we've had in our house as far back as I can remember. What's happening, team? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get cooking, take a minute and subscribe. Let's get started. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna need to do is make the marinade, but I've got garam masala, I've got curry powder, red curry, and pickled garlic. 4 ingredients, which actually within these ingredients, I probably have like 20 ingredients. So we need to talk about curry for a second, right? Because many of the world's cultures have curry. Curry, or kare, K-A-R-E before it was C-U-R-R-Y, is a Tamil word that just simply translates to a spiced sauce. Indian curry, made from spices. Thai curry, made from herbs, and I have a few herbs here. The chilies, the shallots, the garlic, all those ingredients, and that's all curry is. Okay, I'm gonna use both bases as my marinade for my pork for this curry. So this is Thai curry paste. If you finish it with red chilies, you've made red curry. And then on this side, I'm using the garam masala and the curry powder. This is a really great recipe because it is an homage to northern Thailand. And northern Thailand basically is a collection of the different cultures that go into these ingredients. There's Indian, there's Burmese, there's Chinese, and there's Thai. So that's the marinade. Let's get the pork into there and kind of massage it all together. I'm gonna cut up 2 types of pork. I've got pork belly here, which is the bacon part, and then I've got pork shoulder. So I am using skin on belly this time. I'm cutting it into 1-inch blocks, and then I'm gonna take those 1-inch blocks and cut them into 1-inch little squares. You know what, my grandma used to basically go all pork belly, but I usually just do pork shoulder. All right, so pork belly pieces in, pork shoulder. So same thing, guys, 1-inch lengths become 1-inch pieces. All the ingredients go in, and yes, it's time to get my hands dirty. So the idea is to get all that red curry paste, which is a ton of herbs and garlic, the garam masala, which is also a collection of spices, the madras curry, which is a collection of spices, way into the meat. So I'm really taking the time to massage this in. And you're gonna start smelling all of those beautiful warming spices, the lemongrass, the chilies, the garlic. And that's perfect. So this is gonna hang out 4 hours to overnight. So I like to cook this curry in a Dutch oven. It really is my favorite tool because the really wide sides and the cast iron really holds heat. Because it's enamelized, it's going to be a non-stick experience, which makes life very easy. So this pork has been hanging out and marinating. It's so interesting, people really ask, like, what's your favorite oil? It's grapeseed. I just like grapeseed a lot because it's so neutral. It has a very high smoke point, and I can cook with it and I can make dressings with it. I'm looking into the pan, I'm getting a little bit of white smoke. That means I'm at searing temp, and I'm just throwing the pork right in. And it feels like a lot of pork, but another reason why I'm using cast iron is it can take it. I'm not gonna get an immediate massive drop of temperature and take me out of the sear zone. So remember, I'm listening always, and if I'm hearing that shh, I'm in a good place. So this is gonna take a minute. What I'm gonna do is let the pork sear, brown, turn, sear, brown, turn. So eventually, when I turn it enough, I'm gonna get it nice and brown. And I need to do that because there's a good amount of fat in here and I wanna render that fat. So as I'm doing that, let's talk about some other really key ingredients. The next few things going in are ginger and pickled garlic. It is a Thai young pickled garlic. It's got that really good balance between sugar, salt, and acid, all right? So check it out. They've actually pickled the entire head of garlic, but I wanna break it down into bulbs. So you see this little shoot? It's pretty dense. So what I like to do is either cut above it, and then I'll cut below it where the actual kind of roots come out. And most garlic is kind of held together by both the top and the bottom. And then I just smash, and that's how I get all of those great little garlic bulbs right there. All right, checking in on the browning. Because I didn't touch this pan much, look at that. I'm already starting to get a nice, even browning. Remember, I'm using the surface area here. And I'm not scared to use a little more oil here because I do want to kind of jumpstart that Maillard effect, that searing. But it's always important to really scrape the bottom of the pan. All right, that's good to go. All right, next ingredient is ginger. This curry has a ton of ginger in it, and just cut them into that blades of grass cut. Last ingredient that's gonna go in kind of on the first pass here is peanuts. And these are just plain roasted peanuts. Wow, all those spices and chilies are really starting to wake up. And it is smelling amazing. So remember, you're walking that line between a really well brown, but not burning any of your spices and your curry paste. And then I'm gonna kind of reinforce the flavors in here. I'm gonna up it by adding the ginger, that pickled garlic, and then peanuts before I add my liquids. So I'm gonna give this a second to really wake up that garlic flavor, that ginger flavor, and scraping down the sides as you go. You don't want any of that curry to settle on the bottom and burn. Right now it's being well browned. And now I'm just gonna add chicken stock. So just a good amount of chicken stock in. And essentially what I'm creating here is a braise, because if you notice, the liquid is not covering the meat. By the liquid being under the meat, we're going to let this simmer covered for an hour and a half until all that pork belly breaks down and it becomes a really beautiful curry. So the curry's been simmering for about an hour and a half. Let's check on if that pork is nice and tender. That looks great. I like to use a knife or a fork and press into the pieces of pork. And if it goes in fairly easy, that's it right there. And the next thing is kind of viscosity. You know, we've created a really beautiful kind of texture here. It's nice and thick. I'm not looking for like a bisque or a chowder. I'm looking for, you know, a nice kind of gravy, but a gravy that'll kind of seep through rice. So, all right, it's seasoning time. Let's talk about flavorings going into the pot. Thai food is 5 flavors. We know this. You guys have cooked with me for so long now. Hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory. Hot is already in there. I mean, remember, we've got the chilies, we've got all the spices. Sour is gonna come from the pickled garlic. So we've actually had the pieces of pickled garlic in there. I'm actually gonna use the juice now to season this up. Another very important sour is tamarind. All right, so we got hot, we have sour, salty, of course, is fish sauce. This is Thai fish sauce, beautiful amber in color. And then because this is a true fusion dish, that whole northern Thailand area is Chinese and Burmese. We're gonna use a black soy. It's got a beautiful color, and watch as this pours. It's that addition of molasses and brown sugar. Last, we need sweet. This is palm sugar. All this is the sap from the coconut palm tree. It is delicious. It has the taste of honey, a little bit of jasmine essence in there, so that's going right in. This only should be like a 4 or 5 spicy. It's not gonna blow your head off. Wow. That backed up with the ginger. It has such a unique and delicious flavor. I am done, guys. It's time to plate this up. My favorite pair is going to be rice. I'm using jasmine rice because it is northern Thailand. You could also eat this with sticky rice, no problem. So again, some are going to kind of be a little leery about the oil. So the way to kind of get around that is push from the middle, rotate out, and then grab a nice serving. Oh, look at that. Come on. Pork belly, peanuts, ginger, garlic. I always want to make sure that my rice is swimming in sauce. I like to garnish with some Thai lime leaves, and I'm going to show you a really quick chiffonade. I put the leaves on top of each other, I roll them up really tight, and I'm using lime leaves because there's lime leaves in the curry paste, so it's kind of that callback to the ingredient, and I think it just gives it a nice little pop. So just a very, very thin pass. I'm gonna throw just a little bit on top and a little bit of cilantro leaves, or coriander, if you will. Hung lei curry, very minimal effort for such an unctuous dish. Just that pork belly, oh my God, that's the perfect bite right there. Woo! That was not a TV bite, that was a legit, that is delicious bite. The first thing that hits you is this umami heat. And those warming spices of the clove and the cardamom and the cinnamon kind of are just warming. There's a base of nice red chili underneath, and then the pork belly, the acid of the ginger, and the pickled garlic. Although it's a heavy dish, it eats super light and it's super craveable. All right, guys, hung lei curry. If you enjoyed this recipe, please hit that like button. Put any questions or comments down below, and I'm looking forward to cooking with you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today we're going to make mouth-watering Thai barbecue chicken, paired with a refreshing papaya salad. Thai barbecue chicken is so popular in Thailand that it's basically become its own food group. Nobody can resist this herbaceous, spice-laden, sticky, sweet grilled chicken. I'm gonna show you my hacks to how to make this dish the easy way. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila and welcome to Ready Jet Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss my next recipe. Let's get into the pantry. So for the marinade, I'm gonna need curry paste and curry powder. I call this Thai barbecue chicken 2.0 because in my first book I wrote it one way with a dry spice, and then I was like, there's such an easier way to do this, and that easy way means adding curry paste. So what is it? It's actually like 15 ingredients in one. It's basically all those herbs that we love in one amazing curry paste. You've got so many flavor profiles. You've got heat, you've got citrus, you've got all that herbaceousness that you love about Thai food right into there. So we're gonna extend that now and even add another layer of flavor, curry powder. So just like curry paste, curry powder is a super ingredient because you've got like turmeric, coriander, cumin, and so many more things in there. So now we're gonna extend it into a marinade, which means liquid. Now the liquid that I'm choosing is coconut milk for many reasons. One, because of that natural coconut oil. Fat is flavor, team. And that means all that fat is gonna coat the chicken beautifully. It's gonna get down into the pores of the chicken and really coat well. So I'm gonna work this into a marinade. Of course, Thai food, hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory. I need the sweet in here because I have just about everything else. I wanna bump up the salt a little bit with some kosher salt. And lastly, I'm gonna up the garlic. There is garlic in that curry paste, but I want even more because I think it really just boosts that flavor. I think garlic is just one of those kind of what we call a force multiplier. I think it just makes everything more delicious. And you don't have to get very particular in this cut. I'm just gonna give it a really clean mince. A note about curry paste. If you are cooking for friends or family that have shellfish allergies, do know that some curry paste contain shrimp and some don't. So just make sure to give a really quick eyeball on your curry paste to make sure that all of our friends that might have shellfish allergies are okay. That's it, team. That is Thai barbecue chicken marinade. But like a lot of things that I teach, don't just use it on Thai barbecue chicken. Use it on chicken wings. Use it on steak. Use it on anything you would actually put on a grill. It's a fantastic marinade. All right, speaking of chicken, let's go get that chicken. So as you can see, I have a whole chicken on a gel board, and I've got a lot of options here. If you're like, bro, I don't like whole chickens, it scares me, apply the same recipe to chicken wings, chicken thighs, chicken breasts. To simply split this chicken in half, whatever knife you're using, make sure to chalk up on that blade. Grab that blade with a pinch grip because you're going through some bones here. So what I like to do is I'll lift the chicken neck to know where the spine is, and I'm literally just gonna cut along the spine and break the spine up until I go through the back but not through the breast. I'm gonna turn the chicken over now, splay it out, and I'm gonna actually break that breastbone. I know where the line is to cut that breast in half, so I'm just gonna trace the line with the knife. Once I'm through, I'm gonna add a little more pressure, draw the knife through, and check it out. I've done it. All right, chicken is split in half. Let's make room for my next hack, which is using a gallon zip bag. It'll contain the marinade, it'll contain kind of all the chicken juices, and I'm just gonna slide both halves of the chicken in the bag. And if you're using chicken pieces, remember, same rules, all right? Don't worry. So with the bag open, I'm just gonna pour the marinade in. I'm containing all the chicken juices in one area. I'm going to close the bag, but before I close it completely, I'm gonna push as much air out as possible. I'm gonna use the bowl again, but I can actually massage the marinade in thusly. And the lovely thing about the bag is if you're marinating this overnight, you can do a few hours on one side and then a few hours on the other side. But this is a really trick way to not make a mess and contain all the juices. So I'm gonna put this one in the fridge. I already have one marinating from yesterday. I'm gonna show you how to roast it off. Now this chicken is going to go into a 375-degree oven for about 45 minutes until it's cooked through. And check that out. That is a thing of beauty right there. Totally marinated on both sides. I'm making sure to use tongs now so I don't actually have to touch the chicken. I'm using the oven method to roast the bird. If you are a pellet grill champion or if you love grilling outdoors, make sure you're doing it on indirect heat for about 45 minutes until cooked through. This one is going into the oven for 45 minutes at 375. So while that chicken's roasting, I'm gonna show you how to make Thai papaya salad. That means we gotta spend a second on this guy. This is a Maridol papaya, a Mexican papaya, but it's not ripe. I think most people have eaten the ripe version, but we use the unripe for salad quite often. Let me show you how to actually get the papaya shreds from this. We're just gonna start by peeling this papaya, and as you can see, there's a waxy skin, but before it gets any sugar, the flesh is very cucumber-like. Now, I'm gonna show you two ways to do this. I'm gonna show you how my grandmother did it, and then I'm gonna show you how we do it in the restaurants when we have to do 100 or 200 orders. Here's the way my grandmother did it. The grandma style is taking a knife and cutting parallel lines into the papaya. This papaya actually has a seed pod about 1 inch in, so we're trying to go deep enough but not hit that seed pod. Now I'm gonna turn the knife perpendicular to the papaya and make my shreds. And when you're walking through like the night markets of Thailand, it's really fun to watch the moms, aunties, uncles do it this way. So that's how my grandma did it. And again, it's really tough to mimic the beauty and the mouthfeel of that cut right there. Here's another option, the pulling shredder. So pretty much it's a peeling motion, and you're gonna be able to pull shreds just like that. Real simple. If you don't have the confidence in your knife skills, the pull shredder is really the easy way to go. But that's it. That's how to get papaya for the papaya salad. I made a ton of head that's ready to go right there. The rest of the knife work is very easy. Cherry or grape tomatoes. I've got some cherries here. These are simply just going to be split in half and put back in the bowl. The next item is Chinese long beans. These are super fun. If you've never seen them, they're called Chinese yard long beans. They have a pretty unique flavor profile. Unlike the Blue Lake green bean, I think they're a lot more dense. They have a really nice kind of a spinachy taste. So the way you prep those is you don't want the little root ends. And then I'm just gonna simply cut this into 2-inch pieces. So it's time to get my old school Thai food processor. Yes. All right, so this is a wooden mortar, and I'm just gonna start processing the tougher ingredients. Dried shrimp, garlic, chilies, and I'm using 2, and that's gonna be pretty hot because these are Thai chilies, and a few of the peanuts to start going. And I'm just gonna start breaking that down. And I'm not really overworking this. I just want them to break up a little bit and form like a rough paste. That's really all I'm going for. Just like that. Some of the long beans, some of the peanuts, and I'm using palm sugar. You could use regular sugar if you want, but palm sugar does crystallize, so I need to really start breaking that down. And when I'm coming into the mortar and pounding, you'll hear the word pak pak a lot in Thai cooking. This is that pak pak sound. So I'm actually coming in sideways to break down the ingredients so they don't jump out, and then I'm going straight down, and then I'm actually gonna give it a stir. All right, now papaya and tomato. And I wanna really smush these tomatoes in there to kind of release their liquid. And now I'm gonna bring a spoon to the game to kind of turn over on itself. So the spoon is churning the ingredients, the mortar and pestle are pounding it. So I'm gonna add lime juice for acid, fish sauce, and we're just about done. This really is a fun way to do it. So if you don't have a cool wooden mortar that your grandma left you, it's okay to do this in a blender. Just build all the dressing ingredients and then toss them into the papaya and tomatoes. It's a very simple process. Secret ingredient time. I always add a little touch of MSG. If you don't have any issues with MSG, you really are going to notice the flavor pop of it. That's it, team. I mean, check that out. That is a beautiful papaya salad right there. If you can't find papaya for any reason, this is also a really good dressing for a slaw mix. So cabbage, carrots, you could even do like some green apples or something like that. But it's just another dressing to kind of put into your Jet Tila cookbook. All right, let's get that chicken. All righty, look at that. That's perfection. So like I was saying, I did this all the way through in the oven, but feel free to make this one of your grilling staple recipes and cook it, off direct heat. Another thing you can do is bake it off until like 160, hold it, and then when the friends are coming over on a grill day, finish it on the grill to get that beautiful color. There's a lot of options here. So how I like to break this down is just in kind of grabbable pieces. So the first thing I'm gonna do is separate out the leg and thigh. Boom. And this wing, which is my favorite piece, I always cut and hide for myself. And then the breast can really kind of become, to me, 3 pieces. So I take the middle part off first, and then I take the breast, I'm gonna go 2 here. And the most important thing when cutting chicken in the whole to keep it presentable is keep that knife moving. What you wanna do is not press and then tear the skin, kind of separate the skin first, just like that, and then you can find the joint and push down. Very nice. All right, let me plate this up. I've made like a nice little presentation platter, and I'm just gonna start stacking that bird over here. I like to show off that perfect skin, and I'm always looking for some height to my plating, so that leg can come up. That wing can also be a place where presentation matters there, and these little bits are chef's privilege. So I've got chicken, I got my papaya salad. Papaya salad and Thai barbecue chicken always serve with sticky rice. And I mean Thai sticky rice. So Thai sticky rice is one of the few rice on earth that's truly steamed. It absorbs its water during the soaking process, and then it gets steamed in a basket, and then it's presented at the table in one of these bamboo keepers. I'm gonna show you how to eat this like a pro. The way to use sticky rice is grab a piece of rice, mold it into like a mini tortilla or a piece of naan, because this is your starch. So you're gonna tear off a piece of chicken, laminate it right onto the rice. I'm gonna grab a piece of papaya salad. I'm gonna dip in sweet chili sauce, and that's it right there. Wow, that is the perfect meal. The rice kind of has a jasmine smell. That chicken is spicy, succulent. The papaya salad is acidic, it's sweet, and then you finish it off with just a little bit of sweet chili. This really is a meal that takes me back to Thailand. Well, there you have it, friends. A Thai barbecue chicken feast. We've thrown in the papaya salad there. I hope you make this at home. Make sure to subscribe, and we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. So today I'm making Salmon Misoyaki, which translates to miso grilled salmon in Japanese. It's a staple in my house, and it's a super simple, delicious way to prepare salmon fillets at home. I'm gonna show you how to select, prepare, and cook this dish like we do at the restaurants. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's do this. Japanese, there it is, perfect. So for misoyaki, I'm gonna need mirin, sake, and ginger. Sake and mirin are actually cousins. Mirin is made from sake. Both have alcohol, both brewed from rice, but mirin has sugar in it, so it makes it sweet. So when I think about flavor profiles, you wanna use mirin to sweeten dishes, you wanna use sake to give that kind of burnt rice aroma. Fun fact, in Japan, the word sake just means all alcohol, all booze, beer, wine, etc. So if you want to look like a pro, sake is called nihonshu in Japanese. And then finally, we're gonna need some ginger for this misoyaki. When picking ginger, look for very large hands of ginger instead of small nubs like this, and make sure the ginger is bright yellow to pale yellow. As the ginger ages out, it starts to turn kind of blue, and you don't want that stuff. You know what? It wouldn't hurt to snap a little finger off just to check, and there you have it. So the last thing I need is miso paste. Now, there are several types. This is shiro miso, which is white miso. So it goes from white, yellow to red. The deeper you get, the saltier, the more earthy, the more umami you get. It's basically fermented soybean paste. I mean, there's a lot more flavor though, right? The fermentation creates a lot of umami, that delicious savory note. So just think about this like a soy sauce paste, but it's so much more because there's a lot of layers. It's a really balanced flavor profile. Let's get cooking. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is actually make the misoyaki glaze. But this dish is a twofer because you're also gonna learn how to perfectly grill and season salmon. So the first thing we need to do is actually start the glaze by cooking down some sake and mirin. And the way I'm gonna do that very carefully is to preheat whatever vessel. This is a saucepan, but you can go bigger. Now it's very important, okay, that you're actually gonna pour the sake away from you. I want you to preheat your pan or your saucepan to get it like ripping hot. And very important, if you're cooking in a kitchen that has a low kind of hood space, you can actually just bring it up to a boil from cold. Don't try to flambe if you don't have a lot of hood space. So here we go. Hold your bottle thusly away from you, and I'm just gonna pour away from myself, and there it is. So what you're looking for is for the flames basically to ignite and then go away. And that means the alcohol in this sake is cooked down. So the next ingredient is gonna be mirin. It also has alcohol, but a lot lower by volume. This is gonna give us the sweetness. So mirin, similarly to sake, is an alcohol made of rice. In America, we call these two things rice wine, which is kind of a misnomer in my opinion, because right, wine is made from fermenting of juices. Now these are grains, right? So rice fermentation is a grain. So in my opinion, these are more similar to beer. I'm gonna stick to that one because I think I'm right. So sake is cooked off, the mirin is boiling. Again, the pot is ripping hot, so do be careful. But you can actually see the sake is reduced almost all the way, like 75%. The mirin has also reduced. All those aromatic flavor notes are concentrated. It's time now to add sugar. So it's very important to dissolve this sugar 100%. The sugar is gonna do a few things other than obviously being the sweet in here. It's also gonna give you that kind of syrupy glaze, right? It's gonna marry amazingly with the miso and give you this clingy, delicious glaze. Another thing I'm looking for is that pale yellow look of a reduced sake, which I'm getting now. At this point, I wanna reduce the flame because with all the sugar and the actual thickness of the syrup, it's gonna boil over quickly. So it's miso time. And you know, like I stated, I'm using a yellow miso here because it's the mildest of all three misos, and I'm gonna work that right in. If you've never tasted miso paste by itself, it's not as sharp as soy sauce, right? It doesn't have that deep saltiness of soy sauce. It's got a lot of savoriness to it, almost a sweet floral quality to it. It's a phenomenal ingredient anywhere you're looking for just a little bit of salt and a lot of savoriness. There we go. So as the miso's working in, I'm gonna turn up the heat just a little bit. And my job here now is just to make sure I whisk this in so it incorporates completely smooth into this sauce. All right, so the miso is incorporated perfectly. The sugar has dissolved. That is becoming one beautiful glaze. So I'm gonna turn this to low and I'm gonna show you a phenomenal ginger trick. It's kind of one of those ingredients that makes people go, why is this so delicious? Yes, I could use a planer, I could chop ginger, but I'm gonna show you a way to get just the pure ginger pulp without any skin or fibers. Check this out. Common box grater, you want the smooth, small holes. I'm gonna take a piece of cling film and just stretch it over. You don't have to wrap the entire box grater. Now take the actual ginger. We're gonna break off one finger. Don't worry about peeling. All the magic will happen right here. And the goal here is to get straight ginger pulp, right? I want all the deliciousness of ginger melting into this sauce without grabbing any of the fibers. So just I would say light to medium pressure as you go back and forth, and then watch what happens. Check that out. All of the fibers and the skin ends up there. And what you get concentrated on your grater is 100% pure ginger pulp, just like that. Great for sashimi, phenomenal for this dish. So I'm gonna get this into the pot. I wanna get the ginger in and make this a beautiful kind of glaze. Again, what am I looking for? I'm looking for one kind of perfect consistency, viscosity that'll coat the fish really well. And this is my chance to actually taste it because the sauce is practically done. The saltiness and the savoriness comes from the miso. The sugar really kind of supports it, and that ginger just pops perfectly. So if you're not gonna use this miso sauce right away, just put it in the fridge in an airtight container, and it is good for weeks. So sauce is done, let's focus on fish. The issue is the salmon fillet is kind of a rectangle. It's kind of a pros versus Joes situation. When you take a rectangular piece of fish, you just cut a block off of it and put it on the grill. It doesn't look super cool. I'm gonna show you how chefs deal with this rectangular piece of salmon and make it look like, you know, a piece of art culinaire. Watch this. All right, so first thing I'm gonna look for, this is skin on. We don't need the skin, but I like to leave it on because it keeps the moisture and the fat in. And what I'm gonna do, instead of just cutting a perpendicular block off the right here, watch what I do. I'm gonna take my knife, angle it 45 degrees, start in a little in from the left edge, and watch what happens. Use that blade and let it do the slicing for you. You know what, you eat with your eyes first, so I think it's really important to have food that looks cool. So I'm gonna cut my third piece off the fish now. Perfect. Now I'm making sure to disconnect the actual skin. Now that first piece there, in a restaurant, I would totally use that because I have one side that's sloped and the other side that's flat. Let's save these for later and focus on our 3 slices. So whenever I'm buying salmon, a few things that I'm looking for, right? I'll let your senses be your guide, okay? So visually first, I'm looking for really nice bright orange. I'm also looking for a translucence, like it should look wet, right? But not slimy, there's a big difference there. And then if you are at a piece of salmon you can actually get into, you wanna touch it. I know, it makes fishmongers crazy, but I mean, don't bruise the salmon, but you wanna push it down gently and it should bounce back. The third sense that I rely on is my smell. So if you're close enough to the salmon, it should smell sweet like the ocean. So those are the 3 quick tips on how to pick salmon. Fancy salmon cuts are down, and this is actually called karimi in Japanese. Yes, like French have knife cuts for everything, so do the Japanese. So off angle is called karimi, which is what I've done here. And I'm simply just gonna season with salt and pepper on both sides. One side is totally seasoned. Let's go to the other. I'm using kosher salt, just in case you're wondering. I do like a coarse kosher salt or a flake sea salt. So the seasoning is adhered. Let's talk about the grill. So I'm using a grill pan, right? Few critical steps that ensure really great grilling without sticking. Preheating is number 1. Number 2 is make sure that grill has been cleaned from that last use, which this one obviously has. And I'm relying on that seasoning of the grill, which I can see that this grill has been used, it's been cleaned right. So it's built up a very natural non-stick surface, which is called seasoning. And what you can do to guarantee less stick is to pre-oil the salmon. I'm gonna show you how I like to do it. You know, my buddy Tad and Allie, they give me a hard time because, you know, I like using pan spray. So what I like to do is I'll take the seasoned salmon and hit it with a little bit of spray oil. And you know what, I use the canola because I think it has a better smoke point, it has a higher temperature. And I'll do both sides before I lay it on there. I think spray oil is the best thing since sliced bread because it's a controlled spray, it doesn't get goopy, it gives you that perfect mist for what we gotta do here. This is a grill pan, obviously, so not the kind of grill that has the flame shooting through. What I do is put my hand about 2 inches above, and if I can't hold my hand there for about 4 to 5 seconds, then I'm good. Another thing I'm looking for is a little smoke, and I've got both of those things right here. Grill is at the perfect temperature, my fish is oiled and seasoned. So what I'm looking for are for those kind of raised areas, and I'm gonna go down and away from me. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So important Don't mess with the grill, friends. Let the grill do its thing. You're getting heat from the bottom. The bottom of this fish needs to sear, almost needs to cauterize, get those grill marks in. What you can do is use your eyeballs. Again, lean on your senses. What I'm looking for is a color change from orange to kind of that grilled brown color. And that's gonna be the first indicator to see when it lifts up. And another thing is, there's only one presentation side on food. So I wanna nail a beautiful grill mark on one side, and you got 2 chances for this. If you don't get it here, you can get it on the other side. But I'm not always focused on fish having to be cooked 50% and 50% top and bottom. I wanna nail that grill mark on one side, and then I wanna get that temperature kind of medium to where just the salmon starts flaking apart. Because I've let that fish basically sear on the bottom, I can get in and it's not sticking, and I'm not getting a big oil slick on the bottom of the fish. And I like these grill spatulas a lot. I think they're the perfect thing because they're flexible and they get in. So watch, pull back, over, perfectly grilled salmon every single time. Boom. It's that simple, friends. I love this dish for a few reasons. When I was in my 20s and I was going to sushi school, part of the rituals of working in a restaurant is everyone takes a turn cooking family meal every week, all right? So although we were working on sushi for 12, 15 hours a day, I would look forward to family meal. There was one chef that I worked with who made this salmon misoyaki, which is a very home-style dish, and like I fell in love with it. We were playing with all these exotic ingredients, but you know what? The highlight of my week was when Chef would make salmon misoyaki. So I stole that from him, and he stole that from his grandmother, and I'm giving it to you now. So this is why I love this dish so much. So the way to check doneness is unscientific. It's a little more art than anything. I'm pressing down in the middle, and it should just give, right? It shouldn't push down, and it shouldn't be so firm and rock hard, which is telling me that this fish is just cooked through. And again, I'm going in with a fish spatula to wiggle it first, and if it wants to come up, it is done. So let's land these so we don't overcook them. That is perfect. And in case you were wondering why I didn't do 4 pieces, 4 is a bad luck number in a lot of Asian countries. Look it up, it's a cool little fun fact. So it's time to put it all together. I'm going with brown rice, but any grain will work here. If you're kind of going grainless, cauliflower rice or zoodles would even be really cool. So boom, a little kind of one side versus the other there. And then I'm gonna land my fish kind of over like it's swimming. It's kind of that art of plating. Let me plate this way on the plate. I'm gonna turn it towards you, and I just need to simply sauce this. What you wanna do, if the sauce has been hanging out for a little bit, guys, make sure you get a little stir on there. And if it's tightened up a little too much, add a little water or a mirin, either one works. And I'm gonna kind of just go right over the top and then over around the plate. Another thing you could do if you really like that kind of lacquering or that big time saucing is take a nice brush and get the brush in there and really kind of laminate that sauce in there. Oh man, that looks delicious. So important to get enough sauce for every bite of rice is what I like to do. And then for simple garnishes, I love sesame seeds. I think that looks beautiful. And then I always cut some scallions on the bias and just make a little bit of garnish there and on this side. That's amazing. That is salmon misoyaki. Last thing left to do, I mean, you know the last Tila rule of cooking is to taste your food. The perfect bite, in my opinion, is a good piece of salmon, smother that rice with sauce, and you gotta get a decent amount of scallion. I'm gonna crush that. I mean, that dish hits on so many happy levels. You've got kind of that delicious salmon taste. You got the sweetness from the sugar. You got that mirin, you got the miso that kind of ties it all together with savoriness. This is my idea of a perfect meal. So there you have it, friends, a homemade salmon misoyaki with, you know, grandma's sauce that we stole from my other chef, but now it's yours. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. We'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today we're making the ultimate Japanese rice bowl dish, Oyako Donburi. In Japan, you'll find it served all over the place as a very popular street food. You're not gonna find it much in the States, however, but it's totally worth making it yourself at home. It incorporates the simple but deep flavored combinations of premium soy sauce, kombu, sake, mirin, all with a chefy omelet on top. What's happening, team? I'm Jet Tila, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get into it, please take a minute and subscribe below. Let's get started. So donburi in Japan is a collection of basically rice bowl dishes. And to make them, I'm gonna need to grab premium soy sauce and some sake. So we're making Oyako Donburi, which means parent and child. And in this case, it basically means chicken and egg. But you can get beef donburi, curry donburi, pork katsu donburi. I could go on forever, but this is gonna teach you the base. I'm gonna start by making the sauce, which is also the marinade for the chicken. Most donburi is made from this formulation of sauce. I'm gonna start with premium soy sauce. I know, man, it is so confusing because there's 1,000 types of soy sauces. For this dish, since it's Japanese, use a Japanese soy sauce first, product of Japan. And premium soy sauce really refers to the way that they are making the soy sauce. This is a brewed soy sauce, and the soybeans are naturally fermented. Basically, it's kind of like there are a lot of levels of wine. This is not the $2 stuff. This is the nice $15 to $20 stuff. So it's gonna have more body, better flavor. And this is what you're gonna wanna use for good cooked Japanese food. So next is gonna be sake right into the marinade. Sake in Japan just translates to booze. So everything is sake, beer, wine, spirits. If you wanna really impress your friends, this is called nihonshu. Nihonshu is made of rice and it's fermented. So again, sake, okay, but nihonshu will make you sound like a pro. Next, key ingredient in Japanese cooking is mirin, a sweetened version of sake. It's made of rice, it's fermented, so very key when creating like teriyaki sauces, noodle sauces, and especially donburi sauce. Next ingredient, kombu. So kombu is a kelp leaf. They harvest it from the ocean, and that's what we're looking for. That natural sea salt that's gonna create a ton of umami. So what we're gonna do is just throw that into the sauce, and we're trying to extract that top layer. Last two ingredients you know really well, sugar, and then just a little bit of water. There it is, we've just made donburi sauce. This can sit out until we're ready to cook. It only gets better as it sits. So next, we need to cut the chicken to marinate in the sauce. So yes, I'm using chicken thigh because chicken thigh has fat and flavor. I'm just cutting it into nice thin strips. Skinless, boneless thighs, chicken breast if you must. Both will work great. I'm gonna grab a separate bowl to marinate the chicken with. I'm gonna take a little bit of the marinade to marinate the chicken because remember, this is a marinade and a sauce as well. So let's get this coated very well. Let's talk about rice. This is a Japanese rice bowl, so we have to start with Japanese short grain rice. Easiest rice to make in all of the Asian rices because the ratio of water to rice in Japan is 1:1. So 1 part rice to 1 part water. Steam, which means simmer for 20 minutes, and this is what you get right here. 20 minutes cooked, 20 minutes rested, and you absolutely want to be fluffing your rice before you serve it. So in Asia, you know, the rice bowl also symbolizes your business, your marriage, your house. So don't go breaking rice grains because it's bad juju. For the donburi, I'm gonna preload the rice bowl and I'm not seasoning the rice at all. I want a decent bed of rice so the beautiful donburi, egg and chicken can sit right over the top. All right, so that's ready to go. Scallions, root, tip, let's get rid of that. I like to cut it right where the whites meet the greens, and then a nice thin bias slice. The onion here is to be sauteed with the chicken, so I'm gonna keep it nice and thin. I like to cut them in half and then peel them. See the rainbow? Make sure the root end is on your weak hand side, and just slice thin. And don't eat a lot because I'm just making 2 rice bowls. All right, in Japan, donburi is made with these amazing little donburi pots. They're 2 pieces, the handle which attaches to the pot, and then the lid. So you fire the little meat and egg in here, and you cap it, let it steam out, and once you're done, you grab it and you slide it right over the rice bowl. These are not easy to find, but you don't need them. If you can find them, super fun. But in America, everyone's got an omelet pan, okay? So 6 to 8 inch omelet pan. We're gonna get that over high heat. So first step is to add a little bit of oil. I want to get my eggs ready. So as that pan is heating up, I just want to make sure my eggs are beaten together. And I'm looking at my pan to see that oil getting right to that point where it's going to start to smoke. So a nice searing temperature. So we're in it. We're ready to go. The oil is getting quite hot. I'm going to start by putting a few pieces of chicken in there. Remember, there's sake in the sauce, and it can be flammable. And then I'm going to put some onion in. I want that chicken to sear, get about 75% cooked through. I want those onions to brown and get super sweet. It's time to deglaze this with more of the sauce. So I'm going to add half this sauce because this recipe makes 2 beautiful donburis. What's happening in the pan is all of that fond, all the chicken and onion pieces that are brown stuck to the pan are basically just creating more flavor. The sauce is actually now deglazing, lifting it up. Once I bring this to the boil, the sauce kind of reduces a little bit, picks up all the flavors and helps cook the chicken through. The liquid is coming to a boil. It's starting to reduce. I want to make sure my chicken's just a little bit more cooked through. What's going to happen is I'm going to throw my egg in there. It's going to create this loose raft, almost like a custard, and all that flavor is going to get suspended in this raft. We're going to place it over the rice bowl, and it's going to be this kind of self-basting experience. All right, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. I've got a nice simmer, and I'm going to just throw my eggs in. As you can see it immediately already starting to congeal. I'm going to throw my lid on, and we're going to watch this egg start to absorb that liquid and create this kind of custardy, beautiful omelet. So like I said, back in Japan, when you're actually watching these street vendors do this, you can see up to like 8 to 10 different donburi pots, and each one could have a different filling in it. It is pretty awesome. So what we're looking for is that fluffy egg to congeal in the middle, but not be overcooked. We gotta get that rice bowl ready to go, and let's check it out. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Look at that. It's this gorgeous chicken egg little omelet. It's hard to call this an omelet, but I think it's an omelet. So I'm looking for a rice bowl that's the appropriate size, so when I slide this omelet out, I get all that juice, look at all that, and I get it right on top, like a lid. Oh man. This really is the ultimate Japanese comfort food. These are molten lava hot, so do be careful. It's so fluffy. And although there's chicken and egg in there, it's cooked so tender. All that sauce has concentrated and based the rice. I hope I've introduced you to the world of donburi. This specifically is Oyako Donburi, the chicken and egg don. Go ahead, make this, order it. It's gonna be your new favorite rice bowl. Guys, if you like this recipe, please smash that like button. Throw your comments below. Make sure you're keeping up with everything we're doing here on Ready, Jet, Cook, and we'll see you later. Today I'm making pineapple fried rice. This dish is a delicious crowd pleaser, and I'm gonna show you a really eye-catching way to serve it up. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila, and welcome to Ready, Jet, Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get into the dish, please take a moment and subscribe to the Food Network YouTube channel so you can keep up with more of my favorite recipes. Pineapple fried rice is the most iconic version of Thai fried rice, and it's the first recipe my grandma ever taught me how to make. It's a staple in my kitchen, and I can't wait for you to see how it all plates up. Let's get started. So let's start with pineapple. And the key to picking sweet pineapples every time are really using your senses. Number one, looking for a peach or almost pink color in the fruit versus green. Green usually means not sweet yet. And when you get into these yellows and peaches, I know this is gonna be sweet. Also, the pineapple should be heavy for its size. And the last sense you're gonna use is smell. And what you're gonna wanna do is smell that base of the pineapple. And if you get that floral pineapple smell, I guarantee you this is gonna be a perfect pineapple. So I'm gonna show you how to make a pineapple into a serving bowl. Thai cuisine is kind of known for its fruit carvings, and this is the most basic version that's gonna really be a stunner at the dinner table. So the first thing I'm gonna do is look for this kind of symmetrical midpoint in the pineapple, meaning I'm gonna let the pineapple settle naturally on a flat spot, and I'm looking for that midpoint, which is right there. Do not remove the fronds. I'm keeping the fronds on. I'm gonna line up the knife parallel to where I'm gonna cut, and I'm going to angle and just slide the edge in. So I've pushed the edge in and leaned to make that first cut. Once I'm done, I'm gonna flip it 180 degrees, find that cut line again, line it up visually to split that frond in half, and just lean, slice, and I've opened up that pineapple perfectly. I have 2 potential serving bowls here, and what I'm gonna do now is chalk up on the knife, meaning I wanna grab the knife by the blade, and I'm gonna kind of just give myself a visual cut line, right? I wanna come in about 1/2 inch from the entire edge of the pineapple. Don't go all the way through, you don't wanna push through the pineapple. And the way to really control your blade is to do kind of small sawing motions. I've drawn a line from the perimeter. I'm gonna make a wedge from the center, the core, now cutting out towards that perimeter, and I've got my first wedge. I'm gonna reverse the pineapple, start in at the core, meet that first cut, there's my second. And once I go from the center in, I can push out, and here's my final cut. I'm gonna take the knife, create my last wedge here, and then trace the core out. And in 4 movements, I have 4 pieces. Very, very simple. And then I'm gonna use the actual pineapple fruit around the core for my dices. My dices are simple. A tile becomes a slice becomes a dice. So remember, that's it. I'm kind of visualizing eating pineapple rice with a spoon. Every spoon should have a good combination of some rice, the Chinese sausage, all the delicious bits in one. So that's why this pineapple is kind of a medium dice to me. So I'm gonna get the pineapple out of the way. It's time to make pineapple fried rice. So now it's time to grab aromatics, and in Chinese cooking, it's garlic and ginger, but because we're making a Thai fried rice, we're gonna add shallots to the game. So mincing shallots, garlic, and ginger are all slightly different. So for the shallots, I cut the tip and the tails off to expose the lobes. I'm gonna bring the lobes to the edge of the board so I can do a parallel knife pass, not going all the way through. Now I'm gonna go in perpendicular to the cutting board, 1/8 inch, leaving it all connected by the end there. And then finally, I'm just gonna do a 1/8 slicing pass, and that's gonna give me a perfect mince. Ginger is pretty easy. I'm not a big proponent of having to peel ginger. That's really more of a visual thing. If I served you minced peeled versus minced unpeeled ginger, you wouldn't be able to taste the difference. But just to kind of give you an idea of how I like to peel it, just to kind of keep it clean, is I'll flatten off a piece of the ginger so it sits up straight. And then I'm just gonna use the back of my knife, put pressure as I strip the skin away. It doesn't take a lot of pressure. And once the skin is stripped, I'm just going to cut it away. I'll do the same thing with the top, cut a flat edge. Yes, my grandmother would be mad that I'm wasting that ginger, but come on, man. It's really not that much. And again, stripping the ginger away. Flat tiles. 1/8 of an inch is gonna be plenty here. We'll stack those on top of each other. I'll cut those into slices. I'm gonna perpendicular cut this now. Lastly, garlic. I'm always removing the ends of the garlic and then taking them apart that way. They just kind of fall apart. With the roots removed, just taking the knife and smashing them flat. There's a nice thin layer of garlic oil that lives right between the clove and the skin, and it makes the skins just fall away. Now, hot wok or hot pan means don't over process your garlic because you don't want it to basically catch on fire and burn immediately. All right, so that's it. Aromatics are done. Let me grab the rest of my items out of the fridge. All right, so Chinese sausage is its own thing. We call it lapchung in Chinese, and it's friggin' delicious. But if you've never had it before, it tastes like a less sweet pepperoni. It's got kind of like the spirit and the sweetness of pepperoni, but way more savoriness and way more saltiness in the best way. It's super addictive. They're usually pork or chicken. There's got a good amount of seasoning and sweetness in there. And all I'm doing here is slicing it thin on a bias because I want to render it down. There's a decent amount of fat, and just like bacon, you want to give Chinese sausage some time in the pan because you want that fat to render and you want that fat to flavor the rest of this dish. This rice was made yesterday, put in the fridge, and day-old rice is really a great trick to make sure you're not having to use too much oil in the pan. If you watch me make Chinese fried rice where I used egg, you can use hot rice. But because I'm making a Thai fried rice without egg, day-old cold rice is the key. All right, so let's make some sauce. Very simple sauce makeup. We're gonna talk about just a few ingredients. So here I've got Thai fish sauce, Thai soy sauce or soybean sauce, but I need to get one more item from the pantry. I need to get some curry powder. This is a very simple sauce to build. I'm just dumping and stirring. So liquids first, fish sauce and soy sauce. Now Thai food, hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory. I've got savory and I got salt. So sugar is gonna be sweet. I'm adding a level of spice, not hot spicy, but literal dry spices with a little bit of curry powder. And curry powder is basically turmeric, which makes that yellow, and then a mix of all these other delicious dry spices. All the ingredients in, I'm just gonna stir this up. And what I've done in restaurants before is I've multiplied this recipe, I put it in a squeeze bottle, and I've just shaken it up. It just lives in the pantry or the fridge as a pineapple fried rice sauce. All right, sauce is done. I just need to grab my pan and let's get cooking. All right, so the pan is hot. I'm always starting with neutral oil, basically oil that doesn't have a lot of flavor but has a high smoke point. Aromatics, garlic, shallots, ginger. Make sure to get that super fragrant. I don't want it to brown right away. I'm gonna slow down the oil temp a little by adding my sausage. And now I'm gonna actually just use the surface area of the pan to really start rendering this Chinese sausage. I don't mind a little bit more oil to help the rendering. But again, I wouldn't be mad at you if you used bacon in here. I actually would never be mad at you if you used bacon in anything. But this is a really nice substitute. And if you are one to love egg in fried rice, this is also a great place for it. I would add it right after the oil and the aromatics and before the Chinese sausage. And as you can see, because I sliced it really thin, the Chinese sausage is already starting to crisp up on the edges and starting to render out. It's not a very high fat sausage, and while that's happening, I'm gonna cut some scallions because I have a little bit of time. So scallions in this dish are going to be a garnish. So I'm going to do a very extreme bias. So this might equate to a few normal sized scallions, but again, very thin, very extreme bias. So I'm going to be garnishing and finishing with these scallions right near the end so they warm up a little bit. And they're going to be married together with a bit of cilantro. This sausage is crispy on the edges. It's rendered out. The aromatics are brown, but they're not burnt. And now it's time to add the second protein, which is the shrimp. Now the shrimp are gonna cook really quickly. So I'm gonna toss them in that aromatic oil just very, very quickly. I'm gonna move right to the rice. I'm really kind of looking for that shrimp to not cook through all the way. So let's slow that cooking process down by adding our rice. Super important to not break the rice grains. So use that bottom of the spatula to push and then toss over and keep pushing. You know, rice is kind of representative of your health, your life, your success. So don't be going and breaking rice grains, all right? Because that's bad juju. I do want the rice to have direct contact with this pan so the edges get nice and crispy. They start to warm up and open up that flavor and that texture. And I'm also always looking at that shrimp. I don't want this cooked yet because I still have to add my pineapple sauce and garnishes, but I do want to toss this rice into that fat. That's perfect right there. All right, the rice is opening up, meaning it's declumping and getting nice and loose. Now it's time for sauce. As you're applying sauce, make sure to give that sauce a final mix to incorporate the sugar and the curry powder. And I'm actually gonna kind of use that sushi technique of the ladle of the little spatula helping to distribute the sauce. And that's just so I don't get one giant clump of sauce somewhere. So small pressing circles works the sauce into the rice. I've got nice even coverage. It's time for pineapple. Pineapple goes in. I put it in close to the end because I don't want this pineapple to cook. I just want it to warm. I don't want it to lose its acidity and its sweetness. I'm lowering down the heat. The rice has absorbed the sauce. The pineapple looks perfect. The shrimp looks perfect. I've got to taste this. This is your last chance to make sure you've got the flavors right. So I'm going in now. Hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory. That's what I'm tasting for. That's perfect. If it didn't have enough flavor, it's time to add a little sauce. If you feel like, oh no, I've got too much sauce in there, you can balance that out with a little more rice. Okay, so now it's time to fold in my scallions. And you can leave a few slices if you want for the top, but the scallions are really gonna kind of warm up and melt into this rice. Looks good. Bring your pineapple boat to the pan and just start loading. Man, that looks incredible. I mean, come on. That's literally art culinaire right there. Final garnishes for me is a little bit of white pepper. It's very traditional to put just a little kiss of white pepper on the top of fried rice. Just a little bit of cilantro over the top. There you have it, Thai pineapple fried rice. Always a stunner. It's one of those dishes you bring to the plate and you are kind of the celebrity chef of the day. I hope you make this at home, and when you do, take a photo, tag me and Food Network, subscribe to that Food Network YouTube channel. We'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today is all about dim sum, a culinary minefield if you don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna give you a couple of tips that will help you look and eat like a pro when ordering, and then share my recipe for classic Siu Mai Dumplings. Hey guys, I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's get started. So when going out to eat dim sum at a restaurant, it's an amazing dance between you and the restaurant because there's so many little ceremonial touch points that really kind of tell the restaurant how experienced you are, and I want to get you there. Basically, I want to show you how to eat like a pro in the dim sum restaurant. The first point is tea. In southern China, dim sum is also known as yum cha, which literally translates to drinking tea because it's part of eating this type of meal. So let's focus on tea for a second. Immediately when you sit down, the server is gonna ask you what kind of tea you want. And you actually have a choice between 4 types of tea. And they vary just like wine, from very light tea, which is herbal tea, chrysanthemum tea. Then we get into a jasmine tea. Then we get into a semi-fermented tea. And then we get into the fully fermented roasted tea, which is like pu'er. So your first way to tell the server you know what you're doing is order the appropriate tea. What they're gonna try to do to you is just drop jasmine. I mean, you're gonna be like, no, garçon. Now that we're actually into the tea, a lot of etiquette here. Firstly, never pour for yourself first. You always wanna pour for somebody else. And you wanna go as high as you can on the cup. Another tip is, let's say one person has drank their tea halfway down, you're gonna fill their tea, and even though everyone else's tea might be full, you wanna just top it off just a tiny bit. Super good manners. When someone actually pours your tea, you don't have to say the words thank you. I'm gonna show you how a pro does it. Take your index finger next to your teacup where they've just poured and just tap a few times. And that means thank you very much. Here's other tips when it comes to tea. When you've poured down the tea and you have very little left and you need more water, you don't say, excuse me, more water please. You do this cool little trick right here. You take the teapot lid and you place it off center somewhere on the teapot, and magically the server comes in and fills your tea. So there it is, a few very cool tea tips for the dim sum restaurant. To your health. Let's move on to chopstick etiquette. All right, we need to talk about chopstick etiquette in the dim sum restaurant. So you're going to be using chopsticks for most of your meal. The number one rule when it comes to chopsticks is never put your chopsticks vertically in rice. I can't even like pretend to do that, but I'm gonna do that just to prove a point, okay? This is ultimate bad luck because we do this at funerals. I'm sorry to get dark on you, but I wanna prep you for a really great dim sum experience. So never ever put your chopsticks vertically in rice. Flat on the table is acceptable. On the side of the rice bowl is acceptable. Just make sure they're never vertical. And if you want to be polite, if you're eating in a group, you eat with this side of the chopsticks. If you must grab food in the middle, you may turn them over to grab a bit of food to put back on your plate. There it is, guys. Some really great dim sum etiquette. Let's get into making Siu Mai dumplings. To make the Siu Mai dumplings, I need to reconstitute these black mushrooms. At the store, they might be called black mushrooms in the bag. They also could be called shiitake mushrooms. But what we want to do is to just soak them in very hot water to get them reconstituted. The mushrooms will reconstitute anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes. Let's get on the proteins. First thing I'm going to need is my pork and shrimp. You know what, I like a very coarse shrimp. So these are peeled and deveined. And if you do have the shrimp tails on, here's a little tip on how to get as much shrimp meat as possible. So above the tail and above the barb, you're gonna pinch in very tight until you hear a little crack and then wiggle, and you've got a ton of shrimp right there. So this goes away and I've got all the shrimp I need. I'm a huge fan of rough chopping because, you know, I want a very coarse feel in the Siu Mai dumpling. Siu Mai literally translates to cook and sell, which means, yo, hurry up and get this food out there as quick as possible. Some people have put this in the food processor. I think it gets it too fine. I'm not trying to make a meatball. I want a very coarse feeling filling. It's kind of like when you grind beef for a hamburger. If you go too fine, it gets a little mealy. The same thing happens in the dim sum dumplings. So we're gonna marry the shrimp and the ground pork in this bowl, and I'm gonna do a quick hand wash. So now I've got to marry my pork in, and this is just a coarse ground pork. Again, if you have a butcher and you can choose, coarse ground means it's put through the grinder one time through large dies. So that's always my preference in ground beef, ground pork, chicken, turkey, all that good stuff. All right, we're gonna add a touch of sugar. And I like using cornstarch because when cornstarch actually comes to temper, it gets heated up, it gets kind of sticky and it pulls everything together. So a bit of cornstarch. Next, we're gonna do salt, some vegetable oil, and that's gonna depend on the leanness of the pork. If you've got a really nice fatty pork, I have a leaner pork here, so I'm gonna do a little more vegetable oil. Next is gonna be oyster sauce. Oyster sauce is that foundational kind of brown sauce taste. It's got a nice balance of salt, savory, and sweet. And sesame oil, to me, is a flavoring and not a cooking oil. I don't ever want to torture it with high heat, like starting a wok with it. I want to flavor things with it. And then finally, give it a little kiss of white pepper. White pepper has kind of the spice of pepper, but more of the floral qualities when you remove that outer skin. So let's check on those mushrooms to see how they're looking. So look at that. They've actually increased in size considerably. And don't chuck that soaking liquid, man. Like, it is like liquid gold. Vegetarians, vegans, and Buddhist monks would use that soaking liquid as base stock for any soups. It's a phenomenal plant-based stock. Remember, these mushrooms were in hot water, so do be careful when manipulating them. But I just want to squeeze out a little bit of moisture out of these so I can chop them up. And I'm not looking for anything fancy, just a small dice. So let's go long ways first. And if you're trying to adapt this into a plant-based dish, you could use actually coarse tofu for the meat part and then use even more mushrooms than I'm using here. So I'm only gonna need a few. Now I'm gonna take these mushrooms and cut them perpendicular just into small dice. They add a delicious kind of chewy texture and a very meaty kind of flavoring because mushrooms are full of that umami that we love, that savoriness, and that's it. So the goal here really is just to get this filling thoroughly mixed through. And you know, by itself, As we're using it, it's phenomenal for siu mai. You could adapt this into making a pot sticker, but it's basically a farce. French call any filling farce, and you can use this for anything you want. Another good mixing tool would be your mixer with a paddle attachment. That gets the job done quick, especially if you're making a lot. That's it for filling, friends. So let's just cover. You can let all the flavors marinate together for 4 hours, all the way to overnight in the fridge. I've already done one ahead, so I'm gonna use that. All right, so we have filling. All I need to bring to the party is the dumpling skins and just a little water to help seal it all. When you go to the store, you can look for something called siu mai skins. They could be wonton skins or even dumpling skins. All of them will work. Here's where you test your dexterity. I'm gonna show you the technique, and like anything, you know, after you practice a few, you're gonna get the hang of making siu mai dumplings. So placing the skin in your weekan, you're gonna take a little more than a tablespoon of the filling, place it in the center, and watch what I'm doing. I'm actually making an OK symbol and slide that filling into that O of the OK. And then I'm gonna rotate. I'm literally spinning the dumpling in a circle as I'm pushing down the filling. It sounds complicated, but once you do a few, you're gonna get the hang of it really fast. So with the filling pressed down and rotated, the last thing I need to worry about is the bottom. It's rounded and I need to flatten it, kind of to like make a drum. Think about what you're making is a drum. If you need a little water, you could actually take a little water and just seal the edges or the pleats that are sitting on top of kind of the open plates. Just take a little bit of water and then seal those pleats shut. If I've done my job correctly, that's what you're looking for right there. A perfect little siu mai. I also call it a drum dumpling because I think that's what it looks like. So the story of dim sum is pretty cool. Way back in the days, to get from point A to point B in China took a very long time. It's a gigantic country. So enterprising Chinese restaurateurs created these little tea houses. You had a place to relax and get a snack between point A and point B. The two fastest methods of cooking food is steaming and frying. So you would have these restaurants where you can get a really quick rest, drink some tea, hydrate, caffeinate, and they're like any good restaurateur, how do I bump that check up? What kind of food should I serve? They created these fast, small bites that were really quick to get out to the guest. Thus, dim sum was created. And that's also why it's called yum cha, because it's the perfect time to drink a little tea and get your little snack. You know, and like most dishes that we make on the show, this dish really ties back to my childhood. I was an atypical Asian child. I had a lot of problems kind of learning in school. I had no idea, but I had an undiagnosed learning disability. My grandma never gave up on me. She knew if I wasn't gonna do well in school, she was gonna put me in a trade, and our trade in our family was cooking. So from a very young age, Grandma and I would take the bus from East Los Angeles to Chinatown, and our ritual was to go eat dim sum together, get some sweets on the way home, shop for groceries, and then cook dinner. And those thousands and thousands of meals, you know, really saved my life because it gave me direction. This woman would not give up on me, and it really taught me the work ethic to get me here today. So, you know, I'm gonna drink a little tea and remember Grandma when eating these siu mai. So all the dumplings are done, and now we're gonna shift into steamer mode. These are just simple bamboo steamers. You can find them at almost any home store. You can even get them on the interweb because they're so light and easy to ship. What you wanna do is heat up a pot about the same diameter as a steamer so you could rest it on top. You're gonna wanna set up a liner for these dumplings, and you have two choices here. Just a real simple parchment paper bottom is fine, or you can kind of go old school and use some cabbage leaves. And all I've done is kind of cut the bottoms off the cabbage leaves, and if I find one or two that I like, I'm gonna flatten them out and then use them as a liner. Make sure to leave room around the steamer so the steam can actually come up. For a little insurance, a little pan spray never hurts. We're gonna lay these on top. So depending on the size of the siu mai, they'll probably take about 4 to 8 minutes. And then again, that's also dependent on the size of the skins. So that goes over boiling water in our pan. Steam is getting pushed up from the bottom, and we're gonna let those steam 4 to 8 minutes. So these have been cooking away, and I think presenting in the steamer is the best presentation because that's what you would get in the dim sum restaurant. So let's see, it's that angel singing moment. Ah, That's exactly what I'm looking for. Look at that. The doneness check is just a spring back. If you push down and they're nice and solid, you're good to go. Check it out. You could be making siu mai in your own home. Now the last kind of choose your own adventure option is on the sauces. In the dim sum restaurant, you're gonna have soy sauce, hot mustard, or chili. There's no wrong way to do it. I kind of take a little bit of everything and that's how I like it. But you could eat these plain or sauce them up any way you want. I love these siu mai because it really is everything you want in one little bite. The savoriness of the pork and the mushrooms, a clean seafood taste of the shrimp. I mean, these are so much fun. The chewiness and the mouthfeel. It really is the perfect balance of texture and delicious flavors. This really brings me back to my childhood. These are absolutely my favorite dim sum dumplings. So there you have it, friends. Siu mai at home, plus some etiquette when you're going out to eat. I hope I've inspired you to go out and eat dim sum and then come back and make it at home. And we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. My favorite fish for this dish is striped bass. It's sustainably farmed, has a nice, sweet, flaky white meat, and is available just about anywhere in America. I've sold thousands of fish from this counter, so I know what fresh is. You're looking for clear eyes, nice red gills, and it should look wet to the touch. Thanks, man. Super important, Shaoxing. It's a fermented rice wine, has great flavor. If you can't get it, you can use sherry, but it's totally worth it because it's a great pantry item you'll use in so many other Chinese dishes. Dehydrated mushrooms are a totally different animal than their fresh counterparts. When reconstituted, they're super savory, hearty, and eat just like meat. So eating fish and fishing has been a big part of my family for a really long time. When I was about 5, my grandma took me out and taught me how to fish. And now that my daughter's 6, I'm teaching her how to fish. So you gotta learn how to fish and then you gotta learn how to cook the fish in my family. So I'm gonna show you one of my favorite fish dishes here. I've got the whole fish, it's gilled and gutted, of course. I'm just gonna pat the exterior and the interior dry. And I wanna score this fish, and what scoring does actually, since the fish is kind of thicker in some places and thinner in the others, scoring will make sure the fish cooks evenly in the oven. So I've scored one side. I'm just drawing kind of 45-degree lines, 3 of them, all the way down to the bone. And this fish is ready to be seasoned. So fish goes into the pan, and I'm gonna season it pretty generously on both sides and inside. A little salt. A little pepper, make sure to really kind of get into the scores, into the cavity. So in terms of knife work, I'm gonna start with these mushrooms. I've just put them in warm water to reconstitute, and now they get nice and kind of fleshy. So they eat totally different than fresh mushrooms. They're really meaty and they offer a lot of savoriness. So all I'm gonna do is slice them nice and thin. If you find that the stems are woody or a little too hard, feel free to cut them away and use them for another dish. So after my grandma taught me how to fish, I continued to fish. I actually spent most of my high school years working on a saltwater fishing boat, from becoming a deckhand to a boat cook. And to this day, one of my favorite things to do is still go fishing. All these ingredients are gonna go right into the pan and surround the fish and build layers of flavor. Just a few more ingredients, ginger. I'm really looking for the blades of grass cut on this ginger. So thin tiles become these really beautiful kind of blades of grass matchsticks. Ginger and fish are a real classic pair in Cantonese cuisine. My grandma always taught me that ginger helps kind of mask or absorb the fishiness of fish and leave the sweetness of fish there. Scallions, I'm just gonna take the tip and the root parts off, and I'm gonna cut these into, again, fine matchsticks to go onto the fish after I pull it out of the oven so I can run that really cool, hot, sizzling oil over them. So lastly, I'm gonna add the bok choy. These are really, really small bok choy, so if you get the larger ones, cut them down into kind of finger-sized pieces, but these are ready to just kind of snap in half and get added to the pan. Let me show you how to build the sauce. It starts with water. To that, add some chicken powder. This really is the secret to really great Chinese cooking. It's really similar to chicken bouillon, but it's a specific Chinese style. So if you find it at the Chinese market or product of China, that's the right stuff. We add this to a lot of things like stir fry and different sauces. A little bit of sugar. For the savoriness, I want a little thin soy sauce. And finally, a little bit of Shaoxing rice wine. Shaoxing rice wine smells and tastes a lot like sake. It adds a really nice aromatic quality to cooked foods, kind of like sherry. So if you can't get Shaoxing, don't worry, just use sherry. Last but never least, a little bit of sesame oil for that aroma. So the sauce is done. I'm gonna pour it over the fish and get it right into the oven. So I'm doing one layer of plastic to really kind of trap all the steam in. And then the next layer is foil to protect the plastic. I know what you're thinking. You're worried that the plastic is gonna burn, but no, chefs have been doing this for many, many years. As long as your oven's at 325 and you got the foil over the plastic, it's gonna be fine. I promise. So the last step for the steamed fish is that tableside trick using the oil crackle over the skin. It's pretty cool, check it out. So I'm gonna get a combination of 2 oils nice and hot. One is gonna be a high temperature neutral oil, like canola or grapeseed. And the second oil is gonna be sesame oil for its aromatic qualities. You wanna use a combination because the neutral oil has a very high smoke point. Sesame oil, it doesn't, but it has all the flavor. So together, they make a great sizzling oil. So while the oil comes to temp, I'm gonna pull the fish right out of the oven. Plastic intact. So fish is out of the oven, I remove the plastic and foil layer, and now I'm ready to do the scallion and sizzling oil. The way the scallion is reacting with the oil and all the fish, it creates this amazing aromatic quality. So it's time to taste. The sweetness of the fresh fish, the soy sauce, that scallion oil, the mushrooms, all that comes together to make an amazing bite. So there it is, an amazing steamed ginger scallion fish. Thanks so much, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, and put your comments below, and I'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today, we're gonna make sense of something that stumped American diners for over a century, the difference between lo mein and chow mein. Let's put this to bed once and for all. We're gonna make Hong Kong style crispy chow mein. It is a bed of Chinese egg noodles smothered in an unctuous chicken and vegetable gravy. When they marry, they create this magical combination of textures and flavors. Hey guys, I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get cooking, take a second to subscribe, and you'll be able to keep up with all of my videos. Let's get started. So the first secret to making perfect crispy chow mein is understanding your noodles. For this specific dish and chow mein in general, I recommend a steamed chow mein. So most noodles at the store are either gonna come raw, where you have to cook them yourself, or they're gonna come par cooked just like this, and this will be in a package in the deli section. These are par cooked, meaning if you just fried these, they'd be really dry and inedible. So what we're gonna do is pre-steam them. On the stove, I've just got about 2 or 3 inches of water on a wok, and I'm just gonna put it into my bamboo steamer. So while the noodles are steaming, I'm gonna go grab a few of our key ingredients from the pantry. So the first thing I need to grab is some thin soy sauce to marinate the chicken in. First crucial step is how to cut your chicken breast. And what I like to do is I'll take the chicken breast and I'll literally just kind of split it in half. Once the chicken breast is cut in half, you can easily see where all the grains are going. So what I'm gonna do is always position the grain going one way, and I'm gonna put my knife perpendicular, meaning making a T with the grain and my knife, angling it, and I'm just going to cut the chicken into very thin strips. In this recipe, I'm using chicken. If you're using beef, pork, any of those kind of denser proteins, apply the same cutting method and the same marinade. So for the marinade, I really just want you to think about some ingredients are giving flavor and some ingredients are giving you tenderness. That's all it is. So for flavor, we're gonna do a little bit of salt, and then we're also gonna add a little bit of soy sauce. Now, this is Chinese soy sauce. It's thin soy, light soy, supreme soy, those are all interchangeable. Next is gonna be a little sesame oil for some aroma, all right? And then I'm just gonna give that a good mix. This is baking soda, you don't need a lot. It keeps all those muscle fibers from pulling back together and in turn makes the protein tender. And then the last thing is going to be cornstarch. That's it, that's marinated chicken, friends. That can hang for 5 to 15 minutes. If you need to put this in the fridge for an hour, you're good to go, but it happens quick. Noodles are done steaming. As you can tell, look how soft and supple they are on the inside. So what I wanna do now is pull the basket out, allow this to start cooling. I want the inside of the noodles nice and tender, but I do want these noodles to be crispy on the outside. So I'm just gonna hit it with a little bit of pan spray. All right, so need to grab a few things from the pantry. Oyster sauce, chicken powder, and dried shiitake mushrooms. So let's start by making the actual sauce. So we're gonna load chicken stock with all these delicious ingredients. We're gonna do oyster sauce. Next, chicken powder. We called this chicken power in many of my restaurants because it has such a phenomenal umami effect. Next, supreme soy sauce. Product of China. We're staying country specific. That's how we're gonna get that gold standard Chinese restaurant flavor. Now, aroma is such an important concept. So a touch of sesame oil, some sugar to round it out, to kind of balance the salt and the savoriness, not to make it sweet, and then a pinch of salt. Because soy sauce has savoriness and salt. Kosher salt has a beautiful, very clean saltiness. So that's our sauce. So lastly, to make this thicken in the pan, I need to create a slurry. Equal parts water to cornstarch, and you're done. Let's talk about one of the most umami ingredients in the pantry, and it's these Chinese shiitake mushrooms. You'll also see them as recipe as black Chinese mushrooms. All I've done is you take these mushrooms, you soak them in hot water for about 15 to 20 minutes, and they'll rehydrate. And this is what they become. They go from dried to reconstituted perfectly. Don't throw that liquid away. You can use that as vegetarian soup broth. You can put that in sauces. It's excellent. So what I'm gonna do with the shiitake mushrooms are, I'm gonna wring them out, all right, preserving some of that liquid. And you don't have to make them bone dry. You just don't want a bunch of moisture on your cutting board. I like to check kind of the stems, and if they're woody, just cut them out. I'm gonna do a flat cut that way, and then I'm just gonna slice these into thin slices. It's up to you. I like them on the thicker side because they eat like meat. 3 or 4 veggies, and we're good to go. Once I've got a peeled knob of ginger, I square it off again, let it sit up straight, and I basically cut it into 1/8-inch little tiles, and then I do these little blades of grass, I call it. My grandma used to romantically call these blades of grass as she was unromantically yelling at me to get it done. Garlic. You take the garlic and a little glass bowl, smash, pull, smash, pull. Just finish with a nice thin slicing pass. Bok choy, half and then quarter. You want them large because bok choy are full of water. They're going to shrink and wilt a little bit, so keep them on the bigger side. I have 3 scallions here. I'm gonna take all the roots off at the same time. I'm gonna take all of those kind of dried tips off at the same time. I'm gonna use 2 of them as a vegetable, meaning I'm gonna cut them into 1-inch pieces so they kind of meld into this gravy and eat like a vegetable. I'm gonna keep 1 for a garnish. So I'm gonna do that bias thin slice cut. Okay, knife work done, sauce done, marinated chicken ready to go. It's time to cook this dish. All right, so we're gonna twice cook these noodles. First time making them crispy. I've got a bit of oil here, brought up to about 350, 360, and you're gonna see it start to fry pretty quickly. What we're doing is creating a noodle base, right? Crispy on the outside, but not so fried that they're kind of airy on the inside. So what I'm doing is I'm forming them into the shape of the bottom of this pan, and then I'm checking the sides. I don't want these to be fried through the middle. I just want the exteriors fried. I'm gonna give this 1 quick flip and lay it back in, and I'm gonna let it fry on the other side. I'm gonna land this noodle cake, whatever you wanna call it, on this plate to drain, and I'm gonna use the same pan, and we're gonna make our stir fry. So this is what I'm checking for. I'm listening. You hear that little crunch? Once the exterior is crunchy on both sides but still tender, we're done. We're gonna drain, let that noodle nest hang out, and we're gonna basically go right into it. So watch all that oil you thought where you were eating is actually gonna be pushed back into this bowl. And I'm gonna keep a little in my pan to go right into the stir fry. I'm gonna put in our ginger and our garlic in there. You know, I always get asked, what temperature am I cooking at? I'm actually controlling the heat by putting the next ingredient either sooner or later. Because remember, this chicken was in the fridge, and once it goes in there, it starts to sear and it cools the pan down. And what you always want to do in any pan, it doesn't have to be a wok, is use the surface area. Use every maximum square inch of this pan because it's a searing opportunity. Once I get a sear, I like to toss. And then I'm spreading it back down the middle again. And the chicken is starting to sear on the exterior. This is the time to put in the bok choy. All right, the chicken is about halfway. The bok choy is starting to wilt. I'm adding my mushrooms in there now. So the chicken is browned on the outside. I can add my sauce now to start building that gravy. Remix that slurry back in. And I'm actually going around the edges to catch the heat of the pan. Let's do a little language lesson. Lo in Chinese is to toss or stir. You can only lo or toss soft noodles. So when you order lo mein, those noodles should be soft noodles. Chow mein, chow translation is to fry or to stir fry. So chow mein obviously is the crispy version. Not all chow mein is crispy. Hong Kong crispy chow mein is this beautiful crispy cake of noodles. So what I'm visually looking for is a gravy consistency that'll kind of sit over these noodles and not just kind of penetrate through. I'm grabbing the 1-inch scallion cut. I'm ready to turn off the heat. This is your last chance to check your seasonings before you plate this dish. Oh man, this one is umami. It's silky, a little bit of sweetness, kind of over the top, and it has all that full flavor of that chicken and mushroom. I like to grab all the delicious bits, show them off on top, centered. This is kind of one of those super chefy showstopper dishes. And then I'm gonna take a bit of the gravy and just pour it on the side. Look at that, y'all. And what happens is, while you're eating it, pieces of the crispy noodle cake start to soften. Other pieces stay kind of crisp. This dish kind of evolves as you eat it, from like a crispy noodle to a soft noodle and then a smothered noodle. I love to finish this, obviously with our scallions, but a little pinch of white pepper on top. And there you go. Oh man. Behold, my grandma would be proud. The magic is eating this, because as I grab a piece of noodle right under the gravy, I can hear it. Part of it is crispy, part of it is soft. The gravy melts the noodles. The noodles are savory, slightly sweet, kind of the pungentness of the scallions. This is the perfect dish. So go forth, make Hong Kong crispy chow mein. Make sure to subscribe to Food Network's YouTube for more recipes like this. We'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today I'm making a classic comfort dish, sweet and sour pork. Sweet and sour pork is widely known as a Chinese American classic, but did you know it actually has roots from Western China? That sweet and sour, or what we call Sun Team, is very Chinese. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila, and welcome to Ready, Jet, Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get started, please take a minute to subscribe to the Food Network YouTube channel. I remember eating this dish as a kid on the bus ride to Chinatown, hanging out with my grandmother. So let's start picking out some ingredients while I tell you a little bit more about where these flavors originated. All right, so I'm gonna need some pineapple chunks, ketchup, and Worcestershire sauce. This is one of those food anthropology moments where it all connects and it makes your head hurt, because it's sweet and sour, and there's multiple sweet and sour things like sugar, and then I've got kind of the sweetness from the pineapple, but then I've got sour from vinegar, just plain old vinegar, and also I've got the acid from the Worcestershire sauce. I'm gonna get all the basic ingredients done first. Yes, I'm gonna add a little food coloring. You can at me if you want, and if you don't wanna use it, don't worry about it. Worcestershire sauce is fermented tamarind, which is sour, but back in the day, the older formulation also had fish. Worcestershire sauce was a fermented fish sauce. Chinese ketchup was fermented fish sauce. And now we're calling this stuff ketchup. Anyway, I've either bored you or I've interested you to make this dish with me. So Chinese ketchup is supposedly the inspiration to like the modern ketchup. So instead of a fish sauce, now it's a tomato-based sauce. So now it's time for pineapple. And no, I'm not copping out using canned pineapple. I think that it's got a really nice flavor. And I also need this pineapple because I need the juice as well. So I'm going to go ahead and separate the juice and the fruit. So I'm using pineapples in juice. If you end up using pineapples in syrup, that's fine too. Just back off the sugar in the sauce and you're good to go. I'm going to make a cornstarch slurry. So that just means a tablespoon of water and a tablespoon of cornstarch. And that slurry needs to be combined here in this bowl before it's added to the sauce. And then finally, the star of this flavor show is going to be a little bit of that canned pineapple juice. That's it. That is magic liquid. That is the elixir that's gonna be our sweet and sour pork sauce. So the sauce is done. Let me show you some really cool tricks when it comes to frying up the pork part. All right, so we need to spend a little bit of time on pork. I really want to show you how most Chinese restaurants marinate pork, actually all their meats, to make them super tender. I think this step is super crucial to getting that really nice mouthfeel because I want a crunchy nugget on the outside because of the batter, but I want a really tender bite of pork on the inside. And this is how to do it. So what I'm going to do is cut my pork into 1.5-inch cubes. And usually when you cube out meat, it's going to leave it a little tough. So the secret is marinating, also known as velveting. So you might see this kind of marination technique written out in recipes as velveting, but it's very simple. So obviously pieces of pork are not going to be perfect 1.5-inch cubes, but you know what? You're going to approximate, and as long as they're evenly cut, they're going to cook evenly. So my tip is always cut it into strips of 1.5, and then those 1.5-inch strips become 1.5-inch cubes. Pork into a bowl, and the marination ingredients are very simple. So remember, baking soda is the tenderizer, okay? Cornstarch helps pull the marination into the pork. Salt is for flavor. That's it. And I want to use a little bit of water just to kind of break down and move all of those flours together. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Baking soda actually gets into the muscle fibers and almost pushes it apart, right? And make it really tender. I'm gonna put this to the side, wash hands, and come back and fry it up. Okay, so I need to give you a definitive recipe for what we call tempura flour. A lot of you have cooked with me before, and I'm calling for tempura flour anywhere I'm frying something to make a crispy batter. All right, this is gonna be the dredge and the batter mix for anything you need crispy. It's very simple. AP flour, cornstarch, and baking soda. Yes, that's it. I'm whisking this together to aerate it. You can actually run it through a sieve if you want, but we've made frying flour. Magic tempura flour does everything. I'm gonna add a little bit to the pork, and I'm gonna actually start by the dredging of it. And all that means is I'm covering all the surface area of the pork with this flour. And now by adding a bit of water, I'm making the batter simultaneously. And it's not a heavy batter, so you don't need to go big with the water. But I'm kind of adding water to try to get something that's kind of close to a thin crepe batter. There it goes. You can kind of start to see it getting really silky and super smooth, almost like a slurry. There it is. So I'm gonna show you what I'm looking for here. So each piece is coated. It's got a really nice thick covering of this frying flour batter. All right, so I'm gonna fry right around 350 to 360, knowing I'm gonna lose a little temp, and make sure to throw them in one by one. The batter is gonna make the pork kind of stick together, so make sure you're pulling them apart before you get them into the oil. And once they're in, you wanna make sure they don't stick together. So I'm just getting in and making sure they stay apart. And you're always gonna wanna drain on a rack. The rack is gonna keep the pork suspended. It's gonna make sure it doesn't get oil logged and sog out. And I've also started an oven on low at about 200 degrees to keep the pork as I'm gonna be cutting my vegetables before I actually get it into that final pan. What I'm listening for is a constant searing or frying sound. I'm looking for the bubbles to be small, tight, and consistent. If you start to see the bubbles slow down a little bit, that means the oil's getting too cold. So just wait. This is a large 7 to 8 quart pot. If you don't have one this big, just do this in 2 or 3 batches to make sure you're keeping that oil nice and hot. So all I'm really looking for is GBD, golden brown and delicious. Because if my oil is consistent at 350 or 360, the pork's gonna be cooked through on the inside when the outside is nice and golden brown. All right, so some of our first pieces are done, and I'm really just going by color. I know that these guys have been in there probably 6 minutes. With such a small cube, they're definitely cooked through. All righty, make sure they're spaced out. You don't wanna crowd them because you don't wanna create steam and lose that crunchiness. So they are done. It's time to grab our veggies and our pan and finish this sweet and sour. Because it's not like a hardcore stir fry, I don't need 10,000 BTUs here. I'm just gonna put this pan over medium as I'm cutting my vegetables and tossing as I go. So the first thing I'm gonna need is garlic. Cut the backs, smash them flat, and I'm just gonna give them a nice little mince. I'm gonna add just a little bit of that neutral oil. Grapeseed, avocado, get as fancy as you want. Next, half an onion. Top, tail, large dice. Once that's peeled, so come in 3/4 inch towards the root, 3/4 inch dices, perfect. Now, bell peppers, top, tail, seed pod out. I'm gonna cut these into dice all together. Just remember, tile becomes a slice, slice becomes a dice. Tile, dice. I'm using scallions like veggies here, meaning I want them larger. So just a biased 1 inch. I'm not using them for garnish. So by the time I've got my scallions in, the bell peppers and the onions are perfect. I'm gonna add pineapple. And like the orange chicken you've made with me, I'm making the sauce into a slurry first because I want this sauce thick before the pork hits it to keep that pork nugget super crispy. This is where you crank your heat to the max and you want to continue to stir to make sure to activate that cornstarch slurry. And that slurry needs to be about 180 degrees, right under boiling point, to activate. And you're not gonna add the pork until you have a really nice thick slurry. And that's how you get that lovely kind of like candy-like coating and the pork still stays crispy. So as you can see around the edges, I'm starting to get 200-degree simmering. The smell is incredible. That vinegar, that sugar, all of these vegetables. I'm looking for that, what we call in French, nappe, meaning I'm gonna run the wood spoon through the sauce. I'm gonna run a channel. And if that channel doesn't run across the spoon, that's the consistency. That's that perfect coating and not sogging consistency. All right, so I have even bubbles across the top. I'm gonna grab the pork out of the oven and put it right into the pan. So the slurry is activated. It's time to get that pork coverage. So now, if you're comfortable, you toss it together. So the pork, vegetables, and pineapple are perfectly coated. It is time to plate. So I always serve sweet and sour with some kind of starch. Because of all that acid and sugar, they're delicious. But just a little bit of rice or noodles to mellow it out really is that perfect accompaniment. Here we go. A little pork, a little pineapple, a little prayer that I don't burn my mouth, and this is it. Just that dance, that balance between acid and sweet and salty and umami is so perfect. Sweet and sour pork never disappoints. You can see why it's been such a classic for a long time. Well, I've made mine. It's time for you to make yours, and I can't wait to see how it comes out. I hope you enjoyed cooking with me today. Do not forget to subscribe to Food Network's YouTube channel, and we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. I'm gonna show you how to make, hands down, my favorite Vietnamese dish, Bánh Xèo. It's a simple, savory crepe that's light and delicious and crispy. What's up guys, it's Jet Tila here, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get this crepe started, take a second to subscribe. All set? All right, let's do this. Bánh Xèo means sizzling crepe, and before we can get sizzling, I need rice flour, I need fish sauce, and turmeric. All very important ingredients, and we're gonna use 2 of these right now to make the actual crepe batter. Starting with this rice flour. All this is if you took jasmine rice or white rice and ground it down into a very, very fine flour. So when you're making a batter, it makes a very, very crispy batter. Next, I am gonna use some all-purpose flour. To give it really great color, we're using turmeric. It's considered one of the world's superfoods, but when you dry it and powderize it, it creates this gorgeous kind of mustardy saffron color. Next, a little bit of cornstarch. So this crepe is gonna be nice and kind of spongy, but also crispy on the edges. Little bit of kosher salt. And these are my dries, and I like to get them all together before we start adding the liquids. Okay, so the wets, very simple. Good amount of coconut milk. And then finally, to give some bubbles and some flavor, I'm just putting a beer in there. Don't do that at home. That's a trained professional move. Look how beautiful that batter is. That is so gorgeous. Working this together until I get something thinner than an American pancake batter, but thicker than a French crepe batter. All right, because the flour molecules have to hydrate, I'm gonna set this aside for 15 to 30 minutes. So one of the hallmarks of Bánh Xèo is the crepe must have pork in it, and if you're feeling really lucky, a little bit of shrimp in it too. Pork belly traditionally is a really tough cut of pork. I'm gonna show you a great way to make this pork very tender very quickly. I like to buy it with the skin off because I can tenderize this pork belly, but the skin is so tough that even with my baking soda trick and boiling, the skin's still gonna be a little tough. So make sure to grab that pork belly that has no skin. So the pork belly sliced, I take some water, I bring it up to a boil, and I'm just gonna add baking soda. Baking soda coats this pork. It doesn't allow the muscle fibers to bond together, right? It actually keeps them apart. I'm gonna let this pork boil for about 10 to 15 minutes. All right, so I'm gonna show you how to make nuoc chum. It is that beautifully sweet and tangy, spicy dipping sauce that's used for just about all Vietnamese dishes, like egg rolls, spring rolls, and it's really, really simple to make. So let me do the liquid portion first. I'm gonna whisk together sugar, lime juice, water, rice vinegar. So I'm just building that 5 flavor, hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory type of flavor profile. Vietnamese fish sauce. So this sauce is called nuoc chum. Fish sauce by itself is called nuoc mum. I think it's always fun to learn all the terms in the language of the cuisine you're cooking. And now we're gonna add chilies and garlic to actually pop this nuoc chum even more. For garlic, I'm just laying my knife flat, pounding it flat, both cloves, and I'm just giving it a nice tight mince. Thai chilies or bird's eye chilies, I've got 1 to 2 are gonna be plenty hot, so you will be tasting and feeling the spice on this chili. So I'm just gonna float that right into there as well. And then I like to kind of add a little bit of mouth feel, some texture, and I'm gonna be doing carrots and daikon radish. And the way I like to julienne is to square off the carrot on 2 sides. I don't really need to peel it. And then I'm just gonna slice very thin tiles, like 1/8 to 1/4 inch tiles, and then lay those on top of each other, slice very thin juliennes. So a little bit of the carrots in there. And then daikon, same thing. Daikon is a big, long radish. I'm just gonna take about a 2-inch section and then find my nice thin tiles. Nice thin slices now. All right, let's stir this together, take a taste. It's got a really nice sweetness to it. It's backed up by a good amount of salt. And just that kind of earthiness of the garlic is awesome. And I like to cut scallions in half, line up those halves, and I'm just gonna do straight sliced scallions. Let's put that on the plate. This is how I like to cut an onion. I square off the top, and I just cut the root end off the bottom. I go North Pole to South Pole, and that's when I peel. All right, so these onions are gonna sit in the pan and be totally enveloped by the crepe. I could either do slices, like so, which are gonna kind of mellow and sit in the pan and get nice and sweet. Or if you want as well, you could do what I like to call the lyonnaise, which is cutting along the ribs, always facing the center of the onion. So that'll go into there. All right, I'm gonna pull the pork out of the bath. The crepe batter is rested. I've got all my mise en place. This is my pan of choice. It's an 8 to 9 inch coated or non-stick pan, and that's gonna really help keep that crepe from sticking, but still create a crunchy crepe. Checking my consistency, yes, that looks really good. Not too thick, not too thin. And I'm gonna add some scallions into there now. So a word about shrimp. These crepes have pork and shrimp suspended in them. I'm using a smaller shrimp today. So if you're using a really large shrimp, like a 21, 25 or jumbo, split them in half lengthwise so they don't crack up your crepe when you go to fold them. All right, let's fire this. So first thing I'm gonna do is get a decent amount of oil. All right, so I'm gonna start with a few pieces of pork belly. And again, I don't need a lot because I'm gonna make a bunch of crepes with this recipe. A good amount of onion. And since the pork is already pre-cooked, I can go ahead and add my shrimp. If you're starting with raw, then let that pork kind of catch up before you add your shrimp, because you want all the proteins to kind of be at that same place in cook. So I'm gonna let my onions brown up just a little bit for that maximum sweetness. Going in with my batter, I'm gonna grab all those ingredients in my batter and suspend them. So I've got the batter in, and now I'm gonna tilt. And just like making an omelet, guys, you wanna spread this batter out so you get maximum coverage on the pan, but also make sure that you're spread out enough so you have a nice even layer all the way through. So this is when I'm gonna lower the heat a bit. So as you can see, I've got perfect spread. The bottom is starting to brown slightly, but still can lift off. That is the point where now we need to add the bean sprouts and cook the top. And the way we're gonna do that is, I like to add the bean sprouts in kind of on one side because I'm gonna be folding this in half. And then we're gonna put a lid on it, and that steam, as you can see, is gonna get captured and now steam the top. You hear that? That's the sao, guys. Sao in bánh xèo is Vietnamese for that. Shh. So let this sao for a minute. To eat this, we've got a Vietnamese greens plate, we've got the nuoc cham, and we've got some rice papers, all right? The practice of wrapping food in parcels of either vegetables or rice paper is a real indigenous Vietnamese practice. Vietnam was ruled by China for 1,000 years and then French influence for a while, but this beautiful method of wrapping things in herbs predates all that. So my basic greens plate is this: green leaf lettuce, mint is easy to find, cilantro is easy to find. I'm using perilla here that kind of has that Japanese shiso flavor, and then I'm using a little bit of cucumber. How you do it is up to you, but I want you to have at least 2 or 3 of these. And then I'm gonna show you how to eat this with rice paper after I'm done. Speaking of, I think it's time to plate our bánh xèo. Visually what I'm looking for, the bean sprouts have wilted a bit, the crepe is solid but still sliding, and I'm looking for a nice GBD, a golden brown and delicious. So now I'm going to bring the bánh xèo here. So what I do is I like to slide it halfway off and then fold it right over. Just like that. A few ways you can present it. You could either send it thusly on a plate, but if you want to decorate and put the greens plate next to it, I think it's a really nice touch. In Vietnam on the streets, you really see these bánh xèo vendors having like 10, 12 pans all going at the same time. It's pretty amazing. Certain parts of Vietnam eat it with a rice paper, but it's totally up to you. You could just use veggies, but I soak the rice papers in warm water until I feel them just start folding over on themselves. I'll drain and let them carry over on my cutting board. That means I'm gonna let them finish hydrating here. And after about 10 seconds, you're gonna see they're gonna be nice, perfectly sticky, and ready to eat. Check it out. It's gotten nice, soft, tender, and chewy. I usually will take a piece of rice paper, a nice section of the bánh xèo right there, ready to go. I'm gonna crack off a little bit of the greens. I'm gonna lay the bánh xèo right in the middle there. Fold that over into a nice little package. I'll take the nook chum, and if you have your own nook chum, you could do the dip, but if you don't want to cross-contaminate, just do a nice little drizzle. Cheers, everybody. The savoriness of the pork and the shrimp married with the crispiness and the cooling of the bean sprouts. And then you've got the herbs, then you've got the crispiness, and then the nook chum. This really is an outstanding Vietnamese experience. Guys, I really hope you enjoyed making this with me. Make it at home, take lots of photos, tag us in those photos. Thanks so much for hanging out, and we'll see you next time. Today, I'm cooking a Taiwanese dish called 3-cup chicken. It's so popular, it's considered Taiwan's national dish. Every family has their own version, and the Tila household is no exception. I'm gonna show you my favorite twist to this classic recipe. Hey guys, I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate, so let's get into it. Sichuan dried shiitakes, dried chilies. So dried shiitake mushrooms have to be one of my favorite ingredients to play with for a few reasons. When you dry them, you actually increase the savoriness. 2, you change the texture and they eat more like meat. In fact, the liquid that you reconstitute these mushrooms in become a phenomenal vegetarian or plant-based stock. As for dried chilies, these are Chinese dried chilies for Sichuan food, so they're gonna be very, very spicy. You know, just like fresh chilies, there's a range of spicy levels, there's a range of flavors, so make sure you know what you're getting into because these are very, very hot. I always keep dried chilies in my pantry because they never go bad and they're very versatile. I can reconstitute them to make chili paste or sauces, or I could just blend them to make a little bit of chili powder. 3-cup chicken is traditionally made with chicken pieces like breast or thighs. The Tila family twist is chicken wings. It is no secret that I have an obsession with chicken wings. I eat them multiple times a week. I think they're more versatile and more delicious for this dish, and I'm gonna prove that to you right now. Okay, so to get into this dish, we need to start by soaking our black shiitake mushrooms. These are basically umami bombs, but to release the flavor of the bomb, we need to soak them in hot water. A little goes a long way, so I only need a few. I like to do them in a saucepan with very hot water. These dried mushrooms should soak from about 15 minutes all the way up to an hour. You can't over soak these, so don't worry. I always like to work from vegetables to protein. It keeps the raw stuff away until we absolutely need it. We got some very traditional Taiwanese aromatics here. I'm gonna show you how to break them down. So first I'm gonna cut up some ginger. The application here is basically just a saute, so I just want thin slices. And I'm always thinking to myself, how am I cooking this thing? Well, I'm gonna apply this to heat to saute, so I'm gonna cut it into thin tiles. So next I need some green onions. I'm gonna use the whites to saute and braise, so I'm gonna keep them larger to about 1-inch pieces. I need the greens or the tops as garnish. So now I'm gonna gather and cut them on the bias. So just a slight angle and nice thin slices. I think they look nicer this way. They don't taste any different. When your food looks awesome, I think the perception of taste increases. So very simple. As for garlic in this dish, you've seen me kind of mince for stir fry, but because we're braising, I'm just gonna cut them in half. If they are massive cloves, you can third them, but remember it's always about flat surface area to saute and cook out the flavor nice and evenly. So I've got these larger pieces for the braise and they're going in at the same time, so there's no reason why they shouldn't be put in together. And as you can see, I've kept them on the large side so they don't burn up really quickly. One bowl is for the braise, the second bowl is for garnish, and I really love getting all my prep, my mise en place out of the way before I shift over to chicken. So with all my veg prep done, I'm moving on to the raw. And a really good tip is I like to pull out a gel board and cut all my raw proteins on a gel board. It's just an extra safe way to kind of keep raw separated from fresh herbs or vegetables. Chicken wings come in various ways from the store. They come already separated, but just in case they don't, I do want to show you what a whole chicken wing looks like and how to break it up. We call it fabricating in the kitchen. So when I look at a chicken wing, I look for V's. And V's usually mean you have articulating joints. See, there's a V. There's a V right there. In between that V will always be a joint, I promise you. So check it out. So I see the little V. If I place my knife dead middle, magically I can split that joint. Now I'm looking for the next V right here. And I can see that V. If I apply my knife right down the center of the V without any pressure, it disconnects perfectly. So as you get into, chicken or meat breakdown, or what we call fabrication, visually you just want to look for V's because you're going to find the joint every single time. Another chef tip for you: see the little wing tips? Don't throw those away. I gather them, collect them in a zippy bag, freeze them, and I use them for chicken stock because they have a lot of gelatin and make a really luscious chicken stock. Chicken wings are prepped. My aromatics are prepped. Just need to wash my hands and get cooking. All right, let's get into the cook. So I basically have a large skillet. So I've got that to temperature. I just want to start with a little bit of high temperature oil. Peanut, canola, grapeseed, that's all I'm talking about. I'm not a fan of using olive oil in Asian cuisine because I think the flavors clash a little bit. We're gonna start by blooming the aromatics, the ginger, the scallions, and the garlic. I'm looking for a shimmer in the oil and I see that. You can always take that up to a wisp of white smoke if you wish. And here we go. You don't need the heat ripping hot because you still need to add the chicken wings to there and you don't want to burn these ingredients. And how spicy is totally up to you. I can kind of take the heat, so I'm gonna go a little aggressive, but when I make this dish for my kids, I don't put any heat at all, and that's okay. So the chilies are gonna go in, and I just want to toss these aromatics around to start blooming them, to really start cooking through the fiber and getting to the essential oils. And if you are heat sensitive, do be careful. Don't sit over the stove because it'll cause a pretty high cough factor, so be careful. So I'm just seeing a little bit of browning on the edges. It's time to add our chicken. All braising means is you're gonna brown the protein first, in this case it's chicken, then we're gonna add liquid about halfway up, cover, and allow it to simmer. And what that's gonna do is actually get that chicken wing nice and tender. The browning sears the skin and makes it nice and kind of chewy. The liquid braising makes it nice and tender later. While the chicken's browning, I'm gonna pull the mushrooms and cut them up and marry them to the pan. I'm gonna wring those out just to get some moisture out of there. So because I'm gonna be braising for a little while, I'm not gonna cut these mushrooms too small. I'm just gonna cut them in half. They're gonna go into the chicken and into the braise. It's very critical that you take the time and brown your chicken wings because it's gonna really help with texture and flavor when this dish is finished. 3-cup chicken in Taiwan is very similar to like meatballs and marinara in an Italian house. It's taken very seriously. Every mom and grandma has their own version, but the 3 cups just mean the ingredients that go in. And the 3 cups are soy sauce, rice wine, and sesame oil in equal proportions. It's a very home-cooked dish, but people take it very seriously. Each family gets very personal about how they prepare their 3-cup chicken. So I know somewhere out there in the world, someone's mad at me for using chicken wings, probably gonna give me a hard time about my proportions, but I stand by my version of this dish. So in the Tila house, 3-cup chicken wings is the dish that everybody fights for. Once the wings come out of the braise, little Lamaya, little Ren, myself, and Allie, it's like hungry hippos as to who's gonna be able to get as many chicken wings as possible, which usually ends up being me because I'm bigger. I'm kidding. Allie always wins because she's the boss. This recipe scales amazingly. This dish also holds phenomenally. So if you make a ton of these, whatever you don't eat goes in the fridge, and you could even pull them and warm them in the oven or even the air fryer. It could just be hanging out on the weekends, or if you're enjoying sports, giant platter of 3-cup chicken is gonna make you a kitchen hero. This is exactly what I'm looking for. The chicken wings are brown, the aromatics are incredibly charred and smell delicious. Let's get our liquids in there to cool it down a little bit and start the braise. So soy sauce. I'm using a Chinese soy sauce this time. If you can't find it, just a Japanese soy sauce will be fine. And another Tila twist is I love adding a little sweet soy sauce, which has a good amount of molasses in there. And look at that. This really helps get that nice brown, kind of ooey gooey coating. Soy sauce was the first cup. The second cup is rice wine. I'm using sherry here. So like Chinese rice wine, sherry has a really delicious sweetness to it, and it's gonna pop these flavors so well. The last cup of sauce in 3-cup chicken is sesame oil. Traditionally, it is equal parts soy to rice wine to sesame oil, but this is where I'm gonna dial it back a little bit. I like a little less sesame oil because it's such a powerful flavor. A little bit of sugar, which increases that sticky factor again, which I love on wings. Don't forget our dried shiitake mushrooms. We're gonna give this a stir, cover, and let it braise for about 20 to 30 minutes. Look at that, it's already starting to look amazing. I wanna reduce this to a simmer from a boil. I'm gonna cover this and let this reduce for about 20 to 30 minutes. You have 2 simple missions. 1, you're gonna reduce the sauce into a glaze. 2, you wanna cook the chicken wings just through. So after 20 to 30 minutes, the chicken wings should be cooked through. That's what I'm talking about. You can actually see the level of the braise come down almost halfway. The chicken wings are nice and dark. I can tell that they're cooked through. Let's plate this. I like to add basil. It's a little tip that I learned from some Taiwanese friends. The Chinese do a version of this without basil, and a lot of Taiwanese families actually add basil, and I just want to wilt this basil right in at the end here. Basil adds an amazing kind of black licorice anise flavor, and I think this adds like another layer of flavor that makes this version so unique. It's also gonna remind you of that Thai dish, spicy basil chicken. The basil really adds an interesting note to this dish. So let's plate up. Today I'm gonna do a little bit of rice. Chicken wings are done. I wanna bring it onto a big old platter. Yes. I mean, a reminder, if you prefer chicken breast or chicken thigh, just make sure those pieces are to 2 to 3 inches. Brown them, braise them exactly the same way, and they're gonna come out this delicious. Final garnish here is a little bit of scallion. A heaping bowl of 3-cup chicken wings and some hot jasmine rice kind of is the perfect night in for me. All right, let's see how I did here. Look at that, glazed, sweet, savory. The flavors are simultaneously rich and savory and sweet with just a hint of sesame. These are amazing. And there you have it, friends, the Tila family version of 3-cup chicken wings. I'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. I'm gonna be making a dish that is the perfect marriage between my Thai and Chinese roots, drunken noodles. Drunken noodles are known for being a late-night street food dish, but despite the name, there's no alcohol in the noodles. It's usually in the patrons eating it. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila, and welcome to Ready, Jet, Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get into the dish, please take a moment and subscribe to the Food Network YouTube channel so you can keep up with more of my favorite recipes. So let's jump in the pantry and start building this sauce. A few key ingredients for this: sweet soy sauce. I'm gonna need oyster sauce, and we gotta talk about sriracha. We gotta have that sriracha heart to heart. So I think fish sauce has finally, after decades, become ubiquitous. Everyone knows it. It gives you that salt and umami. Just make sure you're using Thai fish sauce for Thai dishes. Of course, hot, sour, salty, sweet, savory. Remember, 5 flavors. So the sweet is gonna come from sugar. Now we're getting into the pantry ingredients. I think sweet soy sauce is probably the easiest to understand. It's basically just molasses and soy sauce. So if you're like, man, I cannot find sweet soy sauce, just take 60% blackstrap molasses and about 40% soy sauce, and you've made your own. Very, very simple. I did say this is a Thai-Chinese hybrid, so anytime you're cooking noodles and you're stir frying, you're probably gonna be using oyster sauce. Oyster sauce is kind of the end-all, be-all. If you had to go to battle with one sauce, you would start with soy sauce and then start bringing all these other plus ones, is what I call them. Let's just take a beat and talk about sriracha. We all know the green cap sriracha, but it's not the OG sriracha. This sriracha is made here in the States. Real sriracha, or what they call sriracha, is a province in Thailand that grew chilies and made this sriracha. This is original Thai sriracha. It's going to be sweeter and more rounded, whereas this is delicious, but it's going to be more acid and chili forward. So I'm going to let you guys pick, but please do me a favor and try the Thai sriracha. I think it's quite delicious. Sriracha in this dish is just adding a little heat. So if you like heat, add more. If you don't love heat, you can leave it out or add less. So the liquids are in. It's time to bulk up the liquids with aromatics. In the world of Asian basils, this is known as Thai basil, also known as sweet basil. We know it because the stem and the stalks are purple. The leaf is a smooth profile, and it's got a really nice licorice smell to it. That's sweet or Thai basil. You may come across something that's called hot basil. The leaves will be jagged, the stems will be green, and it'll have more of a peppery smell to it. Like if you cut a green bell pepper, that smell that permeates, that's gonna be closer to hot basil. This was always my little tip. Because there's basil in this dish, I'm gonna chiffonade basil into the sauce. That liquid sizzling in the pan is gonna steam out all of the essential oils of this garlic and this basil. All right, so let's chiffonade this basil. Literally pick the leaves, lay them on top of each other, and then roll them into a very tight cylinder. Basil leaves are rolled up tight. And I'm just trying to get the thinnest slice possible. Always be moving your knife either forward or back, because that's actually slicing. If you're not moving the knife as you're bringing it down, you're actually bruising the basil. So that motion of going forward or back, that creates a really beautiful chiffonade. And that's it right there. That licorice smell is gonna just kind of fill the kitchen. It's pretty amazing. I'm gonna also add garlic to the pan, but I also wanna add a little bit of garlic to this sauce. And I simply just cut the root side off the garlic before anything, just like that. Root side pops right off. And now these garlic cloves will release from the skins. They're really literally just holding on by the root. And if you get a little bit of that skin, it's not a big deal. If you ever are walking through night markets in Thailand and you're watching uncles and aunties smash garlic into the wok, a little bit of that skin actually creates another flavor layer. It chars up. It really creates a really, really nice kind of aroma and another look to the dish. So I'm just doing a quick slicing pass, a very tight slicing pass, and my final move is going to be smashing the garlic against the board with the knife. So check it out. It's kind of this row your boat. So, and you can hear it. It's very ASMR. This smashed garlic, a little bit of it is gonna go into the actual sauce, and I'm gonna reserve this to go into the wok with me. All right, so let's mix this sauce up. Drunken noodle sauce, done. So the last two items I'm gonna need are the noodles and the serrano peppers. So before I give my dissertation on noodles, let's just get all of our knife work out of the way. I need a half of this onion, and I'm always start by taking off the tip and the tail. I get a lot of comments about, bro, I don't think you should be taking the root of the onion. Trust me, if you're cutting hundreds of onions in your lifetime, it's the way to go. It makes life a lot easier. And then cut it in half. I only need half today. So I'm gonna peel into half. And because you removed the top and the tail, the skin comes off super, super quick. Now, I like the Lyonnaise cut. You've seen the slice off the rainbow. You've seen the dice, which makes boxes. The Lyonnaise cut is the cut for stir fry or the wok or saute. Basically, keep the edge of the knife aimed to the core, to the center of the onion. And by keeping it always aimed to the middle, cut 1/4 inch to 1/8 inch pieces. So by the time you hit the top, you're at top dead center, always leaving the edge aimed, 1/4 inch slices. And these are superior wok fighting cuts, meaning they're not gonna wilt in the wok. So that's what I want right there. Chili is very personal. You don't seed Asian chilies. So I'm just going to do a thin slice. I like thin surface area because they melt into the pan very well. And obviously I'm doing 2 at a time to double my efficiency. All right, next, cherry tomatoes. Flat hand, make sure the knife is in between you and the board, and just rock it back and forth. And that way you're gonna get them all done in one go. All right, so I'm using a wok here, but you do not need a wok. You just need a pan that can get oil hot and has enough surface area to hold all your ingredients. That's it. So I'm starting with a little bit of neutral oil, and that just means peanut, canola, grapeseed. I don't need a lot. I just want to get everything in this pan sizzling. I like to start with garlic and chilies because they're my kind of aromatics. A word of warning, if you're using chili, you see all this vapor, it's gonna be like pepper spray. So stand back and just kind of be ready. And if you're cooking in an enclosed like an apartment, open some windows, get a fan going. I'm gonna be adding eggs, and I like to do this kind of thing called hot side, cold side. I put a lot of the ingredients up against the side of the pan. I'm gonna add a little bit of oil just for the eggs, and I'm literally just cracking eggs in. Don't pre-scramble, you don't need to do any of that. I really like that difference between white and yolk. And I'm breaking up the yolks a little bit. So egg is about to set, right? A little on the wet side. I'm really kind of just letting it set up a little bit. Let's get that shrimp in there. And that's gonna cook up really quickly. As the shrimp are cooking up, I'm gonna add the onions over the shrimp. Asian sauteing is this beautiful balance of getting every ingredient cooked to perfection by the end of the dish. So that's why I'm kind of being meticulous about when things go in, where they are in the pan, and to the level of cook. Now, I'm gonna break out these noodles and show you how they come together, right? This whole pack was one giant noodle sheet, like literally 6 to 10 feet long. What I'm gonna do is each bar basically opens up to become one noodle. So check it out. It was one noodle sheet folded over itself probably about 8 to 10 times, and it's breaking off now at the ends to create these beautiful pieces. I've got 2 bars pulled apart. The rest I'm gonna keep nice and airtight so I can put those in a zippy bag or in a container, and they're gonna go right in. Check that out. Fresh rice noodles. Now it's really important for the noodles to get a little bit of sear. Because they're so fresh, when they get a little bit of that caramelization, they get almost crispy on the edges, and I love that. So don't be afraid to spend 30 seconds to a minute here and really let those noodles sear up. You can have direct pan contact, and that's gonna also create that wok hay, that kind of aroma of the wok. And that's just from searing all the ingredients at a really high heat. So now, shrimp, about 3/4 way, egg is good to go. The onions are starting to get translucent. So now basil is gonna wilt right in. Now, the lovely part of that, the basil, is gonna be those essential oils. And to release those, I'm gonna need some tomato, because tomatoes have a lot of that tomato water, which is sweet, but it's also gonna give me some moisture. And I'm gonna let this saute up a bit. And the tomatoes are gonna release their liquid. That liquid is going to help steam those leaves, and the leaves are gonna give their essential oil. It's a very purposeful cook here, and that's looking gorgeous already. And before we apply sauce, make sure to take an extra second and get that sugar whisked in. Get all that sriracha, sweet soy, and fish sauce to play. And I'm almost coming at it from the edges, because I want that, again, boil, that caramelization, that steam, and get those noodles bathed in using that surface area of the pan. And what you're gonna find is the noodles are gonna start to yield the liquid. All those delicious sauces are gonna hit the pan and start to reduce. And I'm looking at the bottom of the pan for the viscosity, and I want this to have reduced just a little bit. And I'm just about done. This is the last chance you're gonna have to know how delicious this is. So please taste your food before you serve it. I can turn down the heat a little bit because I can see the noodles are done. The sauce is reducing. Oh man. This really is like a perfect dish. All right, this is exactly what I want. All the ingredients are cooked to perfection. Your final check is, has the sauce reduced and stuck onto the noodles? Do the noodles look moist? That's it. That is perfect. And you gotta serve this dish hot and fresh to get your maximum impact. Look at that. That is straight out of the streets of Bangkok right there. This dish is literally served hot, eaten right off the street as most of the people are sobering up. And it is one of those dishes that is a bit sweet, is super satiating. That's really, really fun to eat and fun to cook. Here we go. Cheers. It's the bounciness of the noodles, that umami, and then just kind of the bath of that kind of licorice flavor that really ties it together. This really is one of my favorite dishes, and I know it's gonna be one of yours. What a great, perfect dish. I use 2 serrano chilies, and on a 10 scale, it's only like a 3 or 4, but that's very personal. Make sure to match the level of heat to your diner at home. Well, there you have it, team, my famous drunken noodles. I hope this has given you the confidence to go tackle this dish at home. With just a few ingredients adding to your repertoire, you're gonna be able to knock it out of the park and then start your way to cooking way more Thai dishes. Make sure to let me know what you think about the recipe, how it came out for you. Make sure to subscribe, and we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. I'm about to teach you how to make dan noodles that originate from the Sichuan province in China. The sauce uses tahini, which you probably know from making hummus, but it also uses other umami-packed ingredients that make these noodles irresistible. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's get into it. All right, Dan time. Let's do that first. You can't have Szechuan food without Szechuan peppercorns. They kind of look like red peppercorns visually, but once you grind them down into a powder, they have a very unique flavor. They're kind of hot like peppercorns. They're aromatic, they're floral, they're spicy, but they also have this very lemony flavor like sumac. And then they create this fun, tingly sensation, almost a numbing spice. So if you go to the Szechuan restaurant, you see that ma la word, it means hot and numbing. Next, we have preserved vegetables. You're like, well, what kind of vegetables? So this cool earthen jar is Tianjin preserved vegetables. In the north of China, you can't get fresh vegetables all year long, so they take these cabbages, they cut them, salt them, and then ferment them, and they hold them in these earthen jars, and that fermentation creates umami, or savoriness, that gives these Szechuan dishes a huge pop. All right, thin soy and sweet soy. The world of soy sauce is vast. I think the best note I can give you is match the country of origin that you're cooking. So I'm making Chinese dan noodles, I'm gonna pull Chinese soy sauce. These are the 2 primaries. Thin soy is Chinese all-purpose soy sauce. You might also see it labeled as light soy. They're the same thing. Next, sweet soy sauce. That's basically molasses added to Chinese soy sauce, so it coats well, gives you a nice sweet pop, and together these are gonna make delicious dan noodles. All right, pantry's done. This is a really fast dish, but it has some critical steps that we need to cover. Like always, we're gonna get the knife work out of the way, then we're gonna boil the pasta, and then concurrently make that really savory meat sauce, and then we're gonna tie it all together. Very classic Chinese ingredients here. Ginger, garlic, and scallions. If you went to that specific culinary school with the 3-letter acronyms, they call it GGS. Y'all know what I'm talking about if you went there. So with ginger, I basically break off the little fingers, end up with the big main stalk, and we're gonna do a quick knife peel. And the way I like to do that is to square one side off so it sits up straight, and I'm just gonna run the blade of my knife along the body of the ginger until I rub off the ginger skin from one side. And then I'm gonna do the same thing to the other. If this makes you nervous, just use a peeler or a spoon. Whatever makes you most comfortable. I like to use the knife because I'm gonna use the knife anyway for slicing, and I think it's just more efficient that way. So now that you have the ginger peeled, I'm gonna cut one end off so it sits up straight, just like that. And then I'm gonna cut 1/8 inch tiles and then lay those tiles on top of each other and then come down with 1/8 inch slices. My grandma always called this the blades of grass cut. So there it is, ginger blades of grass. Moving on with garlic. Anytime I'm adding garlic to a wok or a fry pan, I smash it flat and just give it kind of a rough mince. So flat garlic, join it together, and just a nice 1/4 inch slicing pass. Give that a 1/4 turn, and then another 1/4 inch slicing pass. So the Szechuan province grows really amazing chilies and garlic, so I'm not gonna be shy here because this is really gonna pop the flavor of the Dan noodles. Lastly, I've got some scallions. I like to line up the roots, take off those root pieces, and what I'll do is cut them in half, line them all up, and efficiently just slice all the scallions together. So let's spend a little time with these preserved vegetables. So this is basically cabbage that has been salted and allowed to ferment in earthen jars like this. That fermentation does a few things. A, it preserves these vegetables, but B, it releases so much umami flavor. The issue is salt, because they've packed them in salt. We want to get to the umami and the deliciousness, we gotta rinse the salt out of them. So I like to put it in a bowl. I'm gonna add water in here and just give it a couple water changes and squeeze out the excess, and that's the way to prep these preserved vegetables. So water into the bowl. I'm gonna kind of wash it like I'm washing rice, and then I'm gonna pour out the excess and give it a really good squeeze to get it as dry as possible, because I want the umami flavor. I want the depth of these, but I want to rinse off the salt. There it is, that's what I'm talking about right there. So the veggies are done, let's build the Dan sauce. From the pantry is sweet soy sauce, light soy sauce, sambal or chili garlic sauce. And with the sambal, if you love spicy, you could go a little heavier. Black vinegar. The tahini is actually my addition to this dish, because in China you would use ground sesame seeds, which all tahini is ground sesame. So I think you get better flavor and a better viscosity using tahini. And then finally, we took those Szechuan peppercorns, we ran them in a little spice grinder, and that's how you get this beautiful powder. So with all the ingredients in, I'm just gonna whisk this until it comes together. With any of the dishes that we've cooked together, if you find a stir fry that you fall in love with, just take the sauce recipe and multiply it up 2 to 10 times, put it in a container, label it, and you've got stir fry sauce at your disposal. With all my prep done, it's time to get cooking. So I preheated this wok for about 1 to 2 minutes until it gets nice and hot. If you don't have a wok, don't worry about it. A nice heavy skillet, like a enamelized cast iron pan or any pan that has wide sides that gets very hot is gonna do fine. So I'm always starting out with a high temperature, low flavor oil, peanut, canola, grapeseed work. Anytime I have ginger and garlic in a stir fry, they're gonna go in first. I always wanna fry up my ginger and garlic because that's gonna help perfume the oil and get the pan ready for the ground pork. This recipe is very similar to a pasta and meat sauce, right? We're gonna cook this meat sauce with all these aromatics and liquids, and what's gonna happen is we're gonna cook our noodles, and then we're gonna bring it together in the bowl. And you can see the ginger and the garlic and the ground pork marrying together, and I'm gonna brown that very well to really release flavor out of here. With the pork halfway, I'm gonna add these preserved vegetables because I do wanna saute them into that hot oil. I know I'm about 5 to 8 minutes away from the meat sauce. I'm gonna drop the noodles now so they meet up at that perfect time when the noodles are nice and still starchy, and it'll suck up the sauce. As for the noodles, these are just simply Chinese wheat noodles. If you can't get the Chinese noodles, use pasta. I think linguine or spaghetti or angel hair, any of those would work deliciously in this dish. I really wanted to show you how to make Dan noodles because I really think they're the next big noodle dish. I mean, if we look at the evolution of noodle dishes, I would say lo mein and then pad thai, and then pad thai became khao soy, and then I think dan dan are the noodles that are gonna kind of be all the rage. So I really wanted to make sure to cook this with you. And just like our European counterparts, deglazing with wine is something that's been done in China forever. In China, I would use a Shaoxing or a rice wine. I'm simply using a little sherry to deglaze this meat sauce. As the sherry deglazes, it's the perfect time to add the spinach to get wilting. Once the sherry has deglazed, meaning it's actually evaporated almost 100%, I'm gonna add the sauce that we made. I'm gonna let this sauce bubble up a little bit. All those flavors in the pan are gonna marry together. Right before you plate up is your last chance to kind of check your flavors and adjust them before you actually get them to the plate to your guest. It's rich, it's spicy, it's savory, and I always want my dan dan sauce on the stronger side because you're putting it right onto just plain pasta. I want my noodles just al dente. I don't want them too far cooked. And I'm just gonna drain them. No need to rinse them. Just like the Italian pasta rules, you don't wanna rinse your noodles because you want all that delicious starch to work together and suck up that sauce. We'll just give that a quick toss to get the residual moisture out. I'm gonna bring my plate over. I'm gonna get a portion of my noodles into the bowl. And you can do this either individual or just a giant family platter. Either one will work. Then I'm gonna come over the top and smother these noodles with my dan dan sauce. Scallions are the perfect garnish. Tiny bit of the Szechuan peppercorn. Little pepper, it's also really nice. And there it is, guys. You know, the Italian culture and the Chinese culture, not that different. Noodles and meat sauce, but the Szechuan version is gonna be a lot spicier and a lot tangier. Let me give that a shot there. It's that tangy craveability that pops. But what's fun is that little numbing spice of the Szechuan peppercorn. Well, there you have it, family. We made dan dan noodles together. I hope next time you go out, we get you from lo mein into dan dan, and we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. So today I'm making larb, or lap in Thai, but I'm gonna flip it and make a turkey larb. It's a delicious, tangy, ground meat salad you're gonna find in just about any Thai restaurant. It's super light, fresh, and healthy, and I'm serving it up with my mom's famous sticky rice and mangoes. Hey guys, I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's get into it. Larb, we're in Thai food here. Okay, so I want to take a moment and talk about tamarind. Tamarind is a fruit that grows around the world. It's equatorial, so it only grows in hot zones. In Thailand, we use it to make food sour, and it comes in two primary forms. This is the actual fruit with the seeds in it. I like using this container because it has just the fruit and water with all the seeds and stuff strained out. You basically take 1 part water to 1 part tamarind block. You smash it around until the pulp releases from the seed. You strain it out in a strainer, and there you go. That's how you get this. If you can't find this, the block is great. You just have to go through the extra step of straining the seeds out. As for palm sugar, all palm sugar is the sap of the coconut palm tree reduced down into a solid. And you see it in different forms. These are just like the big dabs of coconut sugar. This is the powderized form. Both work really well, but the powder form is really easy to measure and to cook with. And you can't make Thai food without fresh limes. These are Persian limes versus the little key limes. Basically 99% of markets only carry Persian limes. I think they're sweeter, they yield more juice, and when I pick a lime, I look for a smooth skin lime versus a drier, gnarly lime, because these are gonna yield more juice than the other limes. All right, got my pantry ingredients. Now, larb is commonly ordered in Thai restaurants using chicken, but you know what? I thought it'd be fun to try turkey today. This dish can be made with any ground protein you like. I mean, even tofu, but turkey is light. I think it's delicious. It's easy to find here, and I think it's the perfect kind of sub to kind of change it up a little bit. Now, when you are getting turkey, if you can, ask your butcher to use the large die and grind it big, because that gives you, in my opinion, the best texture when it comes to larb. So we want to start by marinating the ground turkey. This is my grandma's twist. You know, I've had other Thai chefs go, why are you using tamarind? Well, it makes sense to me. It's tangy, it's fruity, and I think it really kind of pops the deliciousness factor. It gives you that extra layer of brightness. So I'm just gonna get the tamarind in and worked through into the turkey, and I'm gonna let this marinate for about 15 minutes as I do my vegetable prep. Just to be safe, I'm always gonna do a hand wash when I'm crossing between proteins and vegetables. So I'm gonna get my prep done for the larb, which means onions, garlic, shallots, and scallions. And you guys know me, I like to cut things fancy. So let me show you how I take down these vegetables. I always cut onions the same way. I take a little bit off the top to square it off, and I take a little bit off the root. I'm gonna go in half, and this is how I like to peel the onions. Makes it life so much easier by trying to do it in the half versus the full round. And I just simply want to slice this. So you can actually see the little rings like a rainbow, or the button, which is the actual root side. We're actually gonna cut the ring side, and just nice thin slices. It is a salad, so keep it nice and thin. You don't want to overwhelm this dish with the flavor of onion. Simple, just like that. Next, you know what? A cousin to the onion is shallot. Pretty much the same way, my friends. Little off the tip, square off the root side, and then find that half, okay? I'm gonna go half this way, and I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. You might be wondering, like, why shallots and onions together? Well, I think they have a very different flavor. I think red onion is on the sweet side, shallot is more on the earthy side, and they work really well together to ground this dish. Okay, just like an onion, there's gonna be that rainbow in the root, always going with rainbows. All right, shallots are done. So next is gonna be garlic. Taking the cloves off. Once you cut the root side of the garlic off, the skin has nothing to hold on to the clove with, meaning this, if I just give it a nice little pop, you'll actually feel the garlic actually come off the skin side. So just with a little bit of pressure, the cloves release, just like that. And I'm not overthinking this by over mincing it. I just want to keep it nice and even, but not too fine, because you are going to put this in the pan and get some heat on it. So just a nice thin slicing pass, and I'm happy there. Woo! This is strong. Getting emotional. All right, I always cut scallions the same. Anything wider than your palm, you cut in half. Gather those up, and instead of cutting perpendicular, just put a little angle on that knife. And we call this the bias slice. Tastes the same, looks better, perception of value, you know what I'm saying. Always make your food look cool if you can. There it is, and that's just gonna be for garnish and some flavor as well. There is a tradition when eating very spicy salads in Thailand, is you want a cooling place, meaning I took a bite of very spicy larb. I need a bite of cabbage to cool my palate off. So what I'm gonna do with these cabbage slices are, let me cut the core out, and then I'm just gonna simply cut it into kind of 1 to 2 inch wide wedges. And this does two things. You can actually eat it like a crudité, where you can grab with it, or you can just take a bite of the cooling cabbage after the larb. I do have mangoes here, but since I've been cutting garlic and onions, we're gonna save these mangoes for later when I have a clean knife and not all this garlic and onion that's going into the savory dish. So let's start cooking the larb. You want to use a very wide pan with somewhat high size. So a wok, a skillet, anything is going to work here. So let's get that preheated. So we're going to start with just a little bit of oil. I'm using a high temperature, low flavor oil. That could be peanut, canola, any of those. Just stay away from olive or sesame right now. You want an oil that gets super hot, that has a nice clean flavor. So we're just going to start by sauteing our aromatics. So I'm going to go shallots and garlic. And we're gonna get these translucent, right? You don't need to brown these. The turkey's gonna go in next, and you want all of the flavors to really kind of marry together. So now is the time for the marinated turkey breast. When using ground chicken or turkey, really use the surface area of this pan. You've got all that very hot oil. You have a lot of protein to cook, so make sure you push it down, get it searing, and then turn it over on itself to get a nice sear. I gotta be honest, I don't love the name larb. In Thai, this would be pronounced lap. And it's got a kind of a pizzazz when you say lap, but the American version of larb, it's just kind of a boring name for such a delicious dish. So larb, I can't even say that. It's messing with my head right now. So lap varies region to region. Most people think it's a Thai dish, but we actually borrowed it from our Laotian neighbors. So I would never try to take Thai credit for lap because my Laotian brothers and sisters would be beating down my door and making sure I come correct. There's different styles of larb, like I was saying. My family's from northern Thailand. The northern larb is very savory, very, very spicy, less kind of bright and acidic like this one. I really wanted to show you how to make the more popularized version of larb with the lime juice and the palm sugar, and that's what we're making today. If your ground meat happens to create a lot of moisture, right? Just feel free to dump it out. That's basically caused from, commercial meat sometimes has a little bit of saline in it. It's not gonna mess with it or hurt it, but if your pan's not super hot and you get that pool of liquid, just feel free to dump it out right here. Get down to when the lap is frying and dry again, and then continue on to our next step. So I'm turning down the heat because I've got my turkey cooked just about all the way through, but I don't want to keep going and drying it out. I'm gonna build my dressing right in the pan now. And it is that classic hot, sour, salty, sweet Thai flavor. We're gonna begin with fish sauce. And again, I've turned down the heat because I wanna build this dressing while everything's warm, but I don't want the pan hot to have it boiling. So fish sauce in, now we're gonna go to lime juice. And there's nothing better than fresh lime juice. I can't tell you how aggravating that product is in the stores that says real lime when it's actually not real lime. So I'm going right from lime to press to into the salad. So we've got the salty, the savory, which comes with the fish sauce. We've got the lime juice, which is bright. And now we want a kiss of that sweetness. And Thai food really is about the balance. So palm sugar. If you don't have palm sugar, don't freak out. White sugar, brown sugar, all those will work as well. We need to round out these flavors with the spice, and I'm just using Thai chili flake. This is not the chili flake that you put on your pizzas. It is potent. So if you're cooking for people who don't love heat, back down on the amount, or you can actually switch over to that chili flake you put on your pizzas. And next, we're adding that flavor of mint, which I love, which makes it so fresh. And don't get fancy, just take the mint, tear it with your fingers, bring it over, tear it again, and you wanna wilt all that fresh mint into this lap to get that amazing flavor. This really is one of the hallmarks of delicious lap. With the mint adding all those essential oils from the mint, I'm gonna add half of the onions. Save the other half for actual plate up for garnish. My other kinds of onions, which are green onions. If there was smell-o-vision, this is that moment where everyone in your kitchen is gonna start oohing and awing. So you've got the mint, you've got the sear of the turkey. This is delicious, and we're gonna pop it even further. We're going to add another layer. This is roasted rice powder. It is basically its namesake. You take regular rice, you toast it in a dry pan, and then you either run it in a mortar and pestle or a spice grinder until it's fine. And it adds a textural and almost an aromatic element. So texturally, the rice powder grabs the dressing and creates a crunch, right? It also kind of concentrates the dressing, and then it gives you this phenomenal crunchy texture. And we've just made lap. I mean, super easy. So I'm gonna put this to the side, save some of my garnishes, but let's move on to make our mango sticky rice. You get to play with one of my favorite Thai cooking implements, the sticky rice steamer. And speaking of rice, we need to have a minute because this is a very special rice. Let me talk you through it, okay? Thai sticky rice is its own thing. It is a long grain glutinous rice, grows in the area of Thailand and Vietnam, and you can totally sub it if you can't get Thai sticky rice. You can use like a Japanese short grain rice or Chinese glutinous rice. There's no other rice that is simultaneously sticky or glutinous and long grain at the same time. So all you're gonna do is take the Thai sticky rice, put it in a bowl, cover it with about 1 or 2 inches of water, and you're gonna let it just relax and absorb its water during that soak. And you're gonna wanna soak for about 3 hours, all the way to overnight. Most rice is called steamed rice, but this is a truly steamed rice, and I'm gonna show you why. So this rice has been soaked for about 3 hours, and now I need to talk about this awesome rig. Okay, let me pour this rice in and to give you a little intro to my cool little steamer rig. So this is a Thai sticky rice steamer. If you don't have one, don't worry. You can make this at home without it, but it's comprised of 2 pieces. You've got the bamboo basket that sits in this aluminum pot. They're readily available on the interweb if you want to get one. They're not that expensive, and they're super cool. If you don't have one of these, just take a stock pot, put a colander in it, and then put your rice in there, cover it tight, and you're good to go. I'm gonna cook the sticky rice for about 10 minutes from the bottom up, because that's where the steam's coming from. We'll flip it over and do another 10. While that's happening, we're gonna make our coconut syrup for the sticky rice. So coconut sticky rice is definitely the sweetened version. You could actually eat the rice unsweetened with any multitude of Thai or even non-Thai dishes. But the secret to coconut sticky rice is the coconut syrup. I like using Thai coconut milk. I think it's important to try to match the country of origin with ingredients, as you guys know. But it's not magic. The magic is the deliciousness that, you know, fresh coconut milk gives you with sugar. So I'm just gonna bring a saucepan up over heat. I mean, I'm a stickler for using Thai coconut milk here because there's no additives, there's no kind of weird gel layer that you see in other coconut milks. We're just gonna get a can of coconut milk in, which is about 2 cups, and we're gonna make a syrup with it. We used palm sugar earlier, but we're switching over to white sugar, which is cane sugar, because it's a cleaner sweet, and it's gonna let the flavor of the coconut speak versus the palm sugar we used in the larb. So sugar's in, coconut's in. You always want a dash of salt. Any Thai chef will always tell you that you can't have sweet without a touch of saltiness. That's just the way Thai cooks work. All you need to do here is make sure the sugar melts and this becomes a nice clean syrup, and that's done. The sugar in my coconut syrup has dissolved. It is clarified. I'm gonna turn the heat off now and get that ready to marry to the sticky rice, but I need to address mangoes. I'm using what's called a champagne, also known as Adolfo mango. They're prized for their sweetness. They're not super tart and they have very low fibers, and this is the perfect mango for mango sticky rice. And nothing fancy here, friends. I'm just going to peel and get these ready for the plate. And if you can't find these, no big deal. You can use any of the mangoes you have at your stores, but you want to make sure the mango that you buy is very ripe, on the soft side. You've seen mango peeling 1,000 ways. This is not where you cut the wedge of the mango with the peel on and you do the scores and you pop it out into squares. We're gonna actually want nice long pieces of mango here. So you're gonna just do a nice clean peel. So what we're looking for are 2 almost, I would even say like fillets of mangoes, because if you've cut enough mangoes, the mango bone, what we call, or the pit, is actually flat. So you're gonna get 2 almost fat sides and then 2 thin sides. Yeah, so it's kind of cool. I mean, a mango, you would never think cuts kind of like a fish because you get 2 fat fillets off it. I'll show you what I mean when I plate this up. So the rice has been cooking for 10 minutes. It needs an additional 10, but I'm gonna show you how to flip this rice over. It's kind of fun. So the steam's been coming from the bottom. I'm gonna loosen the rice up by kind of moving the bamboo basket, and then with just upward pressure, check that out. The rice ball basically turns over on itself. I'm doing this way more times than I need to kind of show you, but I wanna get it down on the top side, put it back in, and give it 10 more minutes. So the sticky rice should be finished. We had 10 minutes, flipped over 10 more minutes. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And let me show you how to marry the syrup and the rice. Look at that. By itself, this is ready to eat. And my favorite way would be like a big Thai grilled meat, like a steak or some pork, but we're gonna actually transform this into a new dish. So it's time to introduce the coconut syrup into the sticky rice. Now we have hot and hot here, so they're gonna blend together pretty quickly. Make sure to reserve a little bit of the syrup for coming over the top and finishing with. But this is very similar to, if you've ever made sushi rice with me, we're basically cutting a liquid into a rice to marry those flavors. So I like these silicone spatulas because they don't break up the rice. And cutting, I think, is the appropriate term because you're gonna have larger pieces of rice that wanna be together, they wanna stick together. So I want you just to take the spatula at a 45-degree angle and work that syrup right into the rice. The coconut syrup is worked into the rice. As you can see, there's nothing left on the bottom. Let's let that cool for a second before we plate that and finish up this larb. All right, so the lap flavors have married together beautifully. I'm gonna finish with the onion, the scallion, and I think I'm gonna save some of the mint for garnish and put some in now. Gorgeous. Looks awesome. And this is how I would plate this traditionally. You have this amazing kind of crudité, all these cool, delicious vegetables, and then the larb down the center. Another fun presentation for the lap actually is to do individual lettuce cups. I mean, I love this kind of family style, but you could totally do lettuce cups if you want. Let's bring some limes to the game in case people want a little more tanginess. And I'm gonna remind people that, yo, there's mint in here. So I'm gonna get pretty heavy with the mint there. And for a little crunchability, yeah, that's a word. I made it up. I'm gonna do the roasted rice powder. And there it is, family. Some turkey lap. Now we gotta finish with dessert. The sweetened coconut rice in the plate. If you're not using this immediately, a good idea is to just put it either in a zippy bag or an airtight container, and that's gonna live really well in the fridge for a few days. And if you wanna bring it back and make it warm, the microwave is the best tool for that. And then we lay some mangoes on it. This is what I was talking about the fillets. You can actually see two flat sides on the mangoes. I like to kind of score it perpendicular this way first, and then find that fillet. There it is, and then that fillet will slide right on to the rice. Thusly, yeah, I stole that from Alton, whatever. The other fillet, whoop, and I'm gonna lay that right onto the rice. Finally, you gotta bring a little of that delicious syrup over the top. Check that out right there. Oh yeah, that is perfect. There it is. So this is how I like to eat lap. Pick your cooling vegetable. I'll use some of the cabbage. Woo! Spicy, delicious. I've got sour, I've got sweet, that perfect kind of balance of all those yum flavors. And then coming over the top with a cool, crispy, refreshing vegetable, that is kind of quintessential lap. I want that sticky rice with that mango. That's the bite. Creamy, sweet, tart. I mean, this really is kind of the perfect meal to cook at home for your friends or yourself. You're getting the hot, the sour, the salty, the sweet, that perfect yum experience, all in really two simple dishes. Well, there you have it, friends. I've taught you how to make turkey lap, kind of a funky name, but a delicious dish. And of course, mangoes and sticky rice to finish. I hope this inspired you to cook some Thai at home. We'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today, we are going to make a classic chicken satay with peanut sauce. I grew up in the kitchens of my family's Thai restaurants, and this is one of the very first dishes I made when I was old enough to cook. Satay is a great party appetizer or a simple starter. It's easy and fun to make. Hey team, I'm Jet Tila, and welcome to Ready, Jet, Cook, where I teach you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. But before we get into it, take a second to subscribe to the Food Network YouTube channel so you can see all of my favorite recipes. Let's get started. We have to start by soaking skewers. We're using bamboo skewers. These are probably like 6 to 8 inches, and you absolutely want to soak these so they don't burn on the grill. So the bamboo skewers will hydrate within like 20 minutes, but because they're bamboo and they're dense, you can actually do this the day before. It's not gonna hurt the skewer at all. So bamboo skewers are soaking. It's time to make marinade, and I'm gonna need some coconut milk from the pantry. So like a lot of my recipes, although I'm teaching you chicken satay, I'm actually teaching you a dry rub, a marinade, the satay, and a peanut sauce. So I want to break it down into a few different parts. So this is my go-to chicken satay marinade. But before I add the coconut milk, it's actually a dry rub. So check it out. I've got curry powder, garlic powder, sugar, salt, and pepper, If you look at this spice blend by itself, I've taught you a really great Thai dry rub. So that can get put together. This is actually a go-to spice blend that just lives in my pantry when I need to make a grilled meat item. One of the foundational items of Thai cuisine is coconut milk. And I'm gonna simplify it for you, right? Coconuts are so many things in Thai cooking. They are sugar, in palm sugar. They're coconut juice in young green coconuts. But just remember, coconut milk comes from mature coconuts. When the coconuts actually get brown on the outsides, the coconut water in the inside gets kind of tannic, but the fats in the coconut mature, and that's how we extract this beautiful stuff. This is really kind of liquid gold. I grabbed 2 cans of coconut milk because I'm gonna need the rest of it to make the peanut sauce. So I'm gonna leave this here, but that's what I need to make the marinade. So I'm stirring in this dry spices into that coconut cream. And as you know, fat is flavor and fat distributes flavor. So when the chicken marries into this, it's gonna coat and it's gonna get super delicious. Speaking of chicken, I am using chicken breasts today. There's no reason why you shouldn't be using chicken thighs. In fact, I encourage it. I'm gonna take the chicken breast and I'm gonna cut it with the grain into those bite-sized pieces, like 1.5 inch wide. And I've got my blocks and I'm cutting against the grain into thin tiles. And those are gonna be threaded really nicely onto the skewers. They're gonna absorb the marinade really easily. But remember, be it stir fry or saute, I'm looking for nice thin tiles, lots and lots of surface area. And I'm gonna marinate this for 4 hours to overnight. You almost can't over marinate. In restaurants, to get ahead, we actually will make the sautés. We'll thread the chicken on raw, and then we'll freeze the actual sautés before we cook them, and we can sandbag them that way. The chicken's gonna marinate. I'm gonna clean up, wash my hands, and I'm gonna show you how to make peanut sauce. All right, so to get started, I'm gonna heat a saucepan to medium, put a little bit of neutral oil in the saucepan, because anytime you're using curry paste, you have to fry that curry paste. And sometimes it's in the coconut fat. This time we're starting with oil. So curry paste, what's in it? A lot of things. The very simple explanation is Thai curries are made with fresh herbs. Most other curries, like Indian curry, are made with spices. So what's in here? Lemongrass, garlic, shallots, Thai lime leaves, basically very aromatic herbs. To really expose the flavor of herbs, you need to fry them up. That's it, it's caramelization. Now, coconut milk. I'm gonna get a little technical here. Good coconut milk has about 13 to 19% coconut fat in it. So 2 things. 1, don't buy light. 2, don't shake the can of coconut milk. Although this can is lying to you and says shake the can, a pro does not shake the can, because watch, that top layer is coconut cream. And I want that coconut cream to continue to caramelize that curry paste. These are those little tips and tricks that really amount to huge flavor bombs. Now that I'm caramelizing in the coconut oil, I can start smelling that all those amazing herbs are frying. I can slow down that caramelization now by adding the rest of the coconut milk. So you can actually see that the tail of the coconut milk is the water that it took to extract the coconut fat. So next is peanut butter. And I know you're wondering, do you use the nouveau peanut butter with the oil separator? Do you use the old school peanut butter we ate as kids? I like the old school stuff. It's creamier, it's got a little more sugar in it, and I think it's just a flavor profile that we're all used to. And between crunchy and smooth, I'm gonna leave that up to you. I'm gonna let you fight that out in your own house. I don't care, I like the crunchy personally, because I want little bits of peanuts in my peanut sauce. As you can see, the peanut butter actually starts out pretty solid. Because when you grind up peanuts, you get a lot of those oils. There's gonna be a point when this peanut butter warms up and melts right into the coconut milk, and you start to see the transformation from kind of peanut butter and coconut milk into one kind of homogenized, beautiful peanut sauce. So that's all I'm waiting for here. Obviously, my grandmother did not have the modern luxuries of prepared peanut butter. The way she did it was to take a bunch of roasted peanuts in a mortar, and she stone mortared them until they became peanut butter and threw them in. So I ain't got time for that. I'm just gonna be real, and I'm gonna use prepared peanut butter. There it is, it's coming to a simmer. The peanut butter is just about to melt into the coconut milk. Let's start to season. Now, this is a dip for sauté, so I want something that's sweet, salty, and a little bit sour. And for the salty, we're gonna use that fish sauce. And I know I've covered fish sauce in a lot of my other videos, but it's basically just anchovies, salt, and water. Think about it as soy sauce made from anchovies. That's all fish sauce is, so it has an incredible flavor. When you're buying fish sauce, make sure you're buying the fish sauce that matches the country that you're cooking. Number two, really good fish sauce should be amber and translucent, right? That bottle of fish sauce that's been in your fridge for a year, that's opaque and looks like soy sauce, it's time to pitch it out and start over. It's okay. I'm giving you permission to do that. So there you go. Once it becomes a beautiful homogenized sauce, once it coats the back of a spoon, that's delicious. That means it will coat sauté perfectly. Peanut sauce is done. It's time to start setting up for our sautés. So the chicken has marinated. It looks gorgeous here, by the way. So what I like to do is kind of visualize how much protein to actual skewer. So I actually hold them where I want the protein to stop. And I'm very just simply going to flatten them out. Find the surface area, the thin flat piece, and I'm just gonna weave right into that point until I hit that point in my thumb where I want that skewer to stop. Another thing I like to do is I actually make lamb chops in the style of sauté. So the marinade, the peanut sauce. So it's a really versatile recipe. I'm really kind of teaching you 3 or 4 different recipes in one. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. I think that looks like a good size for an appetizer. And of course, I'm not mad at chicken thigh. I think the thigh is gonna give you a lot more of a moist bite. I like a little bit of fat on the protein personally. If you're using pork, pork loin, pork shoulder is the way to go. If you're using beef, I would probably go to the steak cuts. And if you're plant-based, very firm tofu and water would make phenomenal sautés. And the only adjustment to the recipe for plant-based, in the peanut sauce, instead of using fish sauce, just switch over to either a soy sauce or an amino acid sauce, and you basically have a plant-based sauté. There you go. So I am looking at both sides, making sure I don't have any bamboo poking through. That looks good to me. All right, it's time to cook. Sautés are skewered. Time for the don't burn the bamboo skewer hack. You're gonna need 2 things for clean cooking sauté. Number 1 is a piece of foil. I am obviously using a grill pan, but the same hack works for an outdoor charcoal grill. You want the foil the width of your grill grate. In this case, I don't want it that wide. And I need it the height of at least that bare part of the skewer. And I'm just gonna apply it down on the grill, okay? Second part of this perfect sauté on the grill is oiling the actual grill. And because again, I have a grill pan, I could use a little paper towel and some oil. On a outdoor grill, you could use a tong and a little bit of a paper towel, or what I call the sacrificial grilling seasoned towel. So either way works. That also has told me that the grill is hot because I see the oil just smoking lightly. And I'm just gonna lay the sautés on there with that little bit of foil protection. And that way I'm not picking up pieces of sauté that have burnt skewers. And because these are so thin, be it on a grill pan or a charcoal grill, medium heat, meaning if I put my hand at the height of the meat, I should be able to hold it there for about 5 or 6 seconds before I go, whoa, that's a little hot. So resist the urge to peek and flip this thing over 20,000 times, all right? You want to establish a really beautiful grill mark, at least on one side. And the way to know is I'm always looking up the side of the protein. But until I start seeing at least 1 or 2 millimeters of char on the side, I'm not gonna touch the sauté. Sauté, like so many Thai dishes you think are Thai, are kind of fusion dishes. Sautés come with the spice routes, and they actually originate from Middle Eastern kebabs. I do see some cook above the sides here. I know I can start messing with it, and to get that beautiful grill mark, don't just go and lift, give it a little wiggle, and once you feel it give, now it's time to turn it over. Look at that, perfect. So same thing, I'm gonna kind of push back and forth. Once it releases, I'll turn it over. Perfect sauté. So remember, These chicken pieces are so thin, they're gonna cook up really quickly. So about 2 minutes on each side is perfect. Any longer and it's gonna dry out. There's only one presentation side a chef worries about. So if I nailed the grill mark on the top side, I'm more worried about the cook through when it's on the other side. I'm very happy with the satay. I know they are cooked through, but still moist. I have a beautiful grill mark on them. I'm going to go ahead and plate these and allow them to rest for a few minutes before I serve them. All right, so peanut sauce. Peanut sauce down. Let's pretty up this plate a little bit. Very simple garnish. I'm just gonna use a little bit of scallion and just a little bit in the sauce as well. Typically in Thailand, it's served with a little bit of a vinegar cucumber salad, and that's it. I mean, what a beautiful set. I need to celebrate by checking my work here. There's only one way to know if I've done my job correctly. Cheers. That savoriness of the chicken kind of enrobed in all the spices. And then you have that sweet and creamy peanut sauce that really comes over the top. There it is, chicken satay and peanut sauce. You've learned the marinade, you've learned how to make this delicious sauce. It's peanut sauce today and it could be peanut dressing tomorrow, it could be peanut noodles the day after. Such a simple and delicious dish. Thanks so much for hanging out. Make sure to subscribe to Food Network's YouTube channel and we'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Khao soi is hands down my favorite noodle dish to eat and cook. It's a curry noodle soup from northern Thailand, where my entire mom's side of the family is from, so it's very close to my heart. What's happening, guys? It's Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's do this. So I pulled some egg noodles out of the cooler. For khao soi, I'm just looking for an egg and wheat noodle, flatter the better. You're gonna find these in the deli section. They are fresh noodles, they're not dry pasta, but all I'm looking for is a whole wheat pasta that has eggs in it, that is flat in shape. So I want that chewiness, but the softness. If you can't get these noodles, an egg noodle will work really well, or a linguine would be perfect. Okay, I need that. And that. Okay, so khao soi is basically a curry noodle. So I needed these two specific curries. All Thai curries have the same base, like lemongrass and galanga and lime leaves, but they're all finished just a little differently. Yellow curry or curry basically has a lot of turmeric, so it makes a beautiful kind of like saffrony yellow color. And massaman curry has those warming spices like cinnamon and coriander. So these, in my opinion, are nice, sweet, warming curries. And of course, you can't have Thai food without fish sauce. Fish sauce is the primary salt and savory condiment in Thailand. Anywhere you have salt, you use fish sauce. All it is anchovies, salt, and water, but the umami pop that it brings is unparalleled. You know, Thai people were not the only ones to use anchovy water, so did the Romans and the Italians today. All right, so why do I love this dish so much? If you've never had it, I think the easiest thing to compare it to is ramen, right? This whole ramen phase that's happening right now. We love ramen because it's rich, it's got noodles in it, it's slippery and slurpy and savory, and this is all of those things and more, in my opinion. So I've got to marry some braised chicken thighs together with this curry, and basically that adds up to pure deliciousness. To start braising my chicken leg and thighs is very simple. You always want to braise or start a stock in cold water because that keeps the stock from getting really cloudy. So leg quarters in, I'm gonna start the heat now and let it come up gently, because if you let the heat come up gently, you're gonna keep this stock from getting super cloudy. I'm trying to accomplish a few things here. I wanna get the chicken thighs braised and tender. I wanna generate a really delicious stock all at the same time. And to do that, I need to add aromatics. The soul of Thai food is really summed up in 3 ingredients, and these 3 right here. It's galanga, Thai lime leaves, and lemongrass. The French have their mirepoix, their trinity, while the Thais have these 3. Thai lime leaves, they're flat, waxy, and have an incredible amount of citrus aromatics in there, so don't overthink it. Just tear them up gently and get them right into the water. Next, lemongrass. There's few kind of ingredients in life that give you such intense aromatics. If I was kind of incorporating this into food, I'd cut it down really small, but I'm just trying to extract flavor. And the way you extract flavor is just to create a ton of surface area into that kind of simmering sauce. So I'm really just kind of opening them up with quarter turns and then using the back of my knife to really kind of break apart those cells and get those aromatics going on. So a good chef tip is don't cut these down into tiny pieces because they're a pain to fish out later. You just want to create kind of a T-cut in here, get the back of that knife and beat it up a little bit. Those go right in. All right, lastly, galanga. Pretty often confused for ginger. Smells nothing like it, tastes nothing like it. If you've never had it, it's a very peppery and piney taste. And because again, we're incorporating into stock, I'm not gonna overthink it. I know a lot of you are wondering, how do I get this stuff? I don't have the Asian market close to me. You can actually order these online in their dry form and they're perfect for this stock. All right, so with garlic in stocks, don't overthink it, all right? Again, you want to expose enough garlic flavor. So to me, that just means cutting this in half, having two beautiful pieces with all that garlic flavor exposed so it's easy to fish out later, and those go right in. I think you're getting the common theme here. When making stock, do not get meticulous in your knife cuts. With shallots, I'm slicing it up skin and all right? Because I'll pull them out later. I'm not worried about that. Now, you've got to ask yourself, how spicy are you? Well, I'm pretty darn spicy, and these Thai chilies are also pretty darn spicy. So I got to give you a word of warning here. 1 Thai chili pepper is going to give you lots of heat already. 2 is going to be like, wait a minute, and 3 is going to be like, yo, like you better be ready because your head is going to sweat. I'm going to go for all 3 today because I like it really hot. I'm going to just make 1 cut in. I'm going to leave the seeds in and all, and I'm going to leave the stems on because I do want to be able to fish them out later. So the goal of this stock is basically to get those chicken leg thighs braised, create a very rich kind of stock to marry into the curry. So this is gonna go, I'll bring that to a simmer and then just let that cruise until those chicken thighs are cooked, not necessarily falling apart, but I do want them pretty soft because we need them to hold up in the curry. And speaking of curry, I'm gonna show you how to make really great Thai curry. Now, curry is kind of all the same base, meaning, remember that Thai trinity? All that becomes the base of most curries. It's what you finish the curry with that determines what it is. So let me explain. So to the base, if we added red chilies, you've made red curry paste. If you add green chilies, you've made green, et cetera, et cetera. But what makes masaman special is the herbs and spices that go into it. There's cinnamon, there's some cardamom. So it gives you a really kind of sweet herbaceous note. And then I'm gonna back that up with yellow curry paste because it has a very high level of cumin in it. So you know the warming spices you love about Indian food? That's all in here. I like cooking curry in something that's very wide because you're gonna need to reduce. And anytime you have a lot of surface area, you're gonna get a lot of reduction. While that pan is heating up, I'm gonna show you what I'm always looking for in coconut milk. Never shake the can of coconut milk, even though the can tells you to. I think we just do that because 90% of the applications of coconut milk require like this balanced liquidy coconut milk. But for curry, don't shake the can and look at what you get on top. This beautiful layer of pure coconut oil. So another grandma tip for you, use that coconut fat as a frying medium for your curry paste. So I'm just taking the top of the coconut cream and you already can smell kind of how fragrant it is. You're gonna go 50-50, the yellow curry paste and the masaman curry paste. And I want you to work this like a roux. Check it out. You're gonna use the coconut fat and then actually fry up the curry paste. Now, what this is doing is very similar to sauteing onions and garlic. It's really kind of expressing the flavors, sweetening it up, the caramelization. There's a lot happening here, and this is how you get down to very delicious curry. When I teach curry, what I teach people is you wanna fry this till you get to that point where you're like, oh man, I think it's gonna burn, but it's not burnt yet. So it gets super fragrant and super sweet. It almost looks like peanut butter in the pan, and I'm just about there, okay? Kind of that moment where like, if I go 30 more seconds, I'm gonna be like, oh no, it's too much. So I'm gonna have the rest of the coconut milk at the ready. And once I hit that magic fragrant moment, right, and I'm almost there, now you're allowed to stir that coconut milk and get it right in there. And I'm gonna reserve a little to kind of give me a little bit of cushion, right, in case I need to thicken it up later. Do you remember that Thai lime leaf? Let me show you a very cool cut to incorporate lime leaves in a curry. I'm gonna put them on top of each other. I'm gonna roll them up really tightly. The French would call this chiffonade. The Thai would actually call this soy, kind of like cow soy. I'll explain that in a moment. I'm gonna take my knife and do a very, very fine pass. It's almost like blades of grass. And this takes a little bit of practice. So if you're not comfortable, just use scissors, cut it to as wide as you're comfortable. And we call that, soy lime leaves. So soy just means to tear into strips or to cut, very similar to the noodles that we're gonna play with later. So those beautifully soyed lime leaves are going to marry their citrus aromatics into this curry and really bring a ton of flavor. So all we're doing now is reduction, meaning I need to reduce this curry until it coats the back of a spoon. And what that does is creates that velvety kind of mouthfeel, that temperature, that beautiful kind of coating that's gonna marry into the noodles. Now that the curry and the coconut milk are reducing, we want to bathe those chicken leg thighs in here to get them coated and get that curry flavor happening. So I'm gently gonna fish out these thighs because I want to keep them intact as possible because they're gonna look gorgeous swimming in curry, and then marry this to the curry sauce. And if I catch a little chili, well, whoops, it's just too bad. We're gonna have to make this spicy. Now reserve this stock because the stock is going to be combined into the curry to kind of thin this out and really complete that flavor. So that's in there. I want to coat the thighs in the curry and just let them simmer all together. It's kind of like that French butter basting, but I'm curry basting here. So cow soy is indigenous to northern Thailand, where my mom's side of the family came from. Cow soy literally translates to slivered rice noodles. Cow means rice, soy, as you saw, means to cut into thin strips. This is a very indigenous dish shared between all the cultures from the north, and every time that smell of spices and curry kind of permeates, it brings me back and it reminds me of my grandmother. So this is a very kind of a, when you get those sense memories that dig into your brain, this dish reminds me a lot of my grandma. So it honors her, and I miss her. So I'm gonna show you how she did it so we can enjoy it together. So we're gonna let these chicken leg thighs braise away. I'm gonna finish cutting my garnishes to kind of plate up the cow soy. The garnishes are very, very simple. We've got some scallions, and the way I like to cut scallions is always kind of cut them in half, and I'm gonna do a bias thin slice on them. I'm not going too extreme because I don't want super long pieces. I just want nice kind of tight, really pretty scallions in the dish. There you go. Next are gonna be shallots. I want diced shallots here. So I start shallots all the same way. I take the tip and I take a little bit of the root off. I cut them in half and then peel them into half, just like I do onions. So dice, put them on the half. I want a 1/4 inch cut in this way. I'm gonna do 1/4 inch slices here, and then line them all up and do my final 1/4 inch cut, and I should have some even small dices. There it is. The last ingredient is the fun one. It's just pickled mustard greens. It's a very common green that's eaten in Southeast Asia, and these have just been pickled, just like you pickle cucumbers. Salt, vinegar, water, and just a lot of thyme. Thyme is in thyme, not the herb thyme. And since these are garnishes, I just want to cut them all into small pieces, and they're all going to be floated on top of the cow soy to kind of choose your own adventure, which is another fun thing about Thai food. I'm going to make a delicious cow soy, but the diner's going to be able to kind of pick his or her way of eating it. Some might like a lot of shallots, some might like 0 shallots, but it really kind of completes the meal and also the texture of the dish. So now it's time to deal with these noodles. They are egg noodles, they are raw, so we need to cook them. The fun thing is we're gonna do them 2 ways, right? We have some boiling water to actually just cook them al dente, just like any pasta. And then I've got a little bit of frying oil as well, because we're gonna want them crispy. And as you can see, they're raw, they're coated in a little bit of fine flour, and these need to be cooked up. So for the boiling, very simple, friends. I've got some water up. Let's salt that to get some flavor in there. And we're gonna start this batch cooking. So on this side, we've got the noodles just boiling away. And on this side, I'm bringing just frying oil, vegetable, canola, any of the oils you want to fry it with, up to about 350, 365. And we're gonna loosen them on the board again. And we're just gonna drop them in very small batches until they cook up GBD. That's golden brown and delicious. You know, the most important thing is the oil's at that right temperature. And just make sure you do it in small batches. And they're very thin noodles, so they're gonna kind of brown up really quickly, so you wanna keep your eye on them. So I just wanna loosen them up that first minute so they don't kind of stick together, and then I'm just gonna let them go. As you can see, they're lifting up, they're cooking from the bottom, so once they kind of initially set, we're gonna do one turn, and then we're gonna let them brown up, and then they're done. All right, so the bottoms are nice and light brown, and this last browning is literally gonna take like 10 seconds. Again, GBD is golden brown delicious, not golden burnt and not delicious. So, all right, let's let those chill out for a minute. Crispy noodles, check. The soft noodles, almost there. This is the perfect time to season the khao soi. So remember, in Thai food, we're going for hot, sour, salty, sweet, and savory. I've got the hot already in there. For salty, we're gonna do a little bit of fish sauce. We need the acid to come from the tamarind. I need a little sweet, which is gonna be from sugar. And by itself, I mean, this would be a phenomenal chicken curry. I mean, you could stop here, slam this over some beautifully cooked jasmine rice and kind of call it a day. But to really make this khao soi, which is the curry soup, I'm gonna add this gorgeous stock that we braised our chicken in. And if you get some hitchhikers like a little lemongrass and lime leaf, don't freak out, man. That's just extra deliciousness. Just tell your guests that it's in there so they can expect it. And there it is, right there. I want to make sure to incorporate the stock into the curry to make this that kind of perfect curry soup noodle texture. I want it kind of velvety, not too thin, not too thick. And now it's time to build the khao soi bowls. So I want to start with my noodles. I'm going to drain these very well. If you're holding these for any amount of time, just give them a rinse in cold water, let them drain until you're ready. For me, I'm going to go right in and serve immediately. It's time for the chicken leg thigh. Oh man, what a meal. Ladle in some of that unctuous curry soup. Can't think of a better word. I mean, that word kind of sums it up for me because it's creamy and savory all at the same time. We're gonna apply garnishes. Shallots are earthy. The mustard greens are sour. We're gonna do some of those crispy noodles. And if you're kind of serving individuals, you could create like a little platter of all of the garnishes and people can kind of choose their own adventure, which makes it fun. I'm gonna take this bowl down as soon as we're done here, so this is all mine. And finally, some cilantro, or as they say, coriander leaves. And that's it, friends. It's everything I want in a bowl. It's my last meal, my favorite meal. It is heaven in a bowl. Let's give this a shot. It's creamy from the coconut milk. It's got such depth of flavor from that curry paste. I hope next time you get a craving for curry, you just go for it and you make khao soi. This really brings me back to times with my family. It is my favorite noodle dish. I hope it becomes yours. And we'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Today I'm making a classic Japanese miso ramen with chasiu pork belly. Now the Chinese may have invented ramen originally, but over the past century the Japanese have taken the dish, perfected it, and really popularized it around the world. Now it's time for me to show you how to make it in your kitchen. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's get cooking. Miso ramen. So I'm gonna talk about miso and pork belly when we get into the kitchen, but we gotta spend some time on kombu. So this is a giant kelp leaf, grows in the ocean. You take it and you dry it and it becomes this. That drying process creates this natural sea salt. It's been done this way by fishermen for 1,000 years. The amazing flavor this gives is actually what MSG was synthesized to actually taste like. But this is savory in its most natural form. We're using kombu for the savory profile, and it really is the essence of umami. The word umami literally translates to the spirit of flavor. That's how important it is, and that's what kombu is gonna give us. I'll show you how to use it in the kitchen. Pork belly, miso. So for the miso ramen, I need pork belly. Make sure to get skinless pork belly because those skins will not break down in time. It'll be chewy like rubber bands. And also I'm using red miso, also known as aka miso. There's 3 levels of fermentation: white, yellow, red. Basically, the more fermented, the more pungent, the more salty. I'm going with red because it has the most flavor, the most punch, and I think it's super delicious. So, lots to do, but we're gonna make it very simple. There are 4 very popular styles of ramen, and they're basically classified by their broths. So first, we're gonna be making miso ramen today, which uses miso as the primary ingredient and flavoring. The second would be shio, which is the Japanese word for salt. So salt basically flavors the broth, which obviously has bones in it. And then there's shoyu, which is the Japanese word for soy sauce. So you have a dark soy sauce broth. And then there's tonkotsu broth, which is a very fatty bone broth. All very popular. Today we're gonna be making a miso broth, and we're actually gonna start with a soy sauce marinade to cook the chashu, which is the pork belly, which is the same marinade which we're gonna marinate those eggs. I'm gonna teach you how to make those really cool ramen eggs that are just soft in the middle and coated with soy sauce. So in a cold saucepan, we are going to start with sake. And you know, a lot of Japanese chefs work in formulas, right? Meaning I'm gonna go about 2 parts sake to 1 part soy, which makes it really easy to kind of think about measuring, and then the rest will be sugar because I want a balance of flavors. We've got the flavorings, and now we're gonna need the aromatics. So the aromatics for this soy broth is going to be ginger. And whenever you're cutting ginger for a marinade or a quick broth, we don't really have to worry about, you know, perfect cuts. We just want to expose as much surface area as possible. And with scallions, I'm just gonna chop these in half because we're gonna end up removing these later. Ginger, scallions, and then finally a little water to dilute and give me more base for the bellies and the eggs. So we're gonna get the soy broth overheat. We wanna dissolve that sugar, and then we're gonna divide it in half. Half this broth is going to be for the pork, and the other half is gonna marinate the eggs. And I'm gonna show you how to make those really cool ramen eggs that you see. It's a very fun little tip. What I'm gonna do is insert a little pin inside the bottom part of the egg. And when I mean bottom, the wide side, because an egg kind of tapers into kind of like a point. We want that bottom side. And all I'm gonna do is take a little pin to the top of that and then poke a little hole. There's a natural little air pocket in there. And what I'm gonna do is relieve the pressure from that air pocket. And also this allows the hot water to get in there to help kind of poach that egg out. So that's all we're doing. We're gonna do that to every single egg, and you won't lose any egg that way. That's gonna get the hot water in there and allow you to make a perfectly boiled 6-minute egg. Once I've poked the air hole in, I'm just going to lower the eggs into boiling water for 6 minutes. That's gonna give you that soft yolk in the middle without the yolk setting up. And I'm actually dropping these eggs right in from the refrigerator. No need to room temp them. That soft, creamy center of the egg is a 6-minute egg from a cold egg in the fridge. Eggs are cooking away for 6 minutes, and I'm gonna separate half this soy broth now to marry those peeled eggs in, and then use the other half to start poaching the pork belly. I just warmed this broth enough to dissolve the sugar. I'm gonna be pulling half of it out for the eggs and cooling it. All right, so soy broth is good for eggs. I'm gonna start working on the pork belly. I'm trying to be thoughtful about order of operations. I wanted to get to the raw pork at the end so I don't cross-contaminate. And we're gonna start poaching this in the liquid. You may see pork belly in ramen that's rolled. You can absolutely roll this and tie it and poach it, but I actually like the planks when you see the planks of pork belly. You may know the word char siu from Chinese roast pork. It's the same concept, except this is the Japanese method of braising char siu versus roasting it as they would in Cantonese cuisine. These need to braise for about 2.5 hours. You have two choices. They can go stovetop, or you can cover them tightly with foil, put it in like a 325 oven for about 2.5 hours, and you're golden. So we're set up for miso broth, but first I want to spend a second on the eggs. After 6 minutes, these eggs are done, and what I want to do is stop the cooking process as fast as possible, which means an ice bath. So these will go into the ice bath. We'll let those chillax a bit until they are room temp, and then we'll peel them. So here in the center of my board, I've got the broth that we made that the pork belly is simmering in currently. I have peeled the eggs that we've cooked for 6 minutes, and look at how gorgeous these eggs come out when you poke that little hole and you cook it just for 6 minutes. So these are gonna swim right in that soy broth. And what it's really doing at the end of the day is just creating flavor for that egg and making them nice and beautiful, because after they live in that broth for, and I would recommend at least 10 hours, check that out, man. Look at the difference in color. You can't oversteep because you're not cooking anymore. You're just creating a beautiful, what I call a soy ramen egg. We're gonna need the soy eggs in a minute to finish this ramen. For now, let me actually get you into the miso ramen broth. I've got 3 pots on the stove. I just want to explain what they are. This is the pork belly that's simmering away. I've got a center pot to actually cook the ramen noodles, and this is the little saucepan we're gonna be building our ramen broth in. I'm heating this saucepan up. I'm gonna put just a tiny bit of high temperature oil in there just to saute the pork up. So ramen is supposed to be a rich, luxurious dish. I'm always looking for a fattier ground pork. I like to brown this pork because it builds more layers of flavor. Caramelizing basically pulled all the sugars and those meaty, smoky notes out. So this is going to be the base of our ramen. We've got a lot of things going on in here. So I'm gonna toast up the shiitake mushrooms. This is gonna beef up even more savoriness. I want garlic for that kind of deep earthiness now. I'm gonna take the widest part of my knife, smash that flat. You have to keep in mind, everything that's going into this ramen broth is not gonna be pulled out. So make sure you cut things fine enough to sit in this ramen broth, because we are not straining this out at all. So I wanna get this all sauteed up. All right, I'm gonna be adding ginger now, and I want the ginger pretty fine, so I'm gonna use my handy box grater plastic tip. Just take some plastic, lay it over the small smooth holes. Don't even bother peeling your ginger. You just wanna grate it right onto the plastic. And this works amazingly because all the fiber ends up here and all my usable ginger pulp is right there. I grab that and marry that in there. I mean, as you can see, I'm building layers of flavor. The mushrooms, the ginger, the garlic, and now the scallions. I mean, I'm only getting so much amazing flavor out of there. So I need scallions for the broth, and I'm gonna want some scallions for garnish. So if there was smell-o-vision, you would be getting roast pork and ginger and garlic and now scallions. Check out the pan with me. The whole idea here was to cook that pork and really start blooming all the flavors in this pan, but I don't want this broth to come to a boil. So I'm gonna reduce my heat and start adding my liquids now. And the base liquid here is going to be chicken stock. You can absolutely make your own chicken stock, but I'm using a box stock. Going for a bit of water. So this is the point we bring in our red miso. When you buy your miso, I really want you to taste the miso on its own, because I think it's important to understand what each ingredient brings to the dish. And the best way for me to describe miso flavor, first I would say it tastes like soy sauce because it shares so many ingredients with soy sauce, but I think it has more body to it, right? And it has even a deeper savoriness without having all that salt. You can see how rich this broth is becoming. I'm gonna add some sesame oil for aroma, not too much. And I like the spice of a chili garlic sauce. So with the chili garlic sauce, you can see the connection between cultures with chili garlic sauce, with soy sauce, the ginger, and the noodles. It's a pretty amazing story, kind of similar to sushi, because sushi was actually a Chinese way to preserve fish, and then the Japanese took it and made it this amazing phenomenon. This is mirin, which is a sweetened rice wine, which gives you a very kind of nice tone of sweetness. I'm gonna be adding white pepper, salt, and then one more hit of sweetness to balance out all those flavors, just a little bit of sugar. I know it seems like there's a lot of ingredients, but ramen I think is part alchemy, part art, as much as it is, a culinary feat. The last ingredient I'm gonna add is our kombu. I want you to remember this. Boiling is the enemy of kombu, so there's a specific reason I'm putting it in at the end. As the temperature rises, I do want to cook all the ingredients in here, but I don't want to cook the kombu too much, because the flavors you're trying to get out of kombu are those outer layers of that kind of dried natural sea salt. You don't want to get down into the green because it starts to taste a little too strong. Let me show you what the kombu looks like and the actual parts of it that I'm trying to extract flavor from. So this is a big kelp leaf, and as you can see, these dry, beautiful, almost sea salt patches on here, that and the outer layer is the flavor I'm trying to extract. Whenever you cook any of my recipes, taste the ingredients by themselves. To understand what they add to the dish. I mean, it's like part sea salt and amazing amount of savoriness, and that's what we're going for right here. So I'm just gonna break a bit off, and I'm gonna add the kombu to the broth, and we're just gonna let that simmer. Remember, the enemy of kombu is boiling. So this is gonna simmer for a few minutes. I'm gonna cook my noodles off, and I'm gonna pull this amazing dish together. Ramen bridges two culinary cultures that I'm fascinated with. One I come from, which is the Chinese, and the other I grew up cooking, which was the Japanese. Chinese American kid going to Japanese culinary school and cooking Japanese food. This is the dish that bridges it. I've always been in search of the perfect char siu. And in my Chinese side makes red roasted sweet char siu. The Japanese training has taught me how to make, this perfect ramen char siu. When it comes to making broth, all these ingredients are shared between two cultures. It's very similar to cultural anthropology, right? I'm obsessed with understanding the cultures better through trying to find the best version of the dishes. The miso ramen broth has simmered for about 10 to 20 minutes. I have noodle boiling water going. I want to cut my char siu and get that ready. Look at that. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. So with the char siu, you could actually cool it and hold it in the fridge and cut it as you're using it. I'm gonna be using it fresh right out of the pot. And what I'm gonna do now is just slice a few tiles off to prepare it for the bowl. And I'll probably do 3 to 5. So 4 is a bad luck number in China and Japan. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Whenever there's char siu, I need to eat it. Noodle water's going. These are fresh ramen noodles. You can find them at the store. If you're using dry, that's okay too. If you're in a pinch, any egg or wheat noodle is gonna be fine. I'm gonna load an order into my noodle basket. That's gonna go right in. So these noodles will cook for about 2 minutes, and I want them on the al dente side. So we're getting very close to plate up. I wanna set up my bowl and my garnishes. This is your last chance to finalize your ramen broth, so give it a good taste and adjust as you need here. There are all those layers of the herbs, spice, and sweetness, so it's gotta be a very balanced flavor. Noodles are in, we're gonna ladle in the warm broth, and I'm gonna leave the kombu and the mushrooms in the broth. I'm not serving those, but those are gonna continue to give flavor to the broth. Let's lay in the tiles of pork belly. I'm gonna show you that soy egg. And I've actually taken these out of the fridge and let them warm up a little bit. Don't put them in the ramen super cold. So I'm just gonna slide my knife in. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tuck those in. A little bit of bean sprout, scallions, and I like to finish with nori. And just kind of like a little deck of cards, I'm just gonna tuck it right in there. Just a reminder, friends, this recipe is better the next day, meaning the siu can be cooled, served the next day, the eggs also marinated for the next day, and the longer this broth goes, the better. And you've actually learned 3 recipes in one. The ramen eggs are fantastic for breakfast. The siu can be for anything for noodles, fried rice, or eaten over white rice. And this broth is just a fantastic base for anything you want to eat with it. Don't be jealous. The crew is so mad right now, you have no idea. So there it is, we have made spicy miso ramen with homemade siu together. I hope I've inspired you to tackle this dish, or if you're out eating ramen next time, please order the miso ramen. We'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Being from Los Angeles, the food truck capital of America, we're all about fusing cultures in our dishes. So what better dish to make than Korean tacos? Let me show you how. So what really makes this dish Korean is gochujang, which is a Korean pepper paste. It's sticky, sweet, and savory. You could substitute sambal or chili garlic sauce, but in my opinion, it's worth the find. I love short rib for the Korean taco because it braises down nice and tender without being dry. They come either boneless or bone-in. Grab the boneless to make your life easier. So Brussels sprouts are my personal spin to these Korean tacos. Their earthly sweetness pairs perfectly with the meat. They also cut the fattiness and the richness as well. These short rib tacos are awesome for a party. You can also make the ingredients ahead of time and store them in your fridge to put together the perfect late night or hair of the dog snack. The short ribs are the star of these tacos. Once they get going in the oven, you'll have a few hours to braise. So chef tip, make them a day or 2 ahead and they actually taste better. First thing we have to do is get these short ribs braising. And all braising means is to cook a tough piece of meat in a bit of liquid, slow and low, until it gets that kind of pull apart, tender deliciousness. Then we're gonna cut some vegetables up. I'm gonna show you how to make an awesome Korean gochujang taco sauce, and we'll put it all together into a delicious taco. So I'm starting with my mirepoix, which is celery, carrots, and onions, but in this case, I'm using shallots. With mirepoix, I just want you to rough chop. That means don't worry about any specific shape. Just cut it into kind of large-ish dice and keeping all the vegetables in a consistent size. Some of you might be worried about skins on shallots, but you're not eating them anyway. It's really kind of an extra step to be peeling them. These are gonna cook down over time and really marry their flavors into the braise. To build the taco, I'm cutting the onion into small dice and I'm shaving the Brussels sprouts into thin strips. So people have always asked me, how are you so fast with the knife? Yo, it's just straight up lots of practice and a lot of experience. I've probably run over 10,000 hours behind a knife, and that's the only way you're gonna get good. So for the actual short ribs, we have to do a little bit of prep first. So I'm cutting these short ribs down into smaller pieces because they'll braise a little faster. These are probably like 2 to 3 inch blocks. And we have to prep the meat before we sear. We're seasoning pretty generously with salt and pepper. And then you're gonna wanna give these a light coating with all-purpose flour. Well, what the flour is gonna do is help absorb some of the moisture off the meat, and it's gonna help get a nice brown crust. I'm just coating all sides of the short ribs very lightly, and then we're gonna fire up the pan. I'm gonna start with a high temperature oil and back that up with butter. The oil's gonna give me heat tolerance, meaning I can get this pan screaming hot, but the butter's gonna give me good flavor. You wanna make sure not to overcrowd the pan. It should look like every piece of beef could turn over without crowding the pan too much. The more pieces of meat you load in here, the cooler this pan gets. Because what you're doing here is actually frying the surface, you're browning the surface. The cooler this pan gets, the more steam you're creating, and that's not what we want. If your meat's browning a little slower, then just kind of take the time. Don't rush to turn these pieces of beef over. You know, I grew up in this neighborhood in LA, right in between Koreatown, Thai town, a little Mexican neighborhood, a Salvadorian neighborhood. So it was just really organic that we in LA created this kind of Korean mashup taco. This though is totally my version of it. I wanted to take like a really delicious street taco and marry it with some really great French technique. I feel it's the best of both worlds. I mean, a perfectly braised short rib married with a Korean salsa. is kind of the perfect thing to eat to me. So beef is GBD, meaning golden brown and delicious. It's time to add the mirepoix to the pan. What the mirepoix is really doing is adding even more layers of flavor. The shallots, the carrots, the celery are really just kind of boosting flavor and also helping to kind of start pulling off the bits of the beef from the bottom of the pan. Short rib is a tough cut of meat. It feels like very rare steak. This is just trying to kind of seal in the flavors, so as it braises in the oven, it starts to break down. I'm not trying to cook this through here by any means. I'm really just trying to get a really beautiful brown coating and let the liquid finish the job in the oven. So we're moving on to the red wine part. I'm using a really big red wine, the kind you'd want to drink eating a really big steak, because those two flavors really complement. My favorite wine for braising is Cabernet or Merlot, because you really want a big, bold wine for big flavors. The acid in the wine is also going to break down that beef and create a really beautiful kind of sweet glaze. This is also called deglazing. Flash boiling the wine will really help to bring out all the bits that are stuck to the bottom of the pan, which are actually good things. We call that fond in French cuisine. Just think about that as the foundation of flavor. Now we're gonna add beef stock to kind of fortify even more beef flavor. Okay, come here. We gotta have a really quick chat. It's absolutely critical that you don't bring the level of liquid past the halfway mark because you're not braising anymore, all right? So remember, liquid halfway means braising. Liquid over the meat means boiling, no bueno. So the last thing I'm gonna add before this goes in the oven to braise is what I call a bouquet garni. It's basically herbs bundled together to enforce even more flavors, and a classic bouquet is going to be bay leaf, thyme, and some parsley. So this entire deliciousness goes in the oven at about 325 for about 2 to 3 hours, and I'm gonna pull it out, this perfect, tender, delicious short rib. Since that takes a while, I've already made one ahead of time to show you how to make this taco. Oh man, it smells like the most amazing pot roast you've ever smelled. That's what it smells like, with a hint of wine, which gives you that kind of acidic note, and then the herbs kind of permeate through my nasal cavities. This is amazing. Like, I want to eat it right out of the pan, but I'm gonna have to like hold back and wait for the taco. So the beef is braised down, it's time to make our gochujang sauce. So what is gochujang? It's very simply a sticky, sweet, savory Korean chili paste. Now, I think most people hear chili paste, they think super spicy, but on the spice scale, this is probably like a 4 or a 5. You can sub it. You could get maybe like sambal oelek or chili garlic sauce, but it's so worth it to buy. To that, I'm gonna add soy sauce, which gives me the saltiness, sugar for sweetness, and just a hint of sesame oil. These are really all the flavors of Korean barbecue punched up with some spice. Whisk that all together until it becomes kind of this pourable deliciousness, and that's it. It's really that simple to make your own Korean salsa. To put it all together, I'm gonna start by heating up a little pan. Corn tortillas, delicious, but even more delicious if you toast them. And I think a lot of people forget that little step. So this is just a dry pan. My Mexican aunt would call this a comal. So you just want something hot. It doesn't have to be oiled, but this really kind of sweetens up that corn that's in here. I'm just gonna toast a few of those up. And I'm not even really cooking for color. I just want to get a nice aroma off of these corn tortillas. I'm gonna keep this pan hot because I'm gonna cook the Brussels, onions, and the short ribs. Speaking of short ribs, it's time to pull some short ribs apart. So I'm gonna show you what tender really means. I don't think I'm gonna bother with a knife. I'm just gonna use my tongs and just smash these flat. Look at that. So all that connective tissue in short ribs turns into luscious unctuousness. It's like eating the most perfect barbecue. It's just the perfect amount of like natural gravy and fat and velvetiness. This is something special right here. So with the same pan that we toasted the tortillas, I'm just adding a little bit of oil. We're gonna do the Brussels and a little bit of the onions because I've cut the onions so fine. I do want some raw onion flavor in there. And as the Brussels sprouts saute, they're gonna sweeten, they're gonna turn bright green, but I don't wanna kill them. Don't cook them so far that they turn soft and mushy. A little season. And now I'm gonna add my beef. And I like to add a little bit of the taco sauce to really season this taco meat. And this is gonna happen really fast because remember, the beef is already cooked. I just wanna put a little bit of cook on the onions and Brussels. There it is. Now I can start building tacos. So to put the tacos together, I'm just gonna grab those toasted tortillas. I'm an abundance guy, so I'm gonna do 3 tacos. And if it's just for you and your friends and your family, go big on these tacos. A little bit of onion, and then I'm gonna come over the top with a little more taco sauce. So here it is, my Korean short rib tacos. They're rich, delicious, and sure to be a hit. I hope you enjoyed coming to the market and cooking with me today. Don't forget to put your picks down below and don't forget to subscribe. See you soon on another episode of Ready, Jet, Cook. Today I'm making Kung Pao shrimp. Kung Pao originated in Southwest China and is pretty popular in America. You've seen it with chicken, but I'm gonna show you a way better version using shrimp. Come on. When buying shrimp, make sure you buy raw, peeled, and deveined. It's gonna save you a lot of headache. And make sure you're getting at least medium to large shrimp. Don't buy those little baby ones. Thank you. So for Kung Pao, I'm gonna use 2 kinds of chilies. I've got my dried chilies de arbol. I'll show you how to toast them back in the kitchen. And I'm using chili garlic sauce, also known as sambal olek, which is a Malaysian or Indonesian chili paste. It's got a phenomenal heat, a balance of acidity, and it's got a nice garlic flavor. I'm gonna show you and my wife, Allie, how to put these together to make great Kung Pao. Allie, I know this is one of your favorite stir-fry dishes and the one that really kind of cemented what stir-fry is all about.
Yeah,
right?
It's a great introductory dish to stir-fry.
Stir-fry, as we all know, is a few groups of things put in the pan in the right order, the right time to create deliciousness.
How do you decide the order? That's always my first question. Do you put the protein in first? Do you put the chilies in first?
I didn't tell you this, but I'm actually gonna ask you to cook today. So, yeah, for real, don't freak out. So don't worry. For me, it's all about aromatics first, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut up some aromatics, and then usually protein, and then veg. Whatever takes longer to cook is gonna go in sooner, right? So by the end of the dish, everything is cooked perfectly, and it meets into a perfect stir fry. But can you toast some chilies?
Yeah, just don't put too much pow in my Kung Pao, okay?
You are the queen of cheesy liners, so prepare yourself. Let's start a counter. Bing, there's your first one. Right there. It's not about blistering these chilies. If you toast chilies or any spices in a dry pan, it opens up the flavors and in my opinion, it gets them more aromatic, right? It will increase a little spice, but I think it just increases flavor. Knife prep. For this dish, it's super simple. And I pulled out grandma's cleaver. We're starting with garlic. Check it out. You just pow, boom. Oh, there's pow again.
Oh, Kung Pao.
Pow, there you go. I'm going flat, and then from flat, I'm just gonna do a little rough chop. And that's it. I don't like, no, not at all. I don't like over processing garlic because I don't want it to burn in that pan.
What do you look for in a toasted chili?
You know what?
What are the doneness signs?
That's a perfect question. I think you're looking for the skins to deepen in color. They're gonna go from kind of beautiful bright red to dark red, and I would pull them at dark red. After that, it's gonna look a little burnt. So yeah, just keep them moving. And you're gonna smell almost like a fruitiness, almost like what white pepper smells like, if that makes any sense.
So this one's starting
Yeah,
to...
so yeah, flip that over and you're good to go.
But the seeds will make it more spicy, right?
Absolutely, for sure. So if you're worried about that, you could actually buy seedless, stemless chilies. But what fun is anti-spicy spice? Like, what fun is not spicy spice? I would just use less and try to control that. All right, you're good. You're chilling for a minute. All right, and I'm gonna take you through the veg prep. So stir fry is really about super high heat. So don't cut anything too small. On onions, I'm just gonna do 1-inch dice, keeping it consistent, just like that.
So if I'm helping cook, does that mean I get out of dishwashing duty?
Well, how about this? This is kind of the perfect dish though for families that, A, we're on the run, right? Kids, busy, you don't want to do a lot of dishes, and everything's in one pan. So, but the answer is no, absolutely not. No, I'm kidding. Look, in our house though, when you cook, I do the dishes.
Right.
And when I cook, you do the dishes.
Right.
Right? So I'm taking both sides off of the bell pepper. I'm flattening out the bell pepper and just rolling the bell pepper over my knife. And then I take off the stem, and that's how you have perfect bell peppers. Isn't that cool?
So you're using the entire bell pepper.
As much as
Nothing to
possible.
waste.
Not the seed pod, but as much as possible. And here's that batonette, which is kind of like a French fry cut. And although these two look like they're different sizes, they'll kind of cook up at the same rate. Okay, last thing I gotta do is just green onions. And I don't wanna overthink this. Most people will do green onions as a garnish, kind of like nice and thin. I'm gonna flip it a little bit and go wider. So I want 1 to 2 inch pieces with a slight bias. And that's prep.
Sometimes it's confusing though because you never know which parts of the green onion to use or not.
Yeah.
How do you decide?
You know what? Everything's edible except for the roots. And that's actually good for stocks or for compost. You know what you could do if you really want to do this methodically? Why don't you line up your board or your mise en place by order of things going so you don't have to think. So if I give you this line goes in first, which is the garlic, the nuts, and the chilies, your next line will be shrimp, your third line will be veggies, then you don't even have to think about it.
Perfect.
I've always taught people that stir fry is the culinary equivalent of a roller coaster ride. Once you start going, you can't like start crying and like get off.
Panic.
You can't get off the ride, right? You're committed, but it's okay to be committed because all your prep is ready to go. Hey, guess what?
What?
All your prep is ready to go.
Yes.
Why don't we start cooking? Your only rule as a stir fry cook is don't let anything stick, which means take your paddle and keep it moving. Keep it moving so it doesn't stick. All right, you ready?
Wait, keep it what?
Yeah, well, you're about to find out. A high temperature neutral oil, so peanut, canola, grapeseed. Shrimp cooks really quickly, so we're gonna really balance shrimp and vegetables because they're gonna cook about the same time. We're looking for white, wispy smoke, and I see that already, so.
So just right in the pan?
Yeah, because I'm not worried about any of these things overcooking. I'm gonna do garlic for you, so you don't get garlicky
great.
hands. How much I love you.
Such a gentleman, I love it.
I don't wanna screw up your
Thank you for
neck.
doing garlic for me.
You don't have to do your.
So I don't, it's really because he doesn't want me to smell like garlic later.
No, that's not true at all. I don't have to pay for more manicures. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So remember your mantra. Yeah, keep it moving. Just keep everything moving. Now, the next thing is gonna be your shrimp. So I'm gonna show you one more trick. Grab me that oil, sprig a little bit in there, spray it perfect. Now, by pre-oiling this, I'm not worried about it sticking to the pan.
What if it starts to burn? Then what?
If you feel the heat's getting away from you, add the next ingredient sooner.
Okay.
Because most of your ingredients come from the refrigerator, you know they're cold and that'll cool the pan down. I'm putting in your veggies now, serving the green onion. You're gonna go right to sauce. First thing you're gonna do is oyster sauce. Right around here, a good amount.
How much?
Enough to make a nice brown sauce. So you've got about a quarter cup in there. Now, chili's up to you. You have some sambal there. Go for it. Get that stirred up together. And we've got a really great base stir fry. Now we want to make sauce. People love sauce to kind of eat with rice, especially our kids. I'm gonna give you an assist. I'm gonna take that cornstarch. I'm gonna marry the cornstarch into the chicken stock.
Would this be like a slurry?
Very good.
Aha!
Wow, culinarian.
See?
Now just roll that right into there.
You have like a lot of nice brown bits on the bottom of this
Yeah,
pan.
so start scraping them off. We also call this deglazing. So you see how you've deglazed the pan there?
Oh, I love it.
You want it more spicy? I know, that's just me.
Hit me. No. I really, I want to be able to actually taste the food.
Do you know how you're gonna know if you have enough heat? I'm gonna taste it. It's real simple. While you're cooking, you always have a few minutes to kind of check.
Smells amazing.
Wow, that is really good. Turn your heat off and throw your scallions in there now.
Got it.
And I'm putting these in last because I don't want to over wilt them. I want them to still have some nice bite. And how about a pinch of pepper? Literally 2 to 3 drops of sesame oil. Literally, because you want just the aroma of sesame. Perfect, yep.
So how do you know when it's done?
A few things. One, you're cooking shrimp. So we know that shrimp should turn opaque and pink. 2, is the glaze nice and tight enough to coat rice? And it looks good to me. That's how you know it's done. So why don't you kill your heat? And we're ready to go. That looks phenomenal. Look at that.
Looks so good.
What did you think, honestly? So I know you've watched me make it a lot, and you actually made it this time.
Well, I mean, it's a good learning experience, right? You learn stir fry, you learn how to do things in a proper order so things don't burn.
Yeah. Was it hard or was it easy?
It was easy with your organization. It was easy, and it's kind of a nice, like, in a sense, one-pot meal because there's only one dish for you to wash.
That's right. Now, I mean, if you're kind of giving advice to people who've never made it before, any kind of key advice from you?
Just make sure you're organized before you start to cook. I think that's the best advice.
And then taste right before you serve. I think that is super key.
Well, always taste your food.
Right? Perfect accompaniment would be white rice or brown rice. We're doing white rice here. So there you have it, Kung Pao shrimp, jet and alley style. Should we take a taste?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Wow, you actually
so
cooked for
good.
me. Savory, a little bit of sour, like sweet and sour style, like Kung Pao style. Good amount of heat for me. Was it too spicy for you?
No, actually, I think we could have done a bump more pow.
Yeah, there you go. Pretty good for the kids, though. I think they would
This
totally
is perfect
eat
for the
this.
kids, yeah, not too spicy.
Wow, you cooked for me. I'm glad we got this on film. So if you want to see what else we like to cook at home, subscribe to check out more of our videos.
And head to the comments below to tell us what else you want to see us cooking.
We'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Good job. More food. Bulgogi is one of the classic Korean barbecue dishes. It's made with super thinly sliced marinated beef, and it's delicious on its own, but it's also great for dishes like Korean tacos. It's super easy, and you're gonna love it. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. So let's get started. So I've picked up some ribeye steak, which is my favorite cut for bulgogi. And in order to get it really thinly sliced, I'm gonna go from refrigerator into freezer until it becomes almost frozen, so it slices up super thin. Okay, I need that, I need that. Sesame oil and gochujang, two critical ingredients in the Korean kitchen. Sesame oil, what you need to know. This is a flavoring oil, not a stir-fry oil, so it's only stable up to about 325 degrees. So start your cooking with high temperature oils, flavor with sesame oil, and that's exactly what we're gonna do today. Phenomenal flavor because it's pressed from roasted sesame seeds. So again, use it sparingly because it's got phenomenal flavor. It is delicious. So gochujang. Gochujang is the fundamental Korean chili sauce. It has sticky rice in it. It has sugar in it. So it has this really complete sticky sweet flavor, not just a spicy or spicy acidic flavor. And it's been slightly fermented to create even more umami flavor. If you can't find it, just add a little sugar, maybe even a little molasses to your favorite hot sauce, a pinch of salt, and you're good to go. All right, gochujang, sesame oil, stowed safe, but first we need to get to our kimchi. There's a universe of kimchis, right? And all that really means is a quick fermentation all the way to a long fermentation. These cucumber kimchis are very fast. You'll be eating kimchi within a day. So the first thing I need to do is soak my cucumbers in salted water. And what this is going to do is to kind of draw out the moisture and make them super crispy. So I've got some warm water here, and I'm just going to rain in some salt and whisk it until it clarifies. All right, saltwater bath done. I'm gonna show you how to prep our cucumbers. So like I was saying, there's overnight kimchi, like cucumber kimchi, all the way to fermenting vegetables for months and months, but this is a very quick and fast recipe. So the first thing I'm gonna do is cut off the ends of the cucumbers here. And then we're gonna cut these cucumbers right in half. So from here, I'm gonna actually cut little channels into the cucumbers to stuff all the deliciousness, like the chili powder, the scallions, etc. Check it out. So this is what I want you to do. I'm just gonna cut channels in and then quarter churn, just so I expose enough surface area to get all the deliciousness inside. Once you get proficient, you could do 2 in a row, and almost making a checkerboard pattern, just like that. So these cucumbers have to soak in the salt water for about 30 minutes as I prep the rest of the ingredients. What happens is the salt water actually starts to cure these cucumbers, pulls the moisture out, and gets them nice and crispy. It also starts flavoring the cucumbers. So I'm gonna let that hang out. I'm gonna make this chili medley that gets pushed into the cucumbers. So firstly, I'm gonna do an onion into small dice, flattening out the root side, flattening out the top side, half. We're always gonna peel in the half. And I'm always cutting in from not the root side, but that rainbow side. And I'm gonna bring the knife in, but not all the way through, 1/4 inch. Then I'm gonna come in towards the lines, 1/4 inch. And then finally do a 1/4 inch slice, which should disconnect all the pieces into 1/2 inch dice. Next, I've got some scallions. Get all the roots all matched up. Take them apart all in one. And then I'm gonna go 1/2 inch pieces. And usually you're gonna catch me cutting in bias slices. No need here. This actually goes into the kimchi. So these are garlic chives. They have a delicious, almost pungent onion garlic note. This really, in my opinion, makes these cucumber kimchi. A ½ inch as well. All right, next, a really good amount of garlic. And I like to flatten them first. I turn anything that rolls around on a cutting board into something flat because it makes it way easy to cut. ½ inch pass one way, quarter turn. I'll do another ½ inch pass the other way. And you don't need to fine mince this. So you really want larger pieces of everything so they kind of ferment and get that cool, delicious funkiness that is kimchi. So I'm gonna put all this in a bowl and add my Korean chili powder into this. Last two ingredients is this gochugaru, which is Korean pepper paste. Not crazy hot, but very fruity and almost smoky. And I'm gonna add some sugar to this to kind of speed up that fermentation. Finally, a little bit of salt. And this is my Korean magic kimchi stuffing. And by stuffing, you'll understand what I'm saying when I marry it to the cucumbers. So you can drain these in a colander. I'm just gonna simply pat them down, leaving them just a little wet. So it's time for the kimchi assembly line. And what I have to do is stuff these cucumbers with the chili mix, close them up, and then I love putting gloves on with wet hands. Super fun. So I'm actually a proponent of using gloves for this step because there is a good amount of chili in that mix. And even though you wash your hands, you know, chili oil is notorious for not going away and surprising you when, you know, do the eye rub. So I'm gonna go gloves here. All right, let me show you what I'm gonna do here. So holding the cucumber over the bowl, I'm opening all those little cuts and I'm actually gonna smash all that deliciousness into each cucumber. And once it's in there, I'm gonna arrange the cucumbers. So there's one. So there you go, that's what I'm looking for. A good amount of the chili inside of the cucumbers. And I'll arrange it in the jar. And you're gonna wanna do this to all the cucumbers. I will talk about cabbage kimchi because I do feel that's probably the most common or famous kimchi. You basically take this same filling here and really get it into the cabbage and treat it well. I mean, you really wanna get a good application of this chili because all this stuff is going to ferment into the cabbage and really build a lot of flavor. So what I'll do, if I'm making a bunch of cucumber kimchi anyway, I'll do smaller jars, like 12 ounces, and then make like little personalized kimchi jars and give them to people. If you didn't know the history of kimchi, the reason why kimchi exists is because, you know, in Korea, it's a very harsh environment. The winters get very, very cold, and it's very difficult to get your vegetables during the winter. So what they do is take all the cabbage during the harvest and ferment them so you have vegetables throughout that long winter. And there are kimchis that are known to be fermented for months and months and months, if not years. Back in the day, they would bury kimchi in the ground because it was a perfectly temperature-controlled environment and then dig it up. In modern times, lots of families actually have kimchi refrigerators which mimic that being buried in the ground, and they'll pull their kimchi out of the kimchi refrigerators. The last thing I have to do to my cucumber kimchis is to create a little sugar water. What the sugar water does is speeds up that fermentation. It's very similar to like baking bread, right? You want that bread to rise. This kind of fermentation process is no different. The sugar and the water allow the bacteria to eat and ferment, which creates an incredible amount of flavor and also helps preserve the kimchi. I'm just whisking the sugar until it dissolves into the water. I'm gonna pour it over my cucumbers, my sugar water in, my kimchi pickles are ready to go. So I'm gonna leave this to ferment just 1 day at room temperature, and these will be ready to go. If you're gonna eat these in a few days, do the 1 day fermentation and stick them directly in the fridge. You do wanna eat these within 3 or 4 days though. This is a quick kimchi, not a long kimchi. I've got my kimchi pickles done. I'm gonna set this aside and we're gonna move on to the bulgogi. And to start the marinade, I'm actually gonna do all my knife work first. So we got garlic and scallions, flattening, slicing thin, quarter turn, and slicing again. And then scallions, same deal guys as before. roots, cut in half. And because it's for a marinade, I'm actually gonna take it pretty thin. All right, so let's talk about the seasonings. Pretty standard Korean barbecue marinade. We're always gonna start with a little bit of soy sauce, a few drops of sesame oil. This is a spicy bulgogi, so of course our gochujang. And then I like popping this marinade with a good amount of sesame seeds. And you've got a lot of savoriness and you've got some spice in there. What we don't have is the sweet. So I'm gonna go with brown sugar here. It doesn't look like a lot, but it doesn't take a lot to coat the amount of beef we have. We do want to taste the beef, we don't want it overwhelming. Scallions, and then garlic, and just a little bit of water to thin it all out. That's it. I mean, that is bulgogi marinade. Very simple, very fast. Let's get our beef, slice it up, married in there. So I've decided to slice this beef on my own. If you are lucky enough to have a well-stocked Asian or Korean market, you can actually buy them perfectly sliced thin on a tray and use it that way. So what I'm really looking for is not frozen like a block of ice. I want it so if I push it, I still can see kind of the protein strands that move apart. It's basically gonna hold together well enough, so when I slice it, it's not gonna wanna push flat. I'm gonna basically find a nice kind of solid flat side. Just use a nice thin slicing knife and just kind of draw the knife back and forth until you see beautiful thin planks of the beef just fall off. So that's cut the long way. You could also take the steak and cut the flat way until you get to a nice solid wide base. Turn it up like that. My love for Korean food started pretty early in high school. You know, I had a really good friend whose mom and dad were from Korea. He was first gen like me. We'd go to his house and hang out, but that amazing, delicious smell of Korean food always permeated from his kitchen. And I found myself over, the months or the years of our friendship, kind of going to his house to really hang out with his mom and dad while they were cooking. It was kind of messed up on my part, but man, I learned so much just watching his family cook Korean food. And that was really kind of the way I learned. I would sit there as the friend and really spend more time in the kitchen asking questions about, hey, how do you cook this and how do you cook that? I think he got wise to me hanging out at his place to learn how to cook, but you know what, we all won. So, whenever I cook Korean food, I'm really honoring that family, and not trying to take anything away, but I always saw it as kind of sharing cultures. I made Thai food for them, they showed me how to make Korean food. Everybody was a winner. So this technique of slicing meat really thin, semi-frozen, is phenomenal and can be applied to just about anything. So if you're not a beef fan and you want to do this with chicken or pork, this is exactly the way you should be doing it. So I'm gonna swim the ribeye steak in the marinade and let it kind of hang out for at least 4 hours, up until overnight. But dude, if you're in a hurry, you could throw this right on a grill or a pan and it's gonna be delicious, no matter if you cook it right now or 4 hours from now. It's also a good tip, if you're wanting to get way ahead, let's say you're going on a camping trip or you're doing a potluck or a party, you could actually take a bunch of meat, marinate it like this, freeze it marinated in a zippy bag or in a container, take it to where you need to go, it slacks out, throw it on the grill, and you are super happy. All right, perfect. So I need to wash hands since I was touching raw meat. So like I said, you can cover this tightly, put it in the fridge for 3 hours, all the way to overnight, and you're pretty much ready to grill. I've made one ahead, and I'm gonna cook that one off now for us. So here's the bulgogi I made ahead of time. I had raw meat here, so watch, I'm gonna do one of these, flip the board, and now I've got a perfectly clean side to plate on and work on. I'll clean it and sanitize it later, but I want a clean side to work on now. I'm making bulgogi in its cleanest, most delicious form. And also, if you ever had rice bowls, this would be the perfect topping to any rice bowl. So the way I'm gonna cook it is the way my friend's family did it, right on a hot skillet on the stove. So preheat your stove. You're gonna put just a little bit of high temperature oil in here. And I don't wanna grab too much marinade because it's kind of done its job already. So a tip I have for you to really get a good sear on the meat and not get too much smoke is just give it a quick dab, and then I'll throw it right into the pan. And this way we're gonna get a nice brown crust, because all that marinade, if it hits the pan, it's gonna get super smoky in here. Now, this is really great ribeye steak. And you wouldn't eat a ribeye steak in a steakhouse, well done. So please don't do that here. Use the surface area of the pan to get as much cooking surface as possible. I would basically give one side a brown, turn it right over, really quick brown on the other side, and you are good to go. Another fun family style idea is to kind of get all your kimchi, a few different kinds of marinated meat, put this stove in the middle on like a little portable burner, and have your own Korean barbecue experience right in the comfort of your own home. Everybody gets a bowl of rice, everyone gets a little salad, you kind of choose your own meat adventure, and that is an awesome evening. All right, this is just about done. So I'm gonna plate up the bulgogi. All right, let me show you how to put this meal together. Little bulgogi, some rice. So check out the difference in my cucumber kimchi here. This is the one I just made with you that still needs kind of a day to ferment. These are the ones I made yesterday. And you can see how much of the cucumber moisture leaches out and joins all that kimchi deliciousness. And this is exactly what I want to eat right now. When you do very long kimchis, so much fermentation builds up that you actually get like a little effervescence, like a little shh. That's not gonna happen here because this is a quick pickle, but wow, you really kind of get almost that fermentation on the nose. It smells delicious. So I've got the garlic, the chili, almost that little sour deliciousness that kimchi gives. So I like to do the pickles on the bottom and all those delicious bits of the onion and the garlic chives right on top. A little bit of garnish on the rice and on the bulgogi. And I'm just gonna use some toasted sesame seeds. And other side dishes here could be brown rice, red beans, like azuki beans in actual white rice. It turns it purple, which is also a really fun Korean rice. A little sesame seed there. And there you have it, family. The perfect bulgogi cucumber kimchi feast in the comfort of your own home. Toughest part of my job right here. That ribeye is sweet, it's spicy, it's garlicky. It is absolutely delicious. Almost effervescent, spicy. It is delicious. Well, I hope this really simple bulgogi and cucumber kimchi has inspired you to create a Korean feast in your home. We'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. As a kid, I spent thousands of days taking the bus to Chinatown and eating dim sum with my grandmother. And later in life, she taught me how to make some of the dishes we'd be eating in the Chinatown dim sum halls. Today, I'm gonna show you how to make a fundamental dish that's ubiquitous with dim sum, char siu bao. It's a Cantonese red roasted pork inside a steam bun. And I'm gonna show you how to make it with a modern day appliance, the air fryer. Hey team, I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. And really quick, let's take a second to subscribe. Okay, let's get cooking. So some of the special ingredients to make char siu bao are gonna be hoisin sauce, 5-spice powder, and some red yeast rice powder. We're gonna get there in a second. It is a very fun, cool ingredient. This is actually 2 in 1, because first we're gonna make the Chinese barbecue pork, and then I'm gonna show you how to cut it up, make it a stuffing, and then create the buns and put it all together. All right, so let's start with the barbecue pork marinade. It's a lot of ingredients, but they each have their very specific function. Hoisin sauce being the first one. Now, hoisin is a sweet bean sauce. So fermented soybeans, not salty, very sticky, really good for barbecue in general, not just Chinese barbecue. Then 5-spice powder, which is a collection of 5 different spices. But the one that you're gonna probably smell the most is going to be cinnamon. But there's fennel in here, there's pepper in here. It's a very warming spice, and it is a very dominant seasoning in Chinese culture. So the next one is really fun. A lot of the Chinese barbecue pork that you find in restaurants is loaded with food coloring to make it red. Back in the day, OG grandmothers would actually use this. It's a type of rice. It's called red yeast rice. But if you grind that rice down, it creates this gorgeous red color. So this is the natural way to get to that very red Chinese barbecue pork. Moving on down the line now, we've got thin soy sauce. Ketchup, yes, don't at me. Ketchup has a beautiful amount of sweetness, has a nice amount of acidity, and really ties this together quite well. Oyster sauce, we need to get that kind of thickness, glaze, and sweetness, so just some plain old honey works here. And then we want to use a little bit of sherry. We're gonna add a little bit more sugar here. And then the two aromatics are gonna be ginger and garlic. And if you've never used a rasp, it is a phenomenal tool. I really don't peel this ginger. All that is pure ginger pulp, no fibers, and I'm gonna tap that right into the bowl. Are the next 2 cloves of garlic. I like to cut the back end off of the garlic, and that way the cloves separate very easily. The knife will help loosen these cloves up. But I want them on the whole side so I can run them along the rasp. So pure garlic pulp right there. So that's it, that's the marinade. You see how that red yeast rice powder is activating once it hydrates? Look at that red color. It's pretty stunning, I gotta say. Marinade is done, but before I swim my pork shoulder in here, I'm gonna separate a 1/4 cup, and I'm gonna add honey to that later to create a glaze for the actual cooking. So we're gonna actually be basting with this beautiful glaze. There it is, all right. This is probably one of the most prized pieces of pork there is. It is the shoulder. So I want to create enough surface area so each side of this pork gets that love from the marinade. So this pork is pretty well submerged. Now we're gonna go in the fridge for a few hours overnight. Longer the better on this one. I have one done, and I'm gonna pull that out so we can get cooking. So I do want to take a second and talk about the air fryer. In China, they actually use forced air ovens, so a lot of heat and a lot of air, and that's why the air fryer is perfect. I really like cooking in these sheet pans that have an elevated rack because I do want air to get all the way around this. You're gonna get a really beautiful roast and those charred ends that get really crispy. You absolutely want to remove some of the marinade off this pork because there's a lot of sugar in here, and as we know, sugar tends to burn. So I'm just taking 1 or 2 sheets of paper towels, using tongs, so I'm not touching the pork, and just gently dabbing off a majority of that marinade. I've set the air fryer to 350 degrees on air fryer, which all that means is it's running a huge fan inside, and that's gonna create that convection or forced air oven that's gonna char those edges and not dry out this pork as it cooks. All right, so this pork is ready to go. So we've been cooking the pork for about 15 minutes, and as you can see, it's starting to get nice and kind of caramely on the outside. Here's one more step to build even more flavor. We're gonna make a glaze. This is the reserved 1/4 cup of the original marinade with all those kind of sweet and savory flavors in there, and we're gonna reinforce that with a good amount of honey. It's actually gonna lock in the moisture of all the juices inside the pork. It's gonna make it super tender and moist on the inside. I'm starting to get a nice caramelization on the top side. I'm gonna take this glaze and just lock in all that flavor. And all that sugar on the exterior is going to get into that hot oven and further caramelize and get a little bit crispy. I'm basting once. If you fall in love with this glaze and want to do it 2 or 3 times, I'm not gonna be mad at you. This is also the glaze that you can hold your pork in after the cook so it doesn't dry out. All right, so we're going back in for about 5 or 10 more minutes or 165 degrees internal temperature. So while the pork finishes cooking, I'm gonna pull all the bun ingredients and show you how to make the bao dough. So this is that bun at the dim sum restaurant. That's that white fluffy bun, sometimes filled, sometimes not. In the mixing bowl, I'm gonna start with a little bit of cake flour, and I'm using cake flour because I want a very light, fluffy dough. I'm gonna put the sugar in there. This is baking powder, not baking soda. And then I'm using instant dry yeast, so I can mix it in dry and very slowly. I just wanna kinda aerate and combine all of these dries. All right, so I've got 1/2 cup of water. I'm gonna start my mixer and just slowly add my water in. I like to stop the mixer and then kind of get that dry bits of flour. So eventually, all of the dries are gonna grab on to the water, hydrate, and then form into one nice dough. You can start to see it pulling together. All right, so the dough ball has pulled together. All of that motion has created a nice amount of gluten. All that's gonna translate into nice puffy dough. So here is where my grandmother would have added a nice tablespoon of lard. Lard is a fat that comes from pigs that is firm at room temperature. If you don't wanna use it, or if you're not really excited about using lard, some vegetable shortening is gonna be great, but you do wanna add that fat in here. So I'm literally just kind of scraping it and pushing it onto the dough on the bottom of the hook, and it's gonna work together beautifully. This is gonna give the dough real beautiful richness. All right, that's looking good. It's super smooth. It looks nice and puffy, and I think it's time to pull our pork. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, come on. That's it right there. Perfect Chinese barbecue pork by itself. This is done. Slice it up, eat it over rice, eat it in noodles. It is the perfect ingredient. All right, so this dough ball is done. We're gonna need to let it rest now. So I have a clean bowl. I'm gonna lightly oil this bowl. I'm using pan spray, but just a little bit of vegetable oil is gonna work great. So what we need to do now is allow this dough ball to rest from all that kneading, and the yeast is gonna help it double in size. And then we're gonna be making our filling to complete our buns. All right, so we're just gonna cover this with a little wrap. Let this rest for about 90 minutes. Okay, so these vegetables are actually gonna become almost like a stock, like a very strong liquid base that's gonna encapsulate all the cut pork. It's a very cool technique. So I've started a saute pan on high. I'm gonna pour a little bit of oil until it coats the bottom, and we're gonna saute these veg up. So I'm not really looking for any specific cut. I just want them kind of even dices. So I'm doing probably about a 3/4 inch dice. So, and I kind of like to cook as I go, meaning I'm cutting onions first because that goes into the pan first. And what we're doing is actually pulling the flavor out of all these ingredients because we're actually gonna fish them out. So we're gonna cook all the essential oils out of them to kind of season our filling. So I've got a green bell, a red bell, and I only need half. And I'm not too worried about size. Medium dice is gonna work here. So I've got a really nice bunch of scallions. This practice of using very hot oil to extract the essential oils of all of these aromatics is a very old technique that we're gonna use here to make this filling. So we're really gonna cook that down as we pull out our other ingredients now. I'm cooking this on full blast because I really wanna break these down, and as they break down, they're gonna bring their flavors into this stock. All right, so next I'm gonna add sugar and our seasonings. So we've got light soy sauce here. We've got oyster sauce, and I've got some dark soy or black soy. Really get in there and allow this all to come to a nice boil. That boiling is gonna continue to break down these vegetables. It really cooks a lot like a stir fry, so nothing too complicated here. It smells incredible in here. And now I'm gonna add water, so we're pulling out the flavor of the vegetables. Again, we're building this very incredible, rich stock. The vegetables have done their job, and it's time to get them out of there now. I know, you're like, you're just throwing away these veggies, bro. Like, what's the deal? They've given us all they can in terms of flavor, and that liquid now is gonna bind with the pork. We're gonna thicken it up, and that's gonna be our char siu filling. It's time to turn this liquid into a paste. I've got water, and into this water, I'm adding a combination of potato starch and cornstarch. We're not just gonna thicken, we're gonna take this down almost to a gum, like a paste. My liquid is at a simmer. I'm gonna add my slurry in, and you're gonna see this go from a liquid to a sauce, then reduce down into a paste very quickly. Look at that, almost like a gel. And the reason why we want this pork inside this thicker gel casing is because, remember, we're gonna put all this pork into a bread, into a bao. We don't want it kind of steaming out and diluting that dough. I'm gonna switch over to a spoon. So I'm gonna cook this down until it almost can't run off the spoon. So what I'm looking for is, you see how that's running? I'm still gonna cook a little more water out of this until it's a stable gel and it doesn't pull off the spoon. All right, let's cut some pork. Usually fresh char siu is for the plate to eat. This could be like second day char siu, but you're getting the good stuff right there. Look at that cook. That is perfect. 165. The red color of that yeast rice has permeated. Wait. Sorry, I got to. I'm sorry. This is the best Scooby snacks right here, I gotta say. That sweetness and the umami, the depth of flavor on barbecue pork is so outstanding. I'm gonna quarter churn now, and now cut it into small dice. So here we go. So let's continue cooking this. And that's it, team. This is going to tighten up into a very tight gel filling, and then we're gonna let that cool, and we're gonna finish our bao buns. All right, so the dough has been resting. It has doubled in size. My finger leaves an impression. That's exactly what I want. I'm gonna use a little bit of bench flour and then actually get the dough out. So what I'm trying to do is create a rectangular sheet. So I'm just gonna roll out from the middle. What we're going for is a 1/2 inch thick, square it off. Now what I'm gonna do is grab the sides. We're actually gonna now almost kind of laminate it. We're gonna create layers inside the dough by just rolling it up. And now I'm gonna cut this into 6 equal pieces. So if I start from the middle, I'll go 3, and we'll go 3 here. So I've created all the layers. I'm actually gonna press down this way, kind of top to bottom. And if you look really tight, you can start to see these little layers. And once it steams, they're gonna kind of open up and get vertical. That's the beauty of this technique. So it's time to roll these out. So I'm gonna take about 2 to 3 tablespoons of filling to put into the middle. There's a few ways you could do this, but I think the easiest way to begin is what I kind of call the tulip fold. So I'm gonna bring 2 sides together and create 3 sections here, all right? 3 very distinct sections, just like that. And then I'm going to pinch those off to seal them very tightly. I don't want anything coming out of this bao. So with the 3 sections, I'm gonna pull those corners, join them in the middle, now capturing it in my hand so I can start shaping. And you see these seams that I've created, the 3 seams? Push those seams together now, and that's it. I like the tulip fold a lot. So it's really important that you get a full rolling boil on your steamer. A variety of steamers can work. I just have the normal kind of 10-inch steamer basket. I've got about 3 inches of water, and as you can see, it is at a very aggressive steam. And that's important because you want to get that flour spring. This has to kind of heat up really quick, like 200 degrees, and get that initial push, and that's going to activate that yeast. So all my baos are ready to go. Get them right in, close it tight to encapsulate that steam. So I'm gonna push the lid down, making sure I have a good seal. And don't peek. Resist the urge for at least 5 to 6 minutes. We're gonna do an 8-minute full steam, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna see these poofy, perfect char siu bao. Okay, so it's been 8 minutes. I'm gonna be brave and check my steamer, hoping for puffy baos. Oh, yes. Where's the angel music when I need it, guys? You know you've done your job when those tulip folds actually open up. That's perfect, nice and pillowy. This is full steam, so carefully pulling these out onto a plate. I'm gonna let these cool down because they are quite hot. The smell is of almost like cotton candy, yeasty like sourdough. All right, so let's crack one open. That's it right there. Beautifully cakey on the outside, that Chinese barbecue pork on the inside. There's something really satisfying about cracking a recipe that you've eaten since you were a child, like with your grandmother, and figuring it out and making it. She's watching and she'd be super proud of me today. This is fun, it's a very nostalgic dish, and it takes me right back to my childhood. The dough, tighter than a cake, but not quite, you know, spongy. The filling is salty, it's sweet, it's got all those flavors of 5-spice. It is absolutely an amazing accomplishment to be making char siu bao at home. Guys, I hope you had fun making this with me. If you enjoyed yourself, hit that like button below. Post any comments or questions you have, we will get to them. Thanks so much for hanging out today on Ready, Jet, Cook. We'll see you later. Today, I'm making a Cantonese classic you're gonna find on almost every Chinese restaurant menu, salt and pepper shrimp. It's super delicious, and I'm gonna show you just how easy this dish is to make at home. Plus, I'm gonna add a side of vegetable fried rice. What's happening, guys? I am Jet Tila, and this is Ready, Jet, Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. I'm starving. Let's go. Okay, I need that, and I need that. All right, friends, you are basically looking at the two superheroes of stir fry. So chicken powder, although it's called chicken powder, it doesn't read in the pan as chicken. No, it adds basically a flavor boost that pops all of your stir fry. It's not the same as chicken bouillon. It's formulated for Chinese food and makes incredible stir fry. So important, in fact, I call it chicken power in my kitchen. So use it in all of your stir fries. Oyster sauce is the soul of creating brown sauces for stir fries. So in the past, they've told us, you know, soy sauce. No, oyster sauce has savoriness, has sweetness. It is the soul of stir fry. These two are stir fry superheroes. So for fried rice, day-old rice is always going to play easy in the wok. It won't stick, it's easy to cook. We're gonna need 4 cups of cooked rice, which means 2 cups of uncooked rice. I prefer jasmine, personally. I think it's got a nice fragrance. As for the shrimp, yes, I'm using peel-on, head-on shrimp because I think it's delicious, but if you can't get your mind around eating peels and peeling shrimp, feel free just to use kind of medium or large peeled and deveined shrimp. I'm always looking for kind of clear eyeballs and nice kind of clean ocean smell. You're gonna be fine, trust me. All right, so let's get all our chopping out of the way first. This is kind of a workflow, if you've cooked with me a lot, you should get into because it actually makes your life a lot faster. We're gonna knock out all the vegetables, put them on separate plates, and then we'll get into the cook because Chinese food is really kind of 90% prep, 10% fire. All right, so first let's dice an onion, and I'll always, as you know, do the top, the back, cut in between, and I like to peel. So once you're here, I'm gonna find that rainbow. Don't cut the onion all the way through. Always leave a little piece connected. That way, you know, when you do dice, the whole onion doesn't fall apart. A really great tip I've got for you is instead of arranging 1,000 little bowls full of diced whatever or sauce, try to just bank or mise en place everything onto plates because that's gonna make your life a lot easier. Carrots, top, the bottoms, and then again, anything really wide, cut into 4 inches. And you know, I want a little variation here, so why don't I do like half coins for the carrots? All right, for ginger, ginger's kind of a fun one, right? So I like to kind of break off the fingers to get that main piece of ginger, square that piece off so it sits up straight, and then watch what I do with the back of my knife. I'm just applying a little bit of pressure, peeling the piece of ginger. If you're comfortable with the back of the knife, then start moving to the edge of the knife. And it actually will get the job done a lot faster that way. You can do 2 sides in a matter of seconds. It's that Jet Tila cutting rhyme. A tile becomes a slice and a slice becomes a dice. So first thing I'm gonna do is square it off. I'm gonna cut, you know, 1/8-inch tiles here. I like to lay them all on top of each other and then bang them out all at the same time. 1/8-inch tiles becomes 1/8-inch slices. And for salt and pepper shrimp, I'm gonna want something on the diced side. So I'm gonna gather all these tiles and I've just kind of rough minced my ginger. Simple. All right, scallions. Big question I always get is, do I use the whites or the greens? Dude, use it all. My grandma would be freaking out if I wasted any part of this. For the salt, pepper, shrimp, I want a smaller slice because what we're trying to do is create a crust, in essence, to crush the shrimp. These small slices are gonna blend with our spice mix and really adhere to the shrimp really well. And on the other side of things, for the fried rice, I could get a little larger, so we're gonna do an angled bias slice and make them a little larger because we want them to stand up in the fried rice. All right, done deal. And again, before you start to deal with like raw protein, it's just so much easier to get all your knife work out in one. Jalapeno pepper, we're gonna do the stem. If these are really fat, I might cut them in half, but they're not. So I'm just gonna cut nice thin rings, knowing they're gonna adhere to that spice mix. You never see it in Asian chili, ever. You know, unless you're in a foofy, fancy French restaurant that's making Asian food. You know what, my grandmas and the chefs I've worked with would never seed a chili. Okay, garlic. I'm gonna need garlic for both dishes. So what I'll do, since I need a lot, is I'm gonna cut off the root side so these garlic cloves can pop out. With the roots off, just give them a nice flat smash and the cloves will pop right out. I'm totally okay with peeled garlic, but you know, I wanted to show you the technique. On top of that, I think my culinary producers just want to torture me. Thanks, guys. Loving you. Fun. I'll be smelling like garlic for days. Okay, rough chop. Don't overthink this, especially using a wok, because the wok gets to 400 degrees and you don't want to over-process your garlic. Okay, a wee bit for fried rice, and the other part is going to be for salt and pepper shrimp. Bell pepper. So see the stem and you see the back? I'm gonna make my tiles, that first tile with the top, and if I've done my job right, check that out. Stem pops right out, okay? I'll do a tile off the bottom, and now find the tile sides, stay inside, make a quarter turn, and I wanna try to cut that seed pod out all in one, just like so. Yellow, same thing. Boom, boom. And then I'm gonna make a giant tile with the body and then cut it into smaller tiles. Vegetable fried rice, I mean, let's think about this, right? I'm getting a variation of knife cuts here, and I want the rice to kind of be prominent, so I'm gonna leave these cuts on the smaller side. So again, guys, tile, slice, dice. And we are in a good spot there. Some reds, some yellows, and we are in business. Okay, mise en place. Done. I mean, that's how fast your knife work can be, knocking it out all in one. Piles of beautiful cut vegetables and herbs, and this basically just saved us 10 little bowls, and those little bowls is what makes my wife really mad at me in the kitchen when she has to kind of clean up if I'm cooking. All right, so let's get started with the vegetable fried rice, veggies, rice, oil. I got my tools. It's all about mise en place. Fancy French word, but it's so critical. It just means everything must be in its place, because fried rice, like any stir fry, is a culinary equivalent to a roller coaster ride. Once this thing is at 500 degrees and ripping, you can't get off the ride and start crying and get freaked out. We just gotta get rolling. Okay, pan is hot, mise en place set. Eggs are the secret to very fluffy fried rice. The egg will coat the rice and make it super light. Keeps you from using a lot of oil. All right, first thing is gonna be a little oil. Next, aromatics, and in this case, it's gonna be the garlic. And I'm gonna do the onion as well. Let's get those kind of translucent, get those fragrant. This next part is a dance. We gotta go egg and rice right afterwards, because you want the egg to be still wet, and the whole idea is to smash the rice into the egg. You want full coating here. It's really magic because the egg covers the rice, it protects it from sticking to the pan. It gives it this almost like lightness and body to it. And once I season it, the egg is protein. And the little bit of fat in the eggs is really gonna pick up more kind of savory flavor. All right, vegetables. Got my carrots, got my bell peppers, and I'm gonna save my scallions for the end. I don't wanna overcook those. I just want you to use this recipe as a base for your favorite vegetables and proteins. As long as you get the order right, it's always gonna work out deliciously. Very bad juju to break rice in the Asian culture. So whenever I see these rice balls or these little pieces of rice that don't want to play ball, I use the back of the spatula and work them apart. Don't break rice. All right, I'm in the seasoning portion of this. So firstly, salt. I like to use soy, but just a little bit. And oyster sauce really kind of is the quintessential Chinese seasoning because it's got the savory, the sweet, it's got everything in it. Again, don't weigh down your fried rice with too much. A tiny bit of sugar. And for me, fried rice takes white pepper. White pepper to me has almost like a floral quality to it. And I'm seasoned. That's really it for me. And again, if you look at my fried rice, it doesn't look like I spilled a gallon of soy sauce in there. I still can recognize every other ingredient. And I'm just looking for a balance in colors, putting all those flavors together. And because I still need to make my salt and pepper shrimp, I'm gonna kill the heat here, garnish with half my scallions, and I'll save the other half for later. And yo, I'm in business. I mean, this is perfect for me. All right. Fried rice done, friends. Let's keep it nice and warm. So salt and pepper shrimp mise en place, as you can see here. I've got my shrimp, got my veggies, big old bowl of cornstarch, and can't fire this without a wok. So let's get that hot. This is kind of another dance act where we're gonna coordinate a lot of things happening at the same time. These shrimp have been rinsed and cleaned. I've left a lot of the moisture on them because I'm going to be dredging them really quickly and frying them. First thing I need to do is make the magic spice mix. So in a bowl, first thing we'll do is salt, and of course our chicken powder, and then I've got a little bit of white pepper, and then a wee bit of sugar. If you find yourself falling in love with salt and pepper anything, because you can salt pepper pork chops, chicken, whatever, make this spice mix times 10, put it in an airtight container, and just always have it handy. So that is ready to go. So next step is going to be frying up the shrimp. And again, tail on, shell on, head on. So I've got frying oil at about 350, 365, and this is gonna happen quickly. So as you can see, the shrimp, because they're wet, is picking up all that cornstarch. I'm not gonna knock that much off because I want that to create a crispy crust. Now, I'm not trying to cook these shrimp too far. I just want the exteriors very crispy, but the inside still moist. So this, depending on the size of the shrimp, could take just, I don't know, 30 seconds to 1 minute. Don't overcook these shrimp. And do them in batches because you're cooling down the oil as you throw them in there. With my cooling rack ready, I'm waiting for the cornstarch to just brown up a little bit so I can check them with a spider and let them roll just a little while longer while I start my second batch. Every Sunday as a kid, my family would gather at the Chinese Cantonese restaurant and do what we call turntable Chinese. Come on, you've had to have grown up at a turntable Chinese restaurant. And there were always staples on the table. Salt and pepper shrimp was an absolute staple. And it was almost like a rite of passage because the young kids were always like, ew, I can't eat the shrimp with the peel and the head on. So the parents would peel them off for you. And as you grow up and as you graduate, you start to figure out, yo, this isn't so bad. Your grandparents and your parents and your uncles would be like, oh, look at you, Jet, you're growing up. You learned how to eat the skin and the head and the whole deal. If you're totally freaked out by this head-on business, just get peeled and deveined shrimp, do exactly the same thing, and you will be good to go. So I'm about 3/4 done with frying shrimp. I'm gonna land them on my rack as I churn on this wok and get it really hot. My scrimps are cooked. They're ready for their next cooking. If you happen to have any delay between the first cook and the second cook, just pop these in a warm oven, like a 200-degree oven, while you're setting up your wok station. And that'll keep them nice and crispy. The wok is hot. I'm just gonna pull some oil from the frying side. It's got all that shrimpy flavor in it. And we're gonna start our aromatics in here. And what I mean by that is the garlic, the ginger, and some of the chilies. I wanna get that on the crispy side, slightly brown, then we're gonna marry our shrimp in there. It's a common technique to do this double fry situation. So check it out. I've got all that deliciousness crusted on there, the garlic, the ginger, the chilies, and it's absorbed it all. So I'm gonna take a little more oil now because I need the shrimp to have some oil on it for the magic dust. And I'm gonna toss to get the dust on there. So I'm using white pepper for a few reasons. It's lighter, it's more floral, and I think it just has a better flavor profile. And lastly, I'm gonna crust. Yo, if you can't do this kind of like pat your tummy and rub your head at the same time, don't worry about it. Just throw your scallions in. But that's it, man. That is salt and pepper shrimp. I can't tell you how happy I am right now making this for you, knowing I'm gonna be able to eat this soon. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the heat, let this stay warm, and I'm gonna show you how to plate up both dishes in a beautiful tableau of Cantonese food. I mean, with such beautiful food, you don't really need to do much. I've got some pretty plates. I think I'm gonna do the platter au shrimp, and I'm gonna try to pile up at the top. And you always want those crunchy, fancy bits at the top there. All the garlic and ginger. And then finally with the rice, vegetable fried rice. This is one of those meals where you become the kitchen hero. If you go in and all of a sudden you walk out with these two awesome dishes, I mean, dude. A little bit of garnish for the rice. Same for the shrimp. I think it would be fun to kind of teach you how to eat the head on shrimp. What a pro would do is take the head first and actually eat all that delicious stuff out of it. And I have a very specific way of doing it. I like eating the tail piece first because I think it becomes nice and crispy. And then I just follow it up with the body. If you fried correctly, all of the shell has basically become the texture of potato chips, right? That spice mix that you made gives you that savory pop, the salt pop, the ginger, the garlic. It really is a perfect Cantonese bite. And there it is, folks. Salt and pepper shrimp, vegetable fried rice. I hope I have inspired you to create your own Cantonese feast at home. And we'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Thai Penang curry is the ultimate comfort food in Thailand, but for me, it's also got a touch of romance. Let me show you. When making curry, don't be scared to buy pre-made curry paste. I do it all the time. All the base flavors are here, and the experts are doing it because they've been doing it for 100 years. Everyone's talking about making their own paste, but dude, leave it to the pros. So you can't make curry without coconut milk. Trust me when I tell you, don't shake the can. You'll find out why when we get into the kitchen. So before we check out, I need some Thai lime leaves, also known as magroot. They come fresh, frozen, or dry. They're not just any lime leaf off any tree, so if you can't find them, just use some lime zest, because these are an essential flavor in Thai cooking. But I'm gonna bring my wife, Allie, into the kitchen. She'll show you how to cook these dishes. All right, Allie. Guess which one of your favorite dishes we're making now?
My very favorite? Is it my very, very, very favorite?
I have no idea. Do you know which one it is? Which one?
If it's my very, very, very favorite, it's Penang curry.
Oh yes, ding, 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 ding. You are correct. So I'm gonna kind of get into it.
Let's get into it.
And then we should tell the story of the significance of this dish, because this really is the dish that brought us together.
Aww.
You know, right? All right, Penang curry. Since you know this dish so well, do you mind prepping some of the vegetables?
Of course.
All right, excellent. And I'm going to talk to our friends about the two most important ingredients in Penang curry. One is coconut milk and the other one is curry paste. Now, with coconut milk, Grandma always said, do not shake your can of coconut milk.
Why?
I'll tell you right now, Allie and friends, if you don't shake the can of coconut milk, you get this amazing layer of undisturbed coconut cream. And we're gonna need to use this coconut cream almost like frying oil or frying fat like you would use butter.
That's coconut heaven right there. I use that in a lot of different things. You can use it in desserts. I use it in my chia pudding recipe. I love that stuff.
So to start the curry, we're gonna take that amazing coconut cream at the top and use it like frying oil. I mean, this is basically just pure coconut oil, and a lot of people try to buy the stuff separately. You don't need to. Every can has some. Anytime you see a good coconut milk from Thailand, you're good to go, because you have at least 13% to 19% coconut oil. Not trying to get too nerdy, but I just did, whatever. So I'm using the coconut cream like oil. So the paste goes right in. I want to work this together, similar to a roux. The coconut oil is the fat, which helps really kind of fry and caramelize the paste.
It smells amazing.
It does, because what paste is basically is all these fresh herbs that we use in Thai cooking, right? Thai lime leaves, garlic, shallots, chilies. People are like, how long do I cook this curry paste? Because I don't know if I'm gonna burn it, I don't know if I'm cooking it enough. It should look like really tight peanut butter. And you want to see a little bit of oil coming out of it, so that's about the consistency. It should be a nice kind of paste. All right, Allie, so you're slicing some onions there.
Right.
Could I have a few onions?
You bet.
Because I want to caramelize those. And then next, you've got a little bit of those Thai lime leaves.
I do.
Can you throw those in, please?
You got it.
Great, because what we're really trying to do is build flavors.
But that's one of the things that I love about your Penang curry. It's like a carnival of flavor in your mouth.
A carnival, I love it.
It's a flavor carnival.
This is about the time when it looks like it's about to stick to the pan. It looks super dry. You're gonna add the rest of your coconut milk. So we should talk about kind of the significance of this dish. People might not know, but Tila was an amateur dog trainer. I'm not trying to out you or anything.
You're outing me as the crazy dog lady.
Yeah, so I did a magazine, a national magazine article on how to make Penang curry. We kind of didn't really know each other that well. And then you made this cool little video with all these call outs of making curry, like don't shake the can, I'm making Penang. It was to flirt with me, wasn't it?
I really wanted to steal your moves.
Okay.
That's really what it was.
That's all it was?
Well, the truth is I ate your Penang with some roti and I was like, I have to marry this man immediately.
Well, it all worked out. But I mean, I knew immediately. It was like lightning to me. There's a lot of people.
I married him for free cooking lessons.
All these dudes are gonna give me a hard time. Like, all right, so let's not get too cheeseball-y. So you wanna do the J cut?
Yeah.
I wanna see you practice that J cut.
The J cut?
While I'm reducing. Because all I'm doing here, just so you know, is reducing this curry until it's thick enough to coat the back of the spoon. And I'll show you that after the J cut.
The J cut, I also used to take cooking classes. Jet was my cooking instructor. He was the cute one. And the J cut was one of the...
so creepy. You were a young professional taking cooking classes. You weren't in culinary school. Exactly. I just wanted to be very clear about that. Okay, please, J-cut.
So this was one of the first things that you taught us in the knife skills class.
Okay,
was the J-cut. So just
nice.
Roll it out, right?
Coming in from one side, you're rolling around the seed pod.
Ha!
Very nice. You did the J-cut.
See, I remember.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more culinary test. Could you please cut that into bâtonnette? Do you remember what bâtonnette is?
I do.
Bâtonnettes are basically just French fry cuts, about a 1/4 inch wide, and they hold up really well in curry. Curry is also a really great place to use up any vegetables that are hanging out in your fridge. So carrots, broccoli, we're gonna use zucchini today. It really is one of those dishes that is let me clear out all the great vegetables that are left over in my fridge. Do you mind stirring while I cut some chicken?
Sure.
Awesome. So just keep that moving. Don't let the curry stick to the bottom of the pan and you'll be good to go.
Got it.
For chicken, we're using chicken breast here. I want to take the chicken breast, cut with the grain first into about 2-inch wide blocks. And then I'm going to cut the chicken against the grain into small little tiles. This really is a great cut for just about any Asian application. Stir fry, a curry like this, a soup. This is the right way to cut protein for the Asian kitchen right here. If you could put the chicken in, very nice. Now, again, I'm just simmering this curry for a few reasons. A, to reduce it into a thick sauce, and B, to really cook that chicken through. And that won't take long because we cut it into nice thin planks. So, seasoning. Ali, test. What are the 5 Thai flavors?
Hot, sour, salty, sweet, umami?
Umami, wow, you went with a fancy word. Yeah, savory or umami, exactly. So, I'm gonna season to all those 5 flavors. Wait, a follow-up. What's the Thai word for hot, sour, salty, sweet, umami, and perfect balance?
The same word I think of every time I think of you.
Oh my God.
Yum.
Oh God, you're gonna do it in front of all these people? Are you seriously? All right, I'm embarrassed now. Yes, yum, that's exactly correct. So I need to season this for the yum, and this is how to do it. First crucial ingredient is fish sauce, which is salty and savory. Next, sugar to balance it out. I think there's a misconception. People think Thai food is super sweet. It's not overly sweet.
Well, what are your tips to people though on when do you have a dish that's achieved flavor balance?
Yeah, you know what?
How do you know?
That's a great question. How about I answer that by, I can teach people how to season first, like the order of seasoning. And the order is start with salty because we all know what that flavor profile is, right? So taste it, okay, it's salty enough. Then go to sweet, just like I've done, because we know what the balance between sweet and salty is, and then go to acidic. All right, and for this, I'm gonna be using tamarind paste, which is a fruit that grows all over the world. It has a very kind of tangy, sour flavor, but it has a sweetness to it, kind of like plum. And the heat comes from the chilies that are in the curry paste already.
And what kind of chilies are those?
So these are red chilies. They're not crazy hot like Thai chilies. They're probably close to like red serrano chilies. So the chicken, as you can see, is pretty much halfway cooked through. It's opaque on the outside. I want to marry my vegetables in now. I mean, these could be any combination of vegetables that you like. Do you want to help me out and pick a few basil leaves and throw that right in there? This is Thai basil. You can identify Thai basil because it kind of has purple stems and it smells like licorice. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has like a anise flavor to it.
And just whole, right?
Just whole. And that's it. I think there's only one way to know if this is delicious.
To eat it.
It's to taste it. So let's get some spoons. Take a taste. I'll take a taste.
This is my happy place.
I mean, describe it, right? Creamy from the coconut, balance, heat, and savoriness. I mean, and all those spices.
Nice spiciness. Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's warming.
So good.
And here's the way you tell if the curry is actually thick enough. You run a wood spoon through the curry, you draw a line, and if the curry holds its place and doesn't run across that line, it's thick enough to serve. That's why they call it coats the back of a spoon.
So it's like if you're making a creme anglaise, it's a nappe, right?
Oh, you gotta get all fancy and Frenchy on me. Yes, exactly right. In French, we called it a nappe. And you know, for us mortals that don't bake, it just coats the back of a spoon. So
I love you anyway.
Oh,
I love you anyway.
I can't be as good as you. And then, you know, I'm gonna add bamboo shoots right to the end because canned bamboo shoots really are already cooked and they really kind of take up the flavor of whatever you cook them in. So I'm gonna add them right here. And that's it. I'm just making sure the chicken is cooked through. The sauce looks like it's pulled together. The vegetables have a good snap to them. They're not too raw. I'm gonna bowl it up and let's taste it. I like to finish with a little bit of the Thai lime leaves. I think it looks awesome and it gives that real lemony pop.
It's so fragrant.
All the way through. Well, cheers, Allie. I've always wanted to do this on camera. Ding! Let's give that a taste. Jasmine rice is the way to enjoy Penang curry, in my humble opinion. So a little bit of curry, a little bit of rice. You could even do it the other way. We could actually take the rice, smash it into the Penang, or you can go the other way. But it's kind of not complete without that kind of fragrant jasmine rice.
So delicious. Here goes the flavor carnival.
It kind of tastes like everything you love about Thailand, right?
Yes.
Because it's got all those basil notes, those savory notes.
The creamy coconut.
And it's non-dairy. I think a lot of people freak out, but it's totally non-dairy.
Oh, so good.
There it is.
I love it. I knew I married you for a reason. Besides the fact that you're just an amazing human being.
Dude, you gotta stop. This is gonna get me all embarrassed and stuff. You can't do this in front of all these people.
Why not?
Because it makes me embarrassed. So Ina's got her engagement chicken, but we've got our date-worthy marriage-making Penang curry.
I hope you enjoyed trying this one out for someone that you love.
Tell us what you think right down there and make sure to subscribe. Today I'm making two Filipino favorites, chicken adobo, which is a delicious braised dish, and lumpia, tiny deep-fried egg rolls that are totally addicting. What's happening, guys? It's Jet Tila here, and this is Ready Jet Cook, where I show you how to make some of my favorite Asian dishes from pantry to plate. Let's get started. All right, cane vinegar, water chestnuts. So Filipino food is delicious, but Filipino chefs are masters at vinegar. So this is sugar cane vinegar. So they crush the sugar cane, make juice from it, and then ferment it into vinegar. So you're gonna have these like floral notes to it. It's gonna have these sugar cane notes. This really is a fun vinegar if you've never played with it. Now, water chestnuts have kind of gotten a bad name over the years. People are using it to kind of just for filler. I mean, let's celebrate the water chestnut. It is crunchy, it is sweet. It is such an underrated ingredient, and I'm gonna show you how to make it a star. So the last thing I need are these lumpia wrappers. Now they might look like egg roll wrappers, but they're actually thinner and they're more like a pastry skin than a noodle sheet. In essence, what an egg roll wrapper is. They fry up super light and crispy, and if you can get them at the Asian store, they'll be in the freezer section or the deli section. So to get started with the adobo, I'm using legs and thighs because I just like dark meat. I think they're a little more tender, there's more flavor, but if you want to use breast, just use whole chicken breast. So I need to start by marinating these chicken thighs. But before that, I do want to trim off any excess fat or skin that I don't need. So what I usually do is I'll kind of just examine both sides to see if I have a lot of skin that comes off kind of where it connects to the chicken. This is kind of what I'm talking about right here. On the underside of the chicken thighs, if you see these little flaps of skin and fat, I just trim them off. Do not throw these away, by the way. I basically collect them all and I'll slowly render and fry them to kind of make my own little popcorn chicken. I kind of call that the chef's privilege. No one wants it. I absolutely want it, and I'll snack on them kind of through service. That's nice and clean. I can see a little flap there. I'm gonna trim that. Yeah, this one's got a lot of fat and skin on it. And I'm really trimming because that's just gonna give me kind of excess fat that I don't need in the final adobo, but that's gonna be super delicious deep fried. So this is gonna be our marinade vessel. I really like these shallow rectangular glass vessels because in a bowl, you get way too much marinade, so you're wasting a lot of ingredients. This is gonna give me the perfect amount of marinade just to cover the chicken. All right, so I'm switching over to soy sauce, so it's time to wash my hands. So this can disappear and we can focus on just the leg thighs. The marinade is really simple. I'm starting with 6 cloves of garlic, but to get the flavor of the garlic, I do want to break them up a little bit. And I'm just gonna basically take flat part of my knife and just lean until I hear a snap. Listen, perfect. I'm not trying to break this up into a ton of pieces. I just want them to expose all their flavor. And that's it right there. We're gonna use this marinade again in the actual making of the adobo when we take it to the braise. Next, it's just soy sauce. I'm using regular old soy sauce here. I wanna get enough to actually cover the chicken, so don't be scared if you have to remove the little kind of spout there. This does a few things. We're gonna get a lot of flavor into these leg thighs before we actually sear them off and braise them. All right, I wanna make sure I've got garlic kind of swimming. I wanna make sure I have enough soy sauce to get the marinade going. So I'm simply just gonna cover these tightly with a little plastic wrap and let them hang out in the fridge for about 30 minutes. So my adventure into Filipino food is a fun one. So, you know, we had the first Thai grocery store in America, started in the 70s, but the neighborhood started shifting in the 90s. Our little Thai grocery store started to shift into a Filipino grocery store. The neighborhood shifted, we had to really convert from a Thai market to a Filipino market, and we had this phenomenal group of caterers. You know, I called them my aunties, my Filipino aunties. What they did over the course of a decade was give me kind of personal one-on-one food coaching. I started to learn all these new Filipino ingredients. Instead of calling it fish sauce, I called it patis. Instead of Thai shrimp paste, I started to learn bagoong. And then I needed to learn pastry skins and lumpia and adobo. It was really fun kind of spending that decade hanging out with my Filipino aunties and learning Filipino food. So as you can see, the soy sauce has really penetrated the skin and the actual chicken. The garlic is married in nicely. The next thing we have to do is actually get these frying. The enemy of frying is moisture. So what I want to do is pat these dry while I get this pan really hot. So anytime you're working with raw proteins, paper towels are my best friends because the marinade has done its job. The soy sauce is inside the chicken, so I want to try to get the exterior as dry as possible. You know, adobo is like so many dishes from around the world that was really created through necessity. You know, in the Philippines, like a lot of Southeast Asia, weather is really hot. So the way to preserve anything usually is either salting, drying, or pickling, and the use of vinegar in this dish actually kind of raises the pH and allows you to hold this chicken dish for a lot longer. So it really was a preservation method turned into something very delicious. So I've got a braising pan, which in my opinion is something that holds heat very well, has a decent coating on the bottom where I can really kind of let this start to simmer without it sticking to anything. I'm just gonna use high temperature, low flavor oil, peanut, canola, grapeseed, any of those work great. And I want to start by rendering the fat out of these and getting a nice browning. And I'm being very deliberate about getting this as dry as possible. I actually like to start with the skin side down. Use the sides of the pan so you get heat from two sides. So you want to tuck up those chicken thighs as tight to the pan as possible. And another good tip, anytime you're stovetop frying, is if you feel you're getting a lot of splash of oil, You can use a paper towel and tongs to kind of dab out the excess. All right, I'm gonna let that brown up really well as I tidy up a bit. I wanna reserve these garlic cloves because they're gonna end up going back into the adobo. So my job right now is to just be thoughtful about getting these brown and not overcooking them. I would leave them alone for probably the first 2 or 3 minutes, just so the skin can sear. At that point, it's gonna be a little sticky, and then after it sears and cauterizes, it's gonna lift up really nicely on its own. That's what I'm talking about right there. Wow, the soy sauce really helps the caramelization of this chicken. That one's ready to go. I mean, you don't want to rush this. Let that browning occur because browning means flavor all the way around. And again, use the little paper towel trick if you're getting too much splatter. Because you really just need enough oil to sear the skins and no more. I want to get as much of the surface area brown as possible because I'm prepping these skins to braise, meaning I'm going to introduce a lot of liquid in there, so the tighter and the crispier the skin is now, it's going to hold through that long process of moist cooking. It's time for aromatics. So these are fresh bay leaves out of my garden. If you don't have fresh, you could use dry. So let's get those in there crackling. You hear that? That bay leaf is talking to me, telling me it's happy. I want some peppercorns in there. And my real simple technique is just to get a pan and crack them open. You hear that? Just a little loosening to get all those essential oils out. I'm gonna add those to the pan. And what I'm doing is blooming those herbs and spices in there to really maximize their flavor. I've got both sides of the chicken brown. We're gonna pour in our reserve marinade with those garlic cloves. And to accomplish a braise, I need a liquid medium. And my liquid medium here is going to be chicken stock. A braise is a very specific method of cooking. It means you don't want that liquid to go further than about halfway up. You want to leave some of the chicken exposed. So what I need to do now is cover this tightly and let it simmer for about 40 minutes. And that's going to allow the chicken to really tighten up and marry all those delicious flavors in there. All right, it's time to work on the lumpia. And all that really means is bringing together a lot of vegetables, herbs, and protein to make a delicious filling. I'm gonna start by opening the can of water chestnuts. I only need 4 ounces. This is an 8-ounce can, so I'm gonna drain out the water. For these lumpia, I'm gonna try to process these ingredients down into almost a smooth paste. Water chestnuts done, I'm just gonna go through all these various vegetables pretty quickly because the machine's gonna handle the rest. So scallions in half lengthwise. Now I'm just gonna cut them into smalls. Next, we're gonna do onion. I only need 1/4 of an onion, so I'm gonna take 1/4 peel. I'm just gonna cut it into a small dice so the food processor can take it even finer. Same thing, mushrooms. With these shiitake mushrooms, I'm just gonna take the stems out and just use the caps. And I'll gather them, give them a 1/4 churn, and then fine dice them. I know it feels like a lot of work, but it really is worth it to get a very smooth lumpia farce or filling. Garlic, it's gonna give it a smash, and then just a mincing pass. And to round out the herbs and vegetables, just a little bit of shrimp and some ground pork. So looking at my ingredients, I think the shrimp, because of their shape and size, are gonna take a little effort, so I'm gonna put them in first. I wanna do it in pulses because any of the large pieces, during that pause and the pulse, it drops down to get chopped. So the shrimp is tiny, but not to where it's paste yet. That's good for me. I'm gonna dump that into the bowl. And I'm processing kind of in reverse order. Whatever takes more effort goes in first. And no need to clean the bowl in between because it's all gonna end up together anyway. I'm gonna add all the vegetables and herbs now. And if you have a very large food processor that will accommodate everything, just do it all in one. Let's pulse this up. So to this, I'm actually gonna add some of the pork now, because I think I can work those all together. Oh, it'll fit all of it, perfect. And if I get any pieces that are not getting down to the blade, I'm just gonna give it a little assist with the spoon. Perfect. It's very similar to making a meatball, except we're gonna put that stuffing into an egg roll. I'm gonna get the food processor out of the way and finish seasoning in the bowl on the cutting board. So here's what I'm gonna need for seasoning. Of course, fish sauce, as they would say, patis in Tagalog. Soy sauce. Like all delicious Southeast Asian food, it's kind of the 5 flavor rule. So we want a little sweet with the savory and the salty, the sour and the heat. And then just a pinch of white pepper. So that's it for seasonings. I'm gonna work this together now until all of the ingredients are one and all of the flavors are together. If you're not gonna use the filling immediately to make lumpia, cover this tightly and put it in the fridge, but I'm going right for it. We're gonna start building our lumpias right now. So these are the lumpia wrappers we picked up, and they are kind of moisture sensitive, meaning you don't want them to be opened and just left out in the air too long because they will dry out. So open these very, very close to building your lumpias. And as you can see, they're in a very, very tight cluster. So what I like to do is kind of pull maybe a third or halfway in and then work that way versus trying to peel that perfect layer from the top. So pull that. I'm gonna start with this piece as my first sheet. And for the traditional lumpia, it's 1 sheet per egg roll or per lumpia. Just like that. There we go. So I've got the filling. I've got my wrappers. Now I just need a little medium to kind of glue this all together. An egg is gonna be the perfect medium. So lumpias are really fun to make. Unlike Chinese egg rolls, where you're trying to make this giant log of filling and then roll it over, what I like to do is to make a nice kind of flat paste of filling that go about a third of the way up. Once you've got a third coverage, I'm actually gonna roll over and then pull back and gather the filling, like so. And then I'm just going to tuck and roll, making sure there's no air in this egg roll. And then once I'm at the point where I have about a 2-inch lip, I'm gonna take some of that egg to make a little bit of glue. And then watch what I do. I'm gonna pinch just the ends, grab any excess filling there, and then close it up. And I'm gonna let it rest on that pleat side so it adheres to the roll, and I'm good to go. So the lumpias are made and it's time to fry. So I'm frying always in a high temperature, low flavor oil, peanut, canola, grapeseed, etc. 350 to 365, and I'm gonna lower these in slowly. What I'm looking for is the oil to kind of start that bubbling, and I've got that. And then I'm gonna let it go. Every time you add something cold into the oil, it brings the temperature down. So I would cook these in batches as you go. And the only way to really know your oil temperature is a thermometer. I've always got one handy to check meat temperatures and to check oil frying temperatures. So because these are so thin, they're gonna cook up really quickly. So I'm looking for a golden brown shell, and by the time they get there, I know that the shrimp and the pork are gonna be cooked through. If you're ever in doubt and you wanna make sure your food's safe, just stick the thermometer inside the egg roll, and if you hit 165 degrees, you're perfectly safe. If you're not gonna eat them right away, you can actually freeze them raw. You can actually freeze them cooked as well, and then to bring them back, I just throw the cooked frozen lumpia right into an air fryer for about 8 to 10 minutes, and they are perfect. So they make the perfect snack for my kids. If I'm just jonesing for a crispy lumpia, I like to cook them, hold them frozen after cook, and just pop them in the air fryer or the oven or the toaster oven. So that's what I'm looking for right there. Golden brown, delicious. I'm gonna drain it right onto the rack. All right, so lumpias are done. I'm gonna let them drain on the rack. I'm gonna finish my adobo, and let's put this all together. I mean, look at that. The chickens are braised. You can see it kind of tight off the bone, so I know it's gonna have that nice kind of pull on the mouthfeel. Just to finish, I'm gonna add a few ingredients. Our cane vinegar. Remember, the Filipinos are masters of vinegar. The adobo was originally a way to preserve meat for long periods of time. Next, I'm gonna add a little bit of sugar. And finally, to kind of pull it all together, I'm gonna add a little cornstarch slurry. And all the slurry is equal parts cornstarch and water. And as I mix it, and the cornstarch comes to a simmer and hits that 180-degree mark, this is gonna pull together into a really beautiful, almost sticky sauce, which coats rice beautifully. The flavor that you're chasing is a really nice balance between savoriness with just a hint of acid, which brightens it. And then the sugar underneath really gives it almost like a Chinese 5-spice kind of stew flavor. So let me show you how to put this Filipino feast together. I'm gonna serve the lumpias long on this platter. And I'm gonna show you a very simple sauce that's made up of 2 ingredients. So for the sauce, I love this sweet chili sauce, but I think I want a little more tang in there to really kind of pay that homage to that delicious kind of acidity in the adobo. So I'm gonna back that up with just a little more cane vinegar and stir that together. And for the adobo, I'm gonna do a family style plate and being very gentle to not break up those leg thighs. The bay leaf, the garlic, the peppercorns, you know, they added a lot of flavor. I just want to leave them in. Just make sure to warn your guests, the bay leaves are not to be eaten. They're more decoration now. My favorite part of cooking, tasting. Look at that. It's tender. It's really succulent is the word. And just that hit of acid really rounds out this dish. And of course with the lumpia, that's what I want. Right there, crispy outside, soft, tender on the inside. I mean, this really is the perfect Filipino meal, in my opinion. So there it is, my friends. Chicken adobo, these beautiful little lumpia. I hope I've made my tias proud, and I hope I inspired you to make these dishes at home. We'll see you guys next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Guys, today is super controversial. I'm making a dish that some say is for sure Chinese, but others argue it's totally American. I say it doesn't matter because it's freaking delicious. That's right, today is all about orange chicken, and I'm throwing in a side of fried rice. Chicken powder is really the secret of every single Chinese restaurant in America. It's actually this that gives you saltiness and savoriness, not really soy sauce. For ultimate crispy orange chicken, get tempura flour. It's a mix of all-purpose flour and cornstarch. It fries up super crispy, but a little light. I can get a little nerdy, but just know this is the stuff. First things first, let's make our fried rice. The secret to great fried rice is using day-old rice. This is just cooked rice hanging out in the fridge. It's dry. If you are using fresh rice, just make sure it's cool, dry, ready to go in the pan. I'm gonna start with some eggs. Another really great tip that Grandma taught me, fresh eggs make fluffy fried rice, and I'll explain that to you here in a second. 2 eggs, just give it a good whisk so it's nice and even. Starting the pan with some high temperature oil. Now you gotta coordinate really quickly here. It's gonna be eggs and then rice right into the eggs. Don't let your eggs set. While those eggs are still wet, pour your rice right into the eggs. And then literally, you're gonna be coating the rice with egg. What's happening is the eggs are coating the rice and it creates this naturally non-stick surface because egg has protein, but it also has a little bit of fat. And you're using that fat from the eggs versus putting a ton of oil in to the pan. As that is cooking, I can put a little onion. So really great fried rice should not be dark and full of soy sauce. Here's the tip, a touch of sugar, a little bit of chicken powder, and just enough soy sauce to kind of give that soy aroma, but not make it dark and heavy and salty. A lot of the salt from this dish is actually coming from the chicken powder. This is really great Hong Kong style fried rice, meaning eggy, light, fluffy. This is the fried rice that my grandma taught me how to make a bazillion times growing up. And you don't see this style often, but I think it's one of the best ways to cook and eat fried rice. And then I'm gonna add some scallions, and this is the perfect side of fried rice for the orange chicken. Visually, what you're looking for is the egg to be cooked through and the rice to be nice and fluffy. And I'm gonna hold this in the oven, but you can put this in a casserole dish or a bowl and just have it hanging out till you're ready to eat orange chicken. So to get some vegetation into this dish, I wanna cook off some broccoli, and I'm gonna use my buddy Chef Mike, meaning Chef Microwave. Yeah, I know, it's cheesy, but effective. I've got broccoli florets in the bowl, a little bit of water in here. I'm just gonna season this and then cover it with plastic. And I'm gonna ask Chef Mike to cook this on high for 3 minutes and I'm good to go. All right, so let's get to the orange chicken part, and I'm gonna start with the sauce. I mean, everyone's got love for this dish. You go to the mall, you've eaten this about a bazillion times, but I wanted to make my elevated version that actually has orange in it. Now, most people don't actually put any orange juice in their orange chicken, but I do, so let's start with that. So to that, we're gonna add sugar, soy sauce, little paprika, oyster sauce, hoisin sauce, and I'm gonna make a little slurry with my vinegar, a little rice vinegar. So I've added the cornstarch to the vinegar. I need to get it stirred around to activate it. So visually what I'm looking for is the bubbles to start getting smaller and smaller. That means the cornstarch is activating and the sauce is thickening into a nice glaze. So I'm just gonna reserve the sauce and move on to the chicken. So to prep the chicken, I've got chicken thighs and tempura flour. I'm using chicken thighs because it's more moist and I get way more flavor out of it. The nugget won't dry when you fry it. I'm really just going for about 1 to 1.5 inch cubes. So tempura flour is doing double duty. The first thing it's gonna do is dredge the chicken. And all that means is I wanna get enough flour on the chicken so it'll hold on to the batter. Next, I'm gonna add some water to the rest of the tempura flour to make a nice thin batter, like a pancake batter. Perfect, so this is looking to me like beautiful pancake batter. You wanna make sure your oil is at 375 degrees before you start frying, because the magic number is 350. When you put food in frying oil, it brings down the temperature. And what I'm doing is I'm dropping the nuggets into the batter, letting them really pick up a good amount of batter and get it right in. You wanna fry these just a few pieces at a time. You wanna come in with the spider to kind of separate any nuggets that are sticking together. I'm gonna cook these until they're GBD, golden brown delicious, and let them drain on a wire rack. So the chicken is super crispy. It's golden brown delicious. I'm gonna let the chicken rest on the wire rack, drain off a little bit, and set up the final phase, which is the stir fry. I'm starting with a hot pan and put a little oil in it. So like most stir fries, you're gonna go aromatics. Garlic, ginger, and I'm gonna add the chicken to the pan. A little bit of onion, scallions. Because the glaze is sugar-based, it's not gonna penetrate and sog out the chicken. It's just gonna sit on top. It's gonna marry onto all that crispiness. I'm not really worried about the chicken being cooked through because I've already fried it. So I'm really just trying to get a nice even coating here. Once everything's coated, I'm ready to marry the rice and the orange chicken. I can't make this dish because I always get hungry and I want to eat it immediately. So now it's time to plate up. I'm gonna start with the fried rice that we made. Bringing the orange chicken to the game. Oh yeah, that glaze is incredible. And then dot it with our broccoli. Dude, I'm gonna monster this whole plate. I'll see you later. Go, get out of here. So I hope instead of takeout tonight, you try these recipes instead. Please let me know how it goes, and if you like it, hit subscribe. I'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. Now, I know some of you are rolling your eyes at the idea of quicker pho, but let's do some quick time calculations here. 2 days for traditional pho versus 2 hours. It's totally worth the trade-off, and I'm gonna show you how to make it. Come on. So for the quicker beef pho, I'm using a thin sliced steak cut, which is usually available at the Asian markets. If you can't get it thin like this, don't worry. Take a nice steak cut, freeze it for about 40 minutes until it's almost frozen, slice it with a nice sharp knife, and you're good to go. These are the rice stick noodles for pho. Make sure to buy extra in case you mess up your first batch. Also, when I was a kid, stocking these shelves, they were my favorite things to stock, not like those 50-pound rice bags. So the last thing we're gonna need for pho is fish sauce. It might sound a little weird if you're not used to using it, but it's such an important ingredient to Vietnamese and Thai cuisine. Make sure you're getting the one that's amber in color and nice and clear. So we're back from the market. Let's start the prep for the quicker beef pho. I'm gonna start with vegetables and then move on to making my stock. So I'm gonna need onions kind of two ways. I'm gonna take the top, the bottom, and then I like to peel the onion while it's in half like this. I developed this pho dish because everybody likes to eat pho, but no one wants to make the 2-day broth. This is a really nice kind of hybrid version where you get the aromatics from all your spices, but you're not gonna sit there and roast bones and literally wait 2 days. This pho is really the perfect elixir. You know, when the kids are kind of in from school, they're sick, the weather's really cold, there's nothing more comforting or warming than having a nice bowl of noodles and pho broth. I'm cutting the half of the onion paper thin for the top of the pho broth. The idea is that super hot broth is poured over the noodles with the onions on it, and these onions kind of melt in but still keep some texture. So the other half of the onion I'm gonna use for stock, so I'm just gonna rough chop it into large pieces. These onions are making me cry. I'm starting to think about my kids when they're sick. This is so sad. As you can see with the ginger, I've just left the skins on and I'm slicing them into thin pieces to get a lot of surface area for the stock. With the scallions, I'm just slicing them into thin slices with a little bit of a bias for garnish. I'm cutting a lot of garnishes, but what's cool about pho is it's kind of like a choose your own adventure dish. You leave all the garnishes out and whoever is coming to eat the pho kind of builds their own pho the way they like it. These are red serranos. They're kind of the perfect chili because they're not too hot. I just cut a ton of these and leave them on the plates, and whoever likes heat can go for it. And the last ingredient is gonna be lime. I'm just cutting the wedges off the side, kind of leaving the middle seed pod alone. And you leave these out for whoever wants a nice shot of lime to make the pho a little sour. Come in, come really, really tight. The first spice is star anise. It looks like a little star. It smells like Christmas if you think about it. All these 3 spices you buy during the holidays for like cider and you never use them again, so here's the perfect place to use them. So star anise is there. Cloves. Cloves look like little kind of reedy sticks with a little spice ball right on top. And then cinnamon. I know you've got a ton of this laying around from the holidays. So what I'm gonna do is make a really cool satchel. So check this out. In a little plate, I've got some cheesecloth. In the middle of the cheesecloth, I'm gonna lay all the spices in. And they're really overwhelming, and that's why I'm making a satchel, because I can actually put it in the stock, and once it's flavored, if I could pull it out. If I just dumped a ton of spices in the stock, it could overwhelm and taste like Christmas beef stock, which is not delicious, although beef pho is delicious. I'm just wrapping it up into a nice, clean little packet. So I like using butcher twine here because I want to be able to tie this off and be able to pull it in and out of the stock. These are really delicious, but they can go a long way if you leave them in. So let's build the pho broth. First thing we're gonna start with is beef base. I know, controversial, some of you are gonna give me a hard time, but I need you to trust me. Trust me on this. I'll get you to delicious pho. This is where you're gonna save 2 days of cooking right here. Beef base is exactly as its name implies. It gives you that nice beef flavored foundation. A really quick note on fish sauce. It's such a fundamental ingredient in Vietnamese food. Now, you know the bottle that's been sitting in your fridge for about a year? It's time to get rid of it because it's probably gone opaque and totally dark like soy sauce. Really fresh fish sauce should be amber and totally translucent in color, just like this. A little more salt, because fish sauce is definitely on that seafood side. I want to go straight salt to give a clean saltiness to kind of boost up that beef flavor. We want to balance those flavors with a little bit of sugar. And now the aromatics, and the aromatics are ginger and onion. I'm gonna let this broth come to a simmer for about 40 minutes and let the onions and garlic marry right into the broth. The last step to finish this broth is adding all the spices from the sachet. Be mindful to not oversteep these. When these are done, you're gonna pull it right out and then you're ready to serve the pho. You're gonna wanna simmer the spices for about 30 to 45 minutes until you just taste all these kind of amazing aromatics. So it's been about 30 minutes. I just wanna taste this before I pull the sachet out. I distinctly taste all the spices, but they're not overpowering. So it's time for the sachet to go away. So my broth is finished, all the garnish is ready. Let me show you how to build this bowl. We're starting with some rice stick noodles that have been soaked and soft. You can also use fresh rice stick noodles here. I'm gonna bundle them into the basket and just give them a really quick dip to cook them. You know, if you don't have one of these noodle baskets at home, a regular colander or sieve is gonna be fine. So just a few seconds in the hot water, drain them well, and then put right into the bowl. So noodles are in. This is the choose your own adventure part. And don't be scared to just do it any way you like it. There is no wrong way. My favorite pho combo is fully loaded, meaning every single garnish plus a ton of sriracha and a ton of hoisin. And if you're gonna do the rare thin beef, make sure to put it on top because it looks really cool there. And don't worry, this is so thin that when that hot broth hits it, it's gonna cook it right away. You wanna make sure that your broth is ripping hot because you want it to cook the meat and then really kind of marry all those flavors together. It's one of my favorite dishes of all time right here. Feel free to do a little more garnish on the top. I like some scallions, some chilies, a little bean sprouts, and you are good to go. So hoisin and sriracha, it's a total choice situation. Some people like to shoot it in and mix it into the soup, or some people like to dip. I'm more of a dipper than putting the hoisin and sriracha inside. I want to pull some of the noodles and build a little nest of noodles into the middle of the spoon. Add your favorite garnishes. Make sure I've got a little onion, I've got some cilantro, all those really fun goodies in there. Then I take the beef and I do a little dipper and make sure it's touching both sauces. Into the spoon, gather some soup. There's really nothing more kind of complex yet comforting than a great pho broth. You've got all the flavors from the spices, you've got all these fresh herbs, and then the core of it is this delicious tender beef and the beef broth. This really is an amazing dish. Thanks so much, guys, for going shopping and coming home to cook this amazing dish. Tune in, subscribe, like, let me know what you guys are thinking about the show, and I'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook. My family popularized pad thai in America over 40 years ago when we opened the first Thai restaurant. So it's super cool to be sharing our recipe all while shopping here at my family's Thai market in Hollywood. Let's get started. So instead of green onions, I'm gonna pick up some garlic chives. I love them because they really smell and taste like a cross between onions and garlic, and it's actually a traditional nod to old school pad thai. So it's time for baked tofu. This is great for wok cooking because it doesn't fall apart. It's also pre-marinated in a little soy sauce, so I love this for pad thai. This is not the stuff in water that breaks up. Don't use this for the wok, use the baked tofu. Tamarind is an essential flavoring for pad thai. Instead of using the whole fruit, which can be cumbersome, go for the liquid tamarind. It might say tamarind concentrate or liquid tamarind on the bottle. It's correct, especially if it's from Thailand. So before I check out, I wanted to get some banana leaves. I'm gonna use it as a really great plating implement, but traditionally they've steamed food in it, they cook food with it. It's a very cool way to make your pad thai look awesome. All right, Mom, you know what we're making? Can you guess by my ingredients?
Pad Thai.
Pad Thai, very good, excellent. Do you know how to use this machine? Have you not been on the cashier long enough? Who taught you how to make Pad Thai?
Truth,
don't do TV talk, real talk.
No. I mean, you.
That's right, see, there you go. I got it on film, exactly right. Man, can we get another cashier here? This is really, I'm just kidding, it's taking forever. Basically, for the price of going out to eat pad thai, I'm stocking my pantry. So if you get a little bit of sticker shock here, don't worry. You're building your Asian pantry as you go, and you're gonna be able to use these ingredients to make just about everything. All right, guys, so we're back from the store. It's time to get prepped for our pad thai. The first thing we need to really do is soak these noodles. Don't ever boil these noodles. Very simply soak them in warm water. And warm water means warm bath water. So you're like, oh, that feels comfortable. I'd take a bath in that water. That's the right temperature. The noodles actually have to go through like 3 steps of cooking. This step is soaking to reconstitute. The next will be frying in the pan, and then the sauce goes in and they absorb all the sauce. Super simple. So I'll get the noodle soaking. Let's move on to more pad thai prep. The next thing I'm gonna cut is the savory tofu. So like any other protein, I just wanna cut this into a nice thin plank. So half first, and then line up both halves and cut them into thin little planks. As long as they're even and you can pick them up with a chopstick, they are a good size. So next I'm gonna do garlic chives. Now, you just wanna simply cut them into about 2-inch lengths on a bias, meaning instead of perpendicular, angle the knife, boop, there you go, just like that. Super simple. If you can't find garlic chives, don't freak out, just use scallions. All right, those are done, and always garlic. Just smash, 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 and then rough chop. You don't wanna mince these too fine because you don't want really fine garlic playing with 400-degree oil, because that's instant garlic charcoal. No bueno. So finally, I'm gonna show you a cool peanut trick. These are roasted peanuts, not salted. You can do the knife, but why knife it when you have a saucepan? And you're just simply gonna lean and press using the edge of a saucepan. And you get these kind of fun, uneven, big chunky shapes. And I'm not looking for absolute uniform peanuts because I want that kind of texture variance when I eat this. Boom, super easy. Peanuts are chopped. Now, let's get to that banana leaf we bought at the store. These are actually really cool. They basically come right off the banana tree, and they're giant. We're just gonna use them as a little plate garnish, and I'm gonna show you what I mean. So I'm grabbing a little bowl kind of as a stencil. I know Anne Burrell gets really mad at me for doing this, but that's the only way to get the leverage that I need to punch out this circle. So I'm following the lines of the bowl. One way, I'm gonna come around the other way, and it's even, steady pressure. Now holding this down, lifting away the banana leaf, and hopefully I've done my job. And voila, perfect little circles. Aw, there you go, boom. This is done. Let me move on to protein and sauce, and we're ready to cook. Thai people believe in balancing 5 flavors: hot, sour, salty, sweet, and savory, also known as the yum. All that word means is the balance of hot, sour, salty, and sweet. First ingredient, fish sauce. It's salt and savoriness. After that, a little bit of vinegar, but we're actually gonna use 3 kinds of sour. Vinegar was 1, lime juice, and tamarind. Now, as we know, tamarind is a fruit that grows around the equator. It has a nice sour and sweet flavor, all right? 3 sours in. Now we have to balance the salty and the sour with a little sweet, and that's just gonna be sugar. So for heat, traditionally, pad thai in Thailand is made with sriracha. Now, it's delicious, but if you're serving people who don't like heat, paprika is the perfect balancing point. Paprika, as we know, adds a lot of color because it is a pepper, but it's not too spicy. I like using both for this dish. So I'm just gonna bring all these flavors together. You wanna stir this up until the sugar dissolves. I mean, that's it. It's a lot of ingredients, but balanced together, they make a really phenomenal flavor. I just need to cut my protein, and we're in the pan. For this dish, I'm gonna be using chicken thigh. I think chicken thigh is nice and moist. It doesn't really dry out. I just want you to cut these into nice thin strips. So kind of cut large pieces in half first, find that grain, and then cut the chicken thigh into thin strips against the grain. Really just looking for even kind of bite-sized pieces when using chicken thighs. I'm gonna clean this down, wash my hands, and let's get cooking. I'm using a short enamelized cast iron pan, which is gonna hold heat amazingly. Always high temp oil, getting this pan very hot. And I can see the oil kind of shimmering and a little wisps of white smoke starting. So I am starting with the dried shrimp, the garlic, the tofu. I'm just gonna saute these up until they start to lend their flavors to the dish. Now it's time for chicken. I wanna get this chicken seared on the outside, but still nice and rare in the middle, because there's a lot more to cook. When using eggs with noodles or rice, here's a cool technique. I want you to push all of the hot stuff in the pan against one side, pool up a little bit of oil on that open area, and we're gonna crack our eggs right into there. Don't scramble them yet. Let them kind of set and cook up, whites separated from yolks. And once they start to fry up a little bit, then you can kind of bring all the items together. With the eggs not cooked through yet, I want to pull the noodles right out of that water. And check it out. Just in a little bit of time, the noodles have gone from firm to to nice and soft. And you want all that extra moisture in the pan to help create steam. So I've judged a ton of food TV, and most people get in most trouble with these noodles. They end up boiling them and then trying to stir fry them again. That is not the right way to go. You want to soak like we did and then get them into the pan, and that's how you get that beautiful kind of slippery, chewy texture that this pad thai noodle has. And if you end up over soaking them or do make the mistake of boiling them, just start over, get a new batch. They're super cheap. So the noodles look soft and cooked down. I'm gonna make a little nice area for the shrimp to be able to cook through. Let's get that shrimp to the bottom so all that heat can start cooking them through. And I'm also gonna throw in that pickled daikon right now. So this is just pickled daikon radish, the white radish. Instead of being sour pickled like a lot of the Japanese or Korean, this is very sweet. So it's got a very bold sweet and slightly sour flavor. Don't be scared to really kind of work all the ingredients in the pan. Scraping is totally okay because you want to scrape the bits up before they start to burn. All right, so my shrimp are about halfway. It's time to add the sauce. So the sauce is actually gonna start to boil immediately. That's gonna create some steam. It's actually gonna deglaze the pan and get all those delicious bits up to the top. And I really wanna just work the noodles and all of the ingredients together to really soak up all of those 5 flavors. Here's a really fun trick to kind of cooking up the vegetables. I'm gonna make a bed, right, by kind of really laying everything out evenly. And I'm gonna add half my bean sprouts because I wanna leave some for plating. Some peanuts, leave some again for plating, and those garlic chives. And I want indirect heat here. I want to be able to steam these vegetables so they can kind of impart their flavors and not singe them. So I'm just tucking them in, reading them a story. It's time to put them to bed. Let them steam up for a few seconds before you plate this dish up. So heat's going off. I'm constantly kind of visually checking how much moisture is in this pan because pad thai should be moist, not dry, but it shouldn't be wet. So if I pull up the pad thai and it's dripping sauce, it's too wet. If it's too wet, just let it reduce a little longer. On the other side, if it's a little too dry, you can use the pasta water trick, meaning that soaking water can be added in there to just kind of hydrate the noodles a little more. So I'm gonna lay the banana leaf right in the middle, kind of like how they plate it if you're eating this in the streets of Bangkok. Let's lay my pad thai down right in the middle. And you always wanna put the goodies at the top, right? I mean, everyone wants to see the nice shrimp and the tofu right on top, so I like to arrange them kind of right around. Bring this over here, do some final garnishes, a little lime, some of the bean sprouts, and then some of my reserved peanuts. Starving. Just looking at this is making me hungry. So there it is, the Tila family pad thai recipe since 1972, believe it or not. Really one of my favorite dishes. Now it's your turn. Go forth, cook pad thai, subscribe, like, let us know how it's going, and come back for another episode of Ready, Jet, Cook. There's this misconception that Asian foods are hard to make, but lo mein is a really simple one-pan dish. Yo, one-pan dish, so easy, so little cleanup. Let's break it down and you'll see how easy it is to make your own restaurant-worthy noodles at home. Come on. Most of you know that I'm the culinary ambassador to Thailand, but what you don't know is I'm ethnically Chinese. Both cultures actually use noodles. So for good lo mein, look for an egg noodle pasta similar to this. Any shape will do, as long as it's nice and springy. So no lo mein is complete without baby bok choy. In my opinion, it has great texture, color, and flavor, and is perfect in lo mein. So now that we're back from the market, let's get prepped out on our lo mein. I like to break up prep into 3 parts. First is gonna be sauce, second will be vegetable prep, and then finally, protein. So let's get started on sauce. In a nice clean bowl, I'm always gonna start with chicken stock. Chicken stock is gonna be the base of this sauce because it's neutral, but it has a nice savoriness to it. To create a glaze, I want to use cornstarch. So as you know, when cornstarch heats up, it's gonna thicken into a sauce consistency. So the next ingredient is gonna be soy sauce. You've used soy sauce a million times. You know it's salty and you know it provides a nice savoriness, but it also starts giving you that brown sauce color. Next is the king of all Chinese sauces. It's oyster sauce. Now, I know oyster sauce sounds a little scary because not everyone loves oysters, but using oyster sauce isn't like eating raw oysters out of the ocean. When you dry out the oysters and add them to the soy sauce base, it creates a phenomenal kind of sweet and savory flavor. And then finally, for a little bit of aroma, you want a little sesame oil. You don't ever want to stir fry with sesame oil because it has a low smoke point, but you do want to use just a little bit for some really amazing kind of aromatic notes. Just think about the lo mein sauce as a marriage of all these flavors and textures. The chicken stock gives you kind of a neutral base, cornstarch helps thicken, oyster sauce and soy sauce give you savory, sweet, and salty, and then sesame oil gives you a little aroma. So our sauce is done, let's move on to our vegetable prep. I like to start with aromatics, and some of my favorite aromatics in the Chinese kitchen are gonna be ginger and garlic. I think a lot of people are scared of ginger. Don't be. There's no reason to be. This is how you wanna take ginger down. Firstly, take off all the little fingers, square off the ginger, and I know my grandma would be mad that I'm throwing that away, but I'm sorry, Grandma. It's cheap and plentiful, we'll be okay. Squaring off the ginger on all sides, and you know that you've squared it off when it stands up straight, and you could just take the back of the knife and use it as a lever, right? And I'm just scraping the skin away. And just continue to do this on all sides. And once you kind of get down to the bottom where the skin is all the way around, just use that cutting edge and just push. Once the ginger is completely peeled through, I just want you to, again, square it off. And just remember, tile becomes a slice becomes a dice. So I'm gonna cut 1/8 inch tiles here. Gather those 1/8 inch tiles together and then cut them into 1/8 inch slices. Boom. Blades of grass, 1/8 inch slices. So ginger done. With garlic, don't overthink it. Give it a smash. Like I said, that's a tile. If I smash something flat, it becomes a tile. So 2, 3. So my garlic is flat into a tile. I can cut it into thin slices. And then if I want to take it down further, I do a quarter turn. And then a slice becomes a dice. And you don't need to take garlic down any further than that because it's gonna be hanging out in a 400-degree pan, and you want it thick enough so it can kind of saute, add its flavor, and not really burn. So the next ingredient is gonna be scallions. I like to cut them in half first, put a slight angle on the knife, and then give it a slice this way. And look, I know it tastes the same, but it looks way cooler. And if it looks cooler, it'll plate cooler. If it plates cooler, people are gonna think, wow, you're an awesome chef, and it looks super delicious. Our main green in lo mein is gonna be bok choy. Translation, bok choy means white vegetable. Obviously, it looks green. As it matures, it turns totally white in the stalk, and that's why it's called bok choy. I've just cut off the thickest part of the bulb, and you're gonna discard that. And now you're left with these kind of top leaves. And you're gonna do 45-degree cuts, thinner pieces of the stalk, larger pieces of the leaves. Because what happens is the stalks are denser and the leaves are more delicate. So if you cut the stalk smaller and the leaves bigger, they cook at the same rate. So my grandma always told me that lo mein was the perfect dish to kind of clean out what was left in the fridge. Now I've got bok choy. Let's see what else I could use to kind of boost up this lo mein. So I found some carrots. Now I like these because they give color, they're crunchy, and they're super sweet. I'm gonna show you how to make a coin julienne. Now I think a lot of chefs are like, oh, juliennes, you gotta square off all these pieces. No, this is the easy way to do it. Super extreme bias, meaning I want a lot of surface area, cutting these into about 1/4 inch thick, just like that, real simple. Lay the coins on top of each other, and I want you to take these tiles into slices. So the reason why I'm cutting juliennes is because I want the carrots to cook very quickly, because carrot is usually dense, and I want to kind of give a nice visual pop to the lo mein. And you've just cut carrot julienne. So I'm done with the vegetables. I need to get them off the board because I'm moving on to raw chicken, because those things should never cross. Now on cooking shows, you see a ton of these bowls. Don't do it that way. Take one plate, put it down, put all the vegetables on this plate, which means you don't have 5 bowls to wash, you just have 1, which makes life a lot easier and keeps your partner from getting angry at you. There you go. So the last part of the lo mein prep is the protein. I'm gonna be using chicken breast today. It's totally up to you as to what you prefer. Dark meat, white meat, it's all good. The most important thing is you wanna cut this into nice thin tiles. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. So this is half a chicken breast. I'm gonna trim off any fat that there is. And then I'm gonna kind of follow the grain first. So I can see the grain kind of running this way. I'm gonna cut with the grain into about 2 to 3 inch wide pieces. And then take one of those pieces and now go against the grain. So when I do a slice, it's gonna give me a really nice thin plank. The reason why I'm doing a nice thin plank is because you want the chicken to sear very quickly, cook evenly, but still be moist in the middle. If the chicken's kind of in funky pieces that are uneven, the chicken won't cook evenly. Now this rule also applies to just about any other protein, including tofu. So now that the chicken's cut, I'm gonna bowl it up, clean everything down, wash my hands, and let's get cooking. The number one question I get with stir fry is, what kind of pan do I need? Do I need a wok? And the answer is no, not at all. My favorite is an enamelized Dutch oven because it's cast iron, it holds heat. If you don't have that, a simple pan with high sides that gets hot is totally fine. Another important rule for any stir fry is the pan has to be ripping hot. And what I mean by that is when you get your high temperature oil in, you're gonna start to see white smoke. And once that smoke starts going, you gotta get everything into the pan in the right sequence. So I like using a neutral oil like canola or peanut. I don't like using olive oil or sesame oil. All right, so I'm seeing little wisps of white smoke. I'm gonna add first my aromatics, which are garlic and ginger. I'm gonna just saute these ingredients up until I smell them. I'm not really worried about color because there's a long way to go with all these ingredients. All right, next, chicken. Because chicken takes a while to cook, I wanna get it in sooner. Don't be scared to utilize the surface area of the pan. Really use the entire pan to cook your dish. I'm looking for that chicken to get about halfway because I'm always thinking about what the total cook time of all the ingredients are. The next thing is don't be scared to scrape as you go, because if you're scraping them up now, they won't stick and they won't burn. All the little delicious bits of brown are gonna add to the overall flavor. I mean, in French, we call this fond. Think about that as the foundation of all these flavors you're developing. So the chicken is about medium. I wanna add my vegetables now, reserving those scallions for the top. This dish brings back a lot of memories of my grandma taking me to Chinatown as a kid on the bus, her playing mahjong, us eating dim sum, and then buying all the groceries we needed for that night. You know, she really was my first cooking instructor as a kid. It was pretty obvious that I wasn't gonna be a rocket scientist, so she was like, let's get this kid a trade. So I really got some one-on-one cooking attention from a very young age. I spent more than 10,000 hours in the kitchen next to my grandma cooking this dish. The veggies are moving along really well. The chicken isn't all the way cooked through yet. This is a good time for my noodles. It's gonna be tough to find a noodle package that actually says lo mein. What you're really looking for in the package is something that's called egg noodle. It's got this kind of nice pale yellow color, and the ingredients should have wheat and eggs in it. If you don't have Asian noodles, don't freak out. I really love using things like fettuccine for this dish. You can cook the fettuccine al dente, rinse it off, let it dry out, and then add it to the pan here. So all the ingredients have cooked through a bit. I'm just gonna add my sauce in there, making sure to really stir that sauce really well to get all the cornstarch in. As the sauce thickens, it really becomes lo mein. I know a lot of you have heard the word chow mein versus lo mein. All chow really means is crispy noodles. So chow mein means crispy noodles with gravy on top. Lo mein means soft noodles in a nice, really thick gravy. Lo in Chinese just means to stir. It's like imagine stirring these noodles into that beautiful gravy as it's tightening up. And you know, Chinese food's been in America for over 200 years. This here is OG lo mein. So what I'm looking for is the cornstarch to start activating, meaning it's starting to thicken up the sauce and it becomes a really nice glaze. Once that starts happening, turn the pan off and just let this continue to cook and all of the noodles and vegetables absorb this beautiful gravy that you've made. So you wanna make sure to keep these noodles as long as possible. It's kind of bad juju to break your noodles because noodles kind of symbolize your long life. And I wanna get as much gravy on there as possible. So the lo mein is down and I just wanna garnish now with those simple sliced scallions. So there it is, my grandma's classic lo mein. I hope you guys enjoyed shopping and cooking with me. Please, cook this dish yourself. Leave comments, tell me how it's going for you, and I'll see you next time on Ready, Jet, Cook.